Welcome to KUMO-AUDIOBOOK, Chapter 36-67 Evaluating the Future. Crush had found her resolve again, but she had still no idea how to address the visibly wounded and fatigued royal candidate in front of her. Should she offer the services of one of her healers? Or maybe new clothes to replace the dirted, tattered rags that clung to Tanya's body? Because they were rivals for the throne, she was not obligated to help her out, but the goodwill that she could earn by doing so could be worth it. It might even strengthen the image of her upstanding and chivalrous persona in the eyes of her followers. No. It could be misinterpreted as patronizing or condescending. Possibly offending her greatest opponent in the royal selection was not a good idea at the moment. She would not comment on Tanya's disastrous appearance and pretend as if she looked as presentable as at the tea party. "Lady Tanya, would you mind escorting us to the place of battle? As a duchess of this country, I am rather invested in what is happening to the land, and would like to take a look." A mere excuse that was easy to see through. Still, Tanya nodded as if expecting to hear that before she turned to the blue-haired maid and commanded, "Then let us ride back in the coach so I can rest my back a bit. Come with me, Subaru. It will be faster this way." The way she said it made it seem like a completely normal request, but a nagging feeling at the back of her head told Crush that something more was at play here. While the way over to the remains of the whale would take a few minutes on foot, Tanya had flown the distance in barely a couple of seconds. Did she want privacy? What for? And why did she need to be alone with Subaru of all people for a moment? Maybe she was becoming too paranoid. The winds of truth had blown around Tanya, even if they seemed a bit more hesitant than normal. Either she had told half-truths or important information had been left out. Well, she often felt that way around Tanya in general, not unlike a certain merchant princess from Kararagi. Subaru, that name hadn't rung any bells for her until now. Wasn't this the boy who Lady Amelia had begged to be healed by Felix? If she remembered correctly, then he had a damaged gait, which could only be fully treated by her knight. The stress and excitement from the whale hunt must have seriously messed with her attention to forget him like that. To be honest, Crush had only agreed to the deal because she hadn't managed to secure any other alliance with the rival camps. Priscilla was too proud for a treaty, and Anastasia had this suspicious glint in her eyes, like she would stab you in the back at the most opportune moment. Compared to these two and the veteran child soldier, Emilia was painfully open and honest. Those were traits that were highly valued by Crush as well, but she knew the limits of niceness in a political environment. Meanwhile, the half-elf would never utilize underhanded methods out of fear for being further shunned as dishonorable and traitorous due to her heritage. In that sense, she was the ideal business partner. Crush was violently ripped from her musing by the wave of disgusting odor that assaulted her nose. They had arrived at the crash site and now had the opportunity to admire the bloody work that Tanya had carved into the dead flesh of the titanic creature. While its body was mostly unrecognizable, it was still undeniably the white whale. The thing had been a terrible monster, but she shuddered to imagine how it must have felt when it died. Huge chunks of his skin were melted or burned away. Deep cuts littered its body, and the blood flowed freely into a humongous puddle beneath it. Multiple people would be able to bath in it if any citizen of Lugnica had been crazy enough to soak themselves in such a vile substance. The remains of its one visible eye were a fleshy ruin that she really didn't want to expect any further than she had to. While she had seen her fair share of death and suffering, it was never a pleasant experience. Poor Felix wouldn't have the stomach for it as well. Looking over the disfigured carcass, she nodded sagely to keep up her wise and collected appearance. Her inspection was complete, and she had all the information she needed. Tanya von de Gutschaff was dangerous. Highly dangerous, in fact. More so than she could have ever imagined. But Tanya was still human, and all mortal creatures had flaws. Even the strongest would have a weak point somewhere. By the OD, the so-called gods who flaunted with their power and influence were probably the most flawed beings of them all. Whatever it was that could bring Tanya to her knees, she needed to find it, and find it fast. Magic was obviously her strong suit. Light magic from the looks, but she would consult a few experts on that later. Meant that she was weaker in close range. No, obviously the white whale had been attacked by a sword multiple times, so that couldn't be the case. If she could find some way to nullify magic though. Perhaps she should organize a friendly spar against more human opponents to test Tanya's pure skill with an unenchanted blade. The sword demon, Wilhelm van Astria, could doubtlessly put up a fight despite his age if Tanya were to be deprived of her more long-ranged attack options. Just as she was beginning to put a plan into action, Wilhelm took the initiative and approached her greatest rival. The old man knelt down on a relatively untainted piece of grass and bowed his head to the unperturbed-looking blonde girl who had defeated the monster. With a voice full of gratefulness, he spoke the words that Crush knew came directly from his heart. "Thank you, Lady de Guetschaf. My name is Wilhelm Triers, and I thank you from the bottom of my soul. For avenging my wife and slaying this beast, I will be forever in your debt. Its suffering brings joy to my old heart. There is no need. I am honored that you feel the desire to thank me, but what I did was more of an accident really. In truth, I hadn't meant to kill the beast, but I got too carried away in the act and used more force than necessary." Incredible, this girl was arguing that she hadn't meant to kill with her awesome display of power, and she was not even lying. What would have a killing blow from her looked like? Crush unnoticeably shivered at the image of what else this monster in human skin was capable of. "I also do not deserve the sole credit of defeating the white whale. This boy, Subaru Natsuki, was integral in forming the plan that led to its undoing. Without him I would have most likely not succeeded." Subaru sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Was this some sort of game? There lies incredible potential in him. So much in fact, that even I would dread to take him on should he be able to further polish his skills. How? Was her divine protection failing her? Impossible. This meager boy with nasty eyes and uncouth behavior could even put fear into Tanya, who had just slain the white whale. Perhaps she had severely underestimated Emilia's camp. Her competition grew more menacing with the minute it seemed. Due to hectic circumstances, nothing has been finalized yet, but he recently expressed his desire to attain knighthood to me. After contributing so greatly to the destruction of one of the three great beasts, he has more than earned his right to try at least. No doubt you will be hearing more of his career in the coming months. Yeah. That would be awesome. I bet Emmy will love it when I can properly protect her with a big, long sword. Some of her soldiers snorted and he blushed intensely while gesturing wildly. That totally came out wrong. I didn't mean it that way. Even Wilhelm's lips quirked upwards for a split second. Tanya wasn't so sure if Subaru was just an excellent actor or if he really was a fool. Well, maybe that assessment was not entirely fair, seeing as he was just as gullible and naive as one would expect a child of the 21st millennium to be. He had probably not known mortal danger or careful diplomacy before coming to this world. Nonetheless, ignorance was never a very good excuse for failure in Tanya's opinion. Every human should possess the intrinsic capability to learn and adapt. Those that refused to do so were inevitably swept up in the waves of progress never to be seen again. History did not entrust success to the care of the weak-minded or overly trusting. After a few days or weeks at this point, Subaru should have realized that guarding his emotions and thinking things through could only benefit him in the long run. Whatever. She shouldn't complain since his social obliviousness played in her favor. The easier he was to read, the easier it was to manipulate him after all. For example, her little persuasion inside the magically insulated carriage had worked wonders on his impressionable mind. Your accomplishments with defeating the white whale will certainly make the rounds soon. Whatever happened here is too grand to be hidden from Lady Crush, so you have no choice but to play along. Now is the time to finally gain a substantial reputation, if you make use of the current situation. Do you understand what I mean? Not really. I didn't do anything. Oh, on the contrary. Without you I could have never made the correct plan to defeat the white whale. Not all important positions are located on the front lines. I know that better than most. You conveyed strategic information to me that turned out to be critical in this operation. You should be proud of yourself, Subaru. It hadn't taken much convincing afterwards to subtly plant the idea of knighthood into his head without her directly suggesting it. Exploiting his relationship with the half-elf turned out to be a great motivator for the boy, who no doubt wanted to prove his usefulness to his employer. When he had hesitantly inquired about how one could potentially become a knight, and she had to pinch herself to keep the satisfied grin off her face. "Do you have an interest in attaining knighthood, Subaru?" Tanya had asked innocently. He had taken the bait and promised her with obvious determination to become the best knight ever. Subaru's words, not hers. Sadly, their conversation had come to an end, as they had arrived at their destination already. They couldn't remain indoors or else Crush's suspicions would grow. This whole debacle was slowly slipping out of control when she noticed that the third white whale corpse was against her expectations, not rapidly decomposing like the others. Why? That didn't make sense. Was that particular creature different from the other two? Regardless, her hopes that the disintegration would hide the specifics of her fighting style from her enemies had been squashed. Now Crush held the informational advantage. Damn it. At least she was able to shift the collective attention from her to Subaru, when she conveniently brought up his involvement in the battle and exaggerated his importance with a few white lies. One truth could cut deeper than 1,000 lies after all, or however Lieutenant Grant's saying went. Embellishing his choice of career served to make the announcement more official, but she didn't know if it would be enough to convince the actual warriors present. Honestly, she could have done a much better job, in her opinion, if she hadn't been exhausted already. Surviving combat while under the influence of sleep deprivation and hunger was basically muscle memory at this point, but giving convincing political speeches on top was not typically required of her. Well, with some luck it had been sufficient. She was just weighing the pros and cons of cutting the monster's head of right here and now, or waiting with it until Crush's forces withdrew, when Subaru suddenly alerted her to what was going on behind her. What is it? Are you feeling unwell? The maid was clutching her head, and seemed to be in some sort of discomfort. It's sister. I can feel her through our connection, and she is afraid. Ram is never afraid. Something terrible must have happened at the mansion. Tanya resisted the urge to facepalm. Of course these stupid maids couldn't have the decency to get in trouble without her noticing. Even if Ram was dying, couldn't she understand that Tanya urgently needed a nap and a warm soup? No. Now she was forced to deal with whatever trivial problem was plaguing the Mathis household. Why couldn't she get 1 week without trouble? Being ex truly was a spiteful bastard. Chapter 37, A Sinking Feeling. Look at me. Tanya commanded with barely hidden irritation. Can you tell us any more details? At this point she didn't even care that Crush's whole army was listening in. She just wanted to get this over with. I am afraid not, Lady Tanya. My sister S and my synesthesia allows only for strong emotions to be shared between us. But this terror is absolutely uncommon for her. Of course. Even after 2 weeks the stupid magic of this land managed to boggle her mind. Telepathy, really? But asking how that was biologically possible was a futile endeavor until she could get her hands on a good neurosurgeon. What mattered was the overarching situation at hand. A strong emotion was technically not enough to warrant immediate concern, but she could be labeled as heartless or irresponsible for potentially letting her ally be endangered. With REM gone, the only maid left at the mansion was Ram, which meant that she was unlikely to leave the building because she had double the duties to attend to. Whatever was happening to her therefore occurred in Amelia's vicinity, and could be dangerous to her well-being. If she could help it, then she would not risk letting unintentional harm come to one of her greatest assets. On the other hand, Lord Rosewall had directly ordered Tanya to leave his domain. Infringing on his business and disregarding his request despite enjoying his hospitality would be a grave insult to the strongest magician in Ludnica. Their young alliance stood on shaky legs momentarily, and would not survive such an incident unscathed. Well, she had technically left his sphere of influence already, but he hadn't clarified when she was welcome to return. Yes, it was a flimsy excuse, but noble politics worked that way. If she had stuck to the international wartime law like it had been intended, and not like it had been worded, then a great many victories wouldn't have been made for the fatherland. But did she even want to return the Mathis estate? Reinhard was waiting for her, and would undoubtedly worry for her safety. Furthermore, she was in a hardly presentable state at the moment, which she was ashamed to have completely forgotten about until now. Clothes mattered little to her, and Tanya had learned that especially on the battlefield a less strict expectation rested on how you looked. There had been meetings she had attended with still blood-soaked hair, or once even with an open wound. Time was precious after all. Maybe Rem's sister had a mood swing, or fell down the stairs, or had been scared by a children's story. Thousands of relatively innocent possibilities existed that would explain what she was feeling, but there also remained the small chance that it was something actually serious. Rosewall should have left the house a few hours ago, so Emilia and Rem were alone and vulnerable. Bandits or assassins could be attacking, or the mansion was burning down. Damn it. Even if it was the slimmest of possibilities, she couldn't abandon her business partner just after they had sealed the deal. Her investment had been too great to throw it away like that. Tanya knew what the sunk cost fallacy was from the Chicago School of Economics, yet she also knew the value of always staying careful and suspicious from a lifetime of war and poverty. In the end, the screaming instinct at the back of head that was sensing something afoul prevailed. Caution won her internal debate, and she turned towards Crush once more. "Excuse me, Lady Carson, but I seems that Lady Amelia could potentially be in trouble. I am acting on a hunch, and was consequently not prepared for this situation. I would be deeply thankful if you could, upon arrival in the capital of course, send a messenger to the Astria household and inform my knight Reinhard that I am sadly needed here for a while longer. Telling him about Subaru S and my exploits in defeating the White Whale would also be greatly appreciated." Crush nodded, and Tanya slightly bowed her head to show her thankfulness. Not too much though. They were both on equal standing in the royal selection, so subservience would damage her reputation. Tanya might not own the title of Duchess, but she had the support of the Sword Saint, which could even be seen as superior. "It is no problem at all. Would you mind if we could discuss some things at a later date? A lot has happened today, and it would be wonderful if we could speak about it properly in private." Oh joy. Another event she would have to worry about now. She had not enough coffee to deal with this shit. Yes, surely. I will certainly find a way to arrange an appointment next week. Somehow, she thought with a strained smile. Well, then. I would say it has been a pleasure, but so far this day has been nothing but stress really. Let our next reunion be under less bloody circumstances. Her focus shifted from the dead whale to the nearby maid. Rem, make the ground dragon ready. Ideally hope your senses are deceiving you, and that we are just wasting a few hours of time here, as much as that pains me to say. After she had herded her two useless guards away from the carriage seriously, one of them was shaking from the sight of the White Whale alone. She would need to have a word with Reinhard about how he trained his servants. She hastily redressed inside with clothes from her luggage. When she stuck out her head from the cabin again, Subaru was making small talk with the old man, who had thanked her, and Rem had finished whatever she had been doing. Smart of him to socialize with an influential person who believed to owe him a debt on top. Nonetheless, this was not the time for making political connections. Come on. We have no more time to lose. Rem, do you still feel the same emotions from Ram? Yes. Sister is still afraid. If the girl was not lying to her, then that was worrisome. Rosewell's maid could have made the whole synesthesia ability up without anyone being able to disprove it. It was a very convenient timing to receive the vision in front of as large of an audience as possible so that Tanya couldn't ignore it. Alas, she had already made a decision, and she would run through with it. Routinely checking her mana reserves revealed that she had expended more than one half of her energy. That wasn't good. Whatever spells she had casted while under the influence of the accursed Type 95 computation jewel had been more costly than necessary. Her natural regeneration would most likely be enough to bring her back to 60% or so, but it still angered her that she had lost so much control. Oh, How she hated that bastard who had robbed her of her freedom time and time again. Where was he anyway? She had asked herself that question many times already, and her nervousness continued to grow. There was no use in asking questions without answers, so she disregarded her worry until the Moran showed himself to her. In a stroke of ingenuity, she let one of her guards and REM switch position. This way he would have at least contributed something meaningful to her journey. Also REM was freed from steering the carriage, which allowed her to heal some of Tanya's deeper wounds. She didn't even really bleed anymore as far as she could tell, but she needed to look not like corpse if possible. Hours went by as Tanya tried to fall into what she called half-sleep, to recover even the tiniest amount of energy. REM had reverted to a tense silence and Subaru was uneasy himself, which served Tanya just fine. Suddenly her peace was abruptly ripped apart by the sound of the ground dragon screeching and the coach coming to a startling halt. In a flash she blew the door of its hinges and catapulted herself outside. Artificial drugs slowed her perception temporarily to a crawl, and she registered the remains of the driver to her left. His head was clean blown off, which would explain how he hadn't been able to make a sound of warning. Even worse, the ground dragon appeared to be injured with a large icicle sticking out of its hind leg. Immediately her cerulean glowing eyes scanned the environment for hostiles. At first glance they appeared to be 9 strange hooded figures on this side of the carriage. Probably more of them were waiting on the other side of the road, as well, so she would need to be quick. For a moment she considered non-lethal takedowns, but decided against it when they had clearly shown to possess murderous intent, and did not even attempt peaceful negotiations. They had lost their right for human decency the moment they had made an attempt on her life, and a rather poor one at that. Her combat knife slid into her hand, and began to shine with green energy, as the mage blade formula refined the already sharp edge to near monomolecular levels. One jerk of her arm, and the nearest combatant's head left his shoulders. A twist to the side saved her from impalement from 2 impossibly fast-thrown daggers, and she was already near her next victim. His speed surpassed the reaction time of a normal human, but his steel knife was no match for her blade, which cleaved through the attempted block like butter, and found its destination in his heart. It was a small wonder that these people could even see her coming with their impractical cloth masks. Their uniform was not familiar to her in the slightest, which made sense considering they were likely part of a criminal organization. But she still wanted to know who they were and what they wanted. Her question was answered by the comically slowed-down voice of REM, who shouted, "Die witch cultists," with impressive hatred from behind her. Oh no. That wasn't fair. How did her luck manage to get even worse? The most feared terrorist organization in the world was coming for her now. First the White Whale and now the damned cult. She really should have brought Reinhard with her on this trip. Chapter 38 Fear and Determination. Subaru thought, like most of the time, what the hell his life had become. A few weeks ago, he had lived a boring, disappointing, lonely life of failure, and to defeat only to be abruptly become confronted with the harsh, and often bloody reality, of an entirely different world. Now his uneventful days had devolved into a mixture of mortal fear and magical excitement. He couldn't say if that was an upgrade or not. Regardless of what he did, the world seemed to hate him for some reason. He had been stabbed, burned, beaten, crushed, skewered, and so many more things that he didn't want to think about. His nightmares got worse every night, and what did he receive for his troubles? More pain. More regret. More proof of how worthless he was. Well, sometimes it seemed to also go pretty great for him. Emilia had grown to trust him in the short time that she knew him, and didn't that thought sting? REM obviously cared for him on some level, and now he even had an opportunity to become a knight. A real knight. How cool was that? Finally he had chance to become strong so that he could properly protect those he cared about. And save him a lot of dying, of course, a selfish part of his brain added. Everything appeared to going well until REM-chan had a strange vision that bad things were going on at the mansion. He had been fully prepared to convince Tanya of the need to return, but she had already decided to go back and check on her own. She really was a good friend for Emilia, even if she was a bit strange sometimes. She couldn't hold a candle to Rosewall in this aspect though. That left the question open, what on earth could have happened to Ram? Another Woolgram attack? Or worse, the crazy murder lady from the capital had come to enact revenge. Or maybe multiple things suddenly seemed to come about at the same time. The carriage stopped and threw him out of his seat. Tanya absolutely demolished the door, and the ground dragon screamed loudly. When he gathered his senses, Rem had already leapt out of the other side and brandished her giant morning star that she had pulled from an unknown place. He had obsesses many sleepless nights over where she hid that damn thing, and he had no clue. If that had not been enough to trigger his PTSD, then the well-known phrase, "die witch cultists," together with the rattling of chains did the job. All he could think was, "She's gonna kill me. She's gonna kill me. Gonna kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me." His whole world was being consumed by fear. He had died many times, but none of his deaths had been as shocking as the ones at the hands of his friend. It had hurt. It still hurt so much. He was snapped out of his panic attack by the gentle shaking of his shoulder. "Hey, it's all right. They are all dead, Subaru. They can't hurt you anymore." Rem's voice caused him to flinch despite the soft tone of it. Yes, she was right. He really was pathetic, wasn't he? Instead of helping, he had hidden inside the coach. She must think of him as such a loser, and he could understand that. He was a loser after all. He forced himself upright and exited the cabin with still shaking knees. The familiar scent of his blood, not his nothus, permeated the air, and he nearly had a second panic attack. When he shook the terror from his head and regained his balance, he noticed Tanya kneeling down on the ground and examining a dead cultist. "If they attacked us here on the road, then they are likely already at the mansion." "Rem, can you still feel your sister?" she asked. "Yes. But our connection is weakening for some reason. We must hurry." The little girl thoughtfully cleared her large knife and sheathed it in one smooth motion in her boot. Why were all the cute girls in this world ice-cold killers? It just wasn't fair. Indeed. However, this ground dragon is in no shape to run again. I am going to scout ahead while you try to heal it. Together with my remaining bodyguard, you should be able to protect Subaru from harm. He might have nearly had a nervous breakdown just now, but his pride as a man couldn't take that insult without protest. "Hey. Don't look down on me." The tired glare he received felt like he had barely avoided significant harm to his person. "Scary. Stay alert. We don't know how many more of them are hiding in these woods. Rem, I trust you are combat experience. Retreat if necessary, and don't lose your cool. Your lives have number one priority for now. Don't die on me." With these words she crouched low and blasted off into the sky, leaving only a dust cloud in her wake. Rem was alternating between furious and incredibly worried. The filthy witch cult that had cost her family so much dared to encroach onto the place that she could reasonably call home. They wanted to take everything away from her sister and her. Again. Did their wretched cruelty know no bounds? She wanted to slaughter every last one of them, and make them suffer in the worst ways imaginable. Her blood was boiling at their mere scent. But like Lady de Guerchaf had said, she could not allow herself to be lost in the bloodlust. Her sister and Lady Amelia needed help. Getting them to safety was more important than vengeance at the moment. She also had to take care of Subaru. While he was her personal hero, who had gifted her the world, she was under no delusions that he was weak. He could know, he would grow, because he wanted to, but it was sadly not enough at the moment. She would need to protect him for the time being, and she would be lying if she said she didn't like the idea of that. Now she had the opportunity to repay the kindness he had shown her and assist him in becoming the most awesome person he could become. He would be truly glorious, of that she had no doubts. Her hero proved surprisingly adept at keeping the ground dragon still while she removed the icicle stuck in its leg. Manna of water, heal his broken body, she intoned and concentrated on patching the wound up as good as she could. She was no master healer like Lady Beatrice, and it showed. Undoubtedly their mount would be able to move again, but its speed would be greatly reduced. With her only strength, she would probably be capable of outpacing the animal, at its current level, if she hadn't two other people to worry about. The remaining guard of Lady de Guerchaf was of no concern to her, and she would have left him behind without a second thought. Subaru, on the other hand, would not come to any harm under her watch. She knew that she would never be able to forgive herself if he got murdered by cultists while she ran away. Simply picking him up and carrying him all the way to the mansion would tire even her out eventually. And fighting the vilest and most threatening organization in Lugnica exhausted was bound to get her killed. Not that she cared that much about her own life, even though her treasured Subaru had shown her its value, but her loved one simply took priority. REM would gladly sacrifice herself if it secured the safety of her sister or her hero. Dying before they were absolutely out of harm's way though was not acceptable. So she begrudgingly readied the carriage, and urged the crippled ground dragon on as much as she dared until the beast collapsed from pain or exhaustion. Her darling sister was in danger and disgusting cultists had invaded her home. She would not stand for this. Chapter 39, Running Out of Patience. Things were not looking good. When Tanya arrived at the small village near the mansion, the streets were already painted red with blood. She lowered her altitude and touched down on the ground to properly take in the destruction. A little bit of investigation would be necessary to accurately judge the strengths and weaknesses of her new enemy. Men, women and children all seemed to have found their unfortunate ends in equally brutal fashion. Some were cut in half or disemboweled. Others had their necks twisted or their limbs ripped off. The cause of these injuries appeared to be blunt force, which was disconcerting to say the least. Curiously, a few corpses on the town square were either totally crushed or had obviously been thrown high into the air. That was clear to see, because their ribs and faces had been destroyed from the impact and their blood had splattered in a pattern that was impossible to fake. A few even laid on nearby rooftops, or were now embedded into the walls of the surrounding houses. Seeing as not all casualties had occurred this way, the logical conclusion was that some members of the cult were significantly stronger than others. If through magic or pure physical strength remained to be determined. Satisfied with her findings, Tanya wiped her bloody hands at the shirt of a little child and stood up to survey the massacre one last time. It truly was a shame for all these innocent, productive members of society to be wasted. These hopeful children would never gain the chance to prove themselves and take control of their own fate like she had. Instead, their last living moments had only been filled with agony and the knowledge that they would be undone by a moronic and utterly brainless terrorist organization. Tanya had always been a rational person, and as such had accepted the reality of her eventual death early on. But when she left the living world, for the final time, then she intended to do so on her own terms. Not to please being X or her employers. Her death should be one of natural causes and without regrets. She wanted to leave a better world behind where all her work had been completed and all her affairs were put in order. A world where she had done her best to spread reason and progress to uplift the entirety of civilization. Furthermore, Visha had shown her that life was also what you shared with others. If possible, she would like to die with her closest friends and confidants by her side and a smile on her lips. Emotions were rarely beneficial for anybody, but without them a life would ring hollow. Tanya was more than the sum of her work after all. She lived for the small pleasures like a freshly brewed cup of coffee, or the gentle summer breeze against her skin, and she just worked really hard to secure herself these indulgences. Life was precious for her, so she fought constantly to keep it. Years of war and poverty had taught her that enjoyment could be found in the simplest things, yet was so easily missed if you were unobservant. The children of Earlham village would never grow up to understand all that. They had died for nothing. Not for their ideals or out of their own free will. Not for the good of humanity, or even their own country. They had not ended their existence full of satisfaction, or a sense of accomplishment, but with terror and confusion. What a pity. War had forced Tanya to do many atrocious things, but she regretted none of them. She could say in good conscience that she had always done her best to minimize the loss of life by quickly and decidedly turning the tide of war. Never had she received pleasure from the loss of human capital, with the sole exception of Mary Sue, that bitch could rot in hell. Yes, she had seen many a dead child and family, but their demises had always served a purpose. They had been unfortunate casualties that got in the way to bring peace. This slaughter of the small village was the opposite of that. Here these non-combative civilians had been the target without reason or restraint. An act of senseless violence, of war in a time of relative peace. It was absurd, revolting and unforgivable. The witch's cult had been active since centuries ago, if the stories she had read were to be believed. They acted from the shadows without agenda or goal. Only the sowing of discord and chaos counted for them. Members who joined allegedly even gave up their minds in order to serve the jealous witch better. Perhaps this witch was being X's sister. She certainly sounded like the bastard. If there was one thing that Tanya truly hated then, that were people who contributed nothing to society and excused their parasitic exploitation with the divine right to do so. Charlatans and madmen who hid behind petty lies and leached of the accomplishments of their betters. Scum who wanted to receive without giving in return. Priests, communists, and now also these cultists. They were absolutely worthless, and the whole system would in fact be better off if they would just disappear overnight. Sadly, such lowlifes rarely had the courtesy to remove themselves, so people like her would be forced to do that for them. In her first life, as a salaryman, she had managed human resources and laid off those with no potential or willingness to change. In her second life, she had taken a more direct approach in disposing of them. That trend would continue, it seemed. As long as these crazed murderers threatened the people of this country, Lugnica would know no true peace. There was no negotiating with religious fanatics, she could attest to that from experience. If they had completely and willingly given up their freedom of choice, then they counted no longer as humans in her eyes. Where she had resisted, they had fallen. Without individuality, they were no sentient beings worthy of respect anymore, they were just obstacles. The only option of dealing with them would be to exterminate them all. With violence on her mind and now fresh out of mercy, Tanya took to the air and rushed in the direction of the Mathis estate. Emilia was shaking. She couldn't remember if she had ever felt as afraid as in this very moment. Absolute fear was flooding her veins and made it near impossible to think. Puck was not responding to her call, and she was perhaps for the first time in her life completely and utterly alone. In the morning she had said goodbye to Tanya and Subaru, and the mansion had already felt empty after their departure. Who would she talk to when they both were not present? Rosewell had always too much work to do, Beatrice didn't leave her library, and Ram mostly ignored her. The only other person available was Puck, but for some reason he had refused to leave his crystal. Then a few hours ago, they had heard strange sounds from the nearby village, and Ram had gone off to investigate, only to return a few minutes later out of breath and blooded. The witch's cult is here, was what she had said. Witch? 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 Even after years of hearing that word, it still sent shivers down her spine. Would she never be able to escape the shadow of the devilish half-elf that looked like her? Why were these cultists here? She hadn't done anything to anger the cult. In fact, she hadn't done anything to anger anybody. She just wanted to live a quiet life with her friends and help people. Was that so wrong? Was she perhaps really cursed? Because her luck never seemed to get better. Well, that wasn't entirely true. She had Rosewell who provided for her and Subaru. Her dear, silly, stupid, fantastic Subaru. He always had an idea regardless of how terrible it was. He would make her laugh and strike ridiculous poses in one moment, and in the other he would listen to her and tell her pretty lies. Really, how could anybody believe that she was beautiful? She looked like the stupid witch. The one person who had ruined her life without the two of them ever meeting. Emilia's appearance only brought her scorn or disgust from the citizens, and she was tired of it. Even at the royal selection event the councilman and the audience had insulted her. They had only really stopped when Tanya had made her debut. Out of all the royal candidates, she was the one who had actively approached her with respect and constant friendliness. Puck had told her that some of it had been faked, but that she also played that charade with everybody. Tanya appeared like a person who would not easily open up on her true feelings, and who could honestly blame her after what she had been through. Emilia would never admit it to Tanya, but the images she had showed at the royal selection still haunted her nightmares sometimes. She had even been willing to form an alliance and help her with freeing the elves of Elia Forest. Also, Tanya was simply adorable. The urge to hug her had somehow grown over the last week, until she couldn't hold back anymore. She simply had to squeeze her one last time before she made the trip back to the capital. All in all, Tanya and Subaru were shaping up to be the two best friends imaginable. One of them was dependable and the other was approachable. The thought of finally having real friends terrified and excited her in equal measure. What could she do for them so that they wouldn't leave her? How could she properly show her gratitude? What did friends do in their free time? It was all so confusing, but also exhilarating. Sadly, none of them were here at the moment to help her with her current predicament. She was all alone. Again. Peepuck, come out. I am scared. Please. If I offended you somehow. I'll do anything. Please, she begged for the 100th time. Her contracted spirit remained silent. She could feel the connection to him. He was obviously sleeping. But why wasn't he waking up? Why? Suddenly anger overtook her. Everybody was leaving her behind and she had enough of it. If Puck didn't want to answer her then fine. That dunderhead should not complain the next time she refused him sweets, or a belly rub. If she could only rely on herself at the moment, then she would just do it herself. The damned witch cult thought they could make her cower in fright and invade her home. Well then they had thought wrong. They would be the ones begging for their lives, and after everything that they had indirectly put her through, she was not in the mood to grant them their wishes. Her legs hadn't stopped shaking, but instead from fear they were now quivering from anger. When she slowly rose from her hideout in the barricaded room that Ram had locked her in, her eyes had darkened. What once had been a bright shade of purple was now nearly looking like black to an outside observer. Ice began to crawl up the walls of the room and turned the air she was breathing into mist, but she didn't mind. The rapidly dropping temperature escaped her notice altogether. Raising one hand and drawing on the vast power of her elven magic, she shot out 20 large shards of ice that ripped the barricaded door to splinters, and carried on to obliterate the wall on the other side of the hallway. She would not be weak. She would not be powerless. She would not suffer wretched murders in her home any longer. Her shoulders tensing was the only warning before she broke into a sprint that would put most athletes to shame. Due to her elven heritage, she was significantly stronger and faster than the average human. Even without training, she eclipsed almost everybody she had come across in physical power. A fact that she normally made sure to hide careful in order not to unsettle or outright frighten the people around her. They were hostile enough when they thought of her as a weak little girl after all. Corridor after corridor blurred right past her, as she strained her hearing to pick up any sound from the possible intruders. The mansion was eerily silent until her senses picked up rumbling from the floor beneath her. Those pointy ears were not just for show. Instinctively more icicles formed in the air behind her and floated there like a giant halo. The air became unbearably cold for a normal human, and large sheets of ice soon covered every surface in her immediate vicinity. Anybody else would have likely frozen to the floor had they tried to walk where she did, but to Amelia it was not a hindrance at all. Rather, the ice made her even faster, because she could slide on her feet to gain continuously more momentum. Had she been thinking clearly, she would have never attempted such a stunt, but in her boiling fury she ignored all the restrictions and limitations she had set for herself. For that reason she continued to speed up and up along the linear hallway until she created an enormous shield of ice in front of her and simply used it to burst through the wall at its end. Ice and stone exploded into a cloud of debris and deadly shrapnel, but again she paid it no mind. Down the stairwell and to the left, and she arrived at the door where she still heard loud sounds originating from. She was about to pulverize the barrier in her way with her magic when, to her mild surprise, Ram threw it open from the inside and tumbled out of the room. The distraction only lasted for half a second though before her razor-sharp icicles streamed into the room and pierced multiple purple-robed silhouettes, pinning them to the tapestry. REM was still staring at her in shock, and Amelia finally noticed that the maid had blood all over her clothes. Way more than last time she had seen her. Judging from the body parts strewn around the room, it was safe to assume that she had not held in combat. Lady Amelia. Why you here? The Arctic temperatures were causing Ram to violently shiver, and her teeth were loudly chattering against each other. Amelia had to make an active effort, with her fire magic, to melt the ice and raise the temperature, so that the pink-haired maid wouldn't freeze to death. I'm done with hiding. They will regret ever coming here, she growled. Ram shivered again, but not because of the cold. Chapter 40 Conversing with Madness. Tanya had not expected to find one half of the mansion encased in ice. Spikes, more than 20 meters long, were bursting through the walls and roof, and a thin blanket of snow laid on the surrounding area. Another, thankfully smaller part of the building seemed to be on fire if the smoke was anything to go by, and many of the windows in the lower floors were destroyed. The signs of an attack on a comparatively massive scale were so obvious that even a Rusi general couldn't have missed it. Waiting in front of the slowly crumbling manor stood a lanky, green figure surrounded by familiarly dressed cultists. Based on his different attire and his central position, she assumed him to be higher up in the hierarchy. Even though he was a maddened terrorist, the fact that he represented some kind of authority should give him more brain capacity than his drone-like underlings. So maybe he wouldn't immediately attack on sight. It was worth a shot at least. Soon an identical illusion of her floated over to the edge of the forest and hovered in the air above them, while she hid inside a nearby tree. The less distance between her and the illusion, the more convincing her trick would be. But she didn't want to be directly in the line of fire should the cultists possess a super weapon of some kind. Greetings. I have come with peaceful intentions. Her optical clone opened her arms in a non-threatening manner. The green man spun around and showed his sickly pale face to her. His eyes were bloodshot and bulged out of his skull, while his skin stretched too tight over his skull. For some reason he visibly sniffed the air and broke out into uncomfortable laughter. What is this? Could it be? Could it be? A fellow believer in love? Are you the one who was awaited? The madman was talking, and although his words should not be trusted on account of his clearly dysfunctional mental state, it was still a brilliant opportunity to fish for more information. These people were hardly the whole witch-esque cult after all. Wherever the other members hid themselves, she needed more intel to combat them in the future. Denying his ramblings could anger him, which would terminate the conversation, but pretending to be whoever, the one who was awaited, could end equally as bad. Just dodging the question should work fine though. Perhaps. Awaited by whom, should be the question. You have not yet introduced yourself. Of course. How could I be so forgetful, so lacking, so slothful? He began to punch himself so hard that she could hear bones break. Suddenly he stopped his self-mutilation and stood ramrod straight, only to sink into a bow so deep that it couldn't be healthy for his spine. His minions followed suit in perfect unison, as if they were lifeless puppets strung along, which strengthened the theory of them being mindless. I am the Sin Archbishop representing Sloth, Pateljus Romani Conti Desu, *. Disgusting. If there were any doubts that she was speaking with a madman, then they were now out of the window. That crazed gleam in his eyes, as he screamed his own name, couldn't be faked. A maddened fire burned in them, that she remembered all too well from her encounters with Mary Sue. And what, if I may ask, are you doing here in my domain? I have a special interest in this place, you see. What would he want from Amelia or Rosewell? That was the crux of the matter. Ah, my love sent me here. It is the will of the witch that we have met today. Can you not feel it? It was destined to be this way. What a fool. Humans made their own destiny. By entrusting his fate to the jealous, which he robbed himself of control, and evaded responsibility for his actions. That made him not only coward, but also an idiot. Nonetheless, she would need to fish deeper, after that non-answer of his. She raised her hand to her chin, as if deep in thought. Could it be that we are indeed here because of the same thing? Yes. It must be. The ordeal will commence. Now tell me, are you perhaps Pride? The seat has been vacant for some time, you see, and the scent of love clings to you as thickly as it only would to a sin archbishop. Was he insinuating that she had the potential to become a sin archbishop? How dare he? As if she would ever join such a retarded club of lunatics. Especially as the representative of the sin of pride. When did she ever indulge in prideful acts? Yes, she had pride in being a mature human being with a sense of independence and self-worth, but everybody healthy should treat themselves with dignity like that. All of her decisions in her past 2 lives had been aimed at being of optimal service to her employers, or the population at large. Never had she tried to acquire power simply for becoming more powerful, or because she deluded herself into thinking that she was the best possible ruler. She had always just been the least terrible alternative. How dare he call her prideful after everything she had sacrificed? Tanya calmed herself by remembering that Betelgeuse was a madman after all. His words were as nonsensical as they were confusing. Still, it would not be good to underestimate his intellect or ruthlessness. He had become a leader figure among a group of people who were undoubtedly as deranged as him, or else they wouldn't have accepted him as the one in charge. What do you know about the ordeal? I am not sure what exactly you mean by that. You would share your knowledge of love with me, would you? She desperately hoped that she had sounded like one of his cult members, even though she had no clue what love he was talking about. He had mentioned it multiple times, so it had to be important. You don't know. You don't know. How indolent, how ignorant, how slothful. For a moment Tanya feared that she had wasted her opportunity, and would have to kill him before he had depleted his usefulness, but he suddenly ceased his angered flailing. With a strangely empty expression, he began to sway from side to side until he threw his hands into the air, and deceptively softly proclaimed, "But I will be forgiving of your misdeeds this once. The great witch loves us all after all. Yes, you shall be enlightened by her divine intellect so that you may marvel at how genius the plan is that she has laid out for us." His mood swings were so irritating. How anyone would want to work under a boss like him was beyond her. The ordeal is a sacred ritual to decide the worth Satella's next vessel. Only a halfling of elven descent could be the carrier of her glorious form, so I have been diligently seeking them out wherever I can find them, and subjected them to her judgment. If the girl in these walls survives, then that proves that she is the chosen one. If not, then she was obviously a disgusting, worthless, wicked imposter. Can you see it? The simple brilliance of the ordeal. Really, that was the plan. Throw everything he could at Amelia to kill her, and see if she survives in spite of it. Well, to be honest, it kind of reminded her of her own days training her battalion with sustained artillery bombardment, and day-long treks through ice and snow. But in her defense, back then she had been closely watching them to ensure that nobody died, and she had needed a lot of capable soldiers quickly to shield her from enemy bullets. Her recruits had received a proper education beforehand and been repeatedly warned of the dangers that they were about to face. None of them had been surprised, or at least they shouldn't have been. This man was just wasting the lives of most likely civilians who were in no way, shape or form expecting a surprise attack from dozens of highly capable fighters. At the same time, mind you, even a veteran of her caliber would struggle against that, as worrying as the thought was. This moronic ordeal proved absolutely nothing other than civilians were not capable of defeating an overwhelming ambush. Not to mention, what if he succeeded? What if Satella really received a new body? Wouldn't she just destroy the other half of the world? The same world that this idiot was unfortunately living on. The jealous witch would kill him too. At least his delusional screeching had indirectly confirmed that Amelia was still alive. Probably. What a sophisticated plan. Truly, you have been blessed by her that she would share something so refined with you. Yes. You understand. Will you now come down to watch as we? She had no time to squander with his pointless rambling. Her business partner was in imminent danger. No, she said before an enhanced bullet ripped through his skull, leaving a small, red crater in the lawn behind him. It might have been overkill, but she wouldn't want to risk it. For good measure she squeezed off a second shot straight through his heart, which finally toppled the near-headless corpse over. 8 bullets in the magazine left, her subconscious pointed helpfully out. As she evaded the various fire, ice, earth and air projectiles from the cultists below, she wished she had taken her rifle with her. Hopefully her explosive formulas wouldn't overload the small barrel of her sidearm. 4 average explosions later, and her gun was indeed slightly glowing at the very tip. On the side, the ground was now largely cultist and grass-free. Reinforcements would soon arrive, so she would need to make haste. With some luck, the other terrorists in the mansion would come to check on their leader, and she would have enough time to extract Amelia and possibly the maid before she met up with IEM's carriage and retreated to the capital. Rosewall should sort out the rest of this mess. Explosions indoors wouldn't do her any good though, so she holstered her pistol, vainly hoping that the hot metal wouldn't burn the leather, and drew both her cutlass and her knife. Melee was not her speciality, but she was optimistic that her talent would suffice. More power went to her shield to counteract any ambushes in the enclosed spaces, and she was ready to go. Exactly 15 seconds after she had eliminated Patelgeuse, she sped up and smashed through the nearest window. Where was that damned half-elf hiding? Note, *= Desu means apparently, I am, or something similar. I had to look it up, because I never understood that part of his introduction. Chapter 41 Not Giving Up. Where was Amelia? That question got more urgent with every corridor she slaughtered her way through. Hooded figures were streaming out of doors left and right, and threw themselves at her with reckless abandon. They truly had no survival instincts. It was as if they were attempting to slow her down regardless of the cost to themselves. The deeper she ventured into the manor, and the redder her clothes were dyed by the oncoming hordes, the colder everything became. Tanya had to layer multiple temperature conservation and isolation formulas over another to keep herself from freezing. How any cultists moved here without supporting magic was an enigma to her. Another head was parted from its neck and another dagger was reflected to the side when she heard a familiar-sounding scream. Raising her tempo, she sped around the corner to find the 2 people she was looking for. However, they were not in a condition she was hoping them to be. Surrounded by literal mountains of corpses, Ram was laying unconscious in a corner where the frost was suspiciously not crawling into an Amelia. Tanya would have never imagined the half-elf to look so unhinged. Blood was splattered all over her face and white dress, probably staining it forever. Her eyes were filled with equal parts hatred and fear if her shaking limbs were anything to go by. Although that could also be a result of the crippling coldness in the air. Countless smaller and a few greater wounds littered her body. As soon as her wide eyes spotted Tanya, all her energy seemed to vanish, and her posture immediately slumped. "You? Someone came." And with these words she promptly collapsed to the floor, which Tanya bolstered with a lazily conjured barrier formula under the girl's head. It would be pretty frustrating if she made all the effort to rescue her only to lose her business partner at the last moment because she hit her cranium too hard. Mana fatigue had most likely taken its toll on the poor girl due to her expending ludicrous amounts of it to freeze half the mansion. Tanya had to admit she was impressed by how long Amelia had managed to uphold such costly spells, even though at the end here she seemed to be purely running on spite. Her own mana pool would have definitely not been able to accomplish anything remotely similar without relying on the Type 95. Cooling something was harder than making it explode after all. One played against the natural entropy of the world while the other sped it up. Not to mention that controlling a small superheated bubble of metal and air was far easier to handle than a whole field of fluctuating temperatures and moisture levels. Amelia was more gifted than she realized. With some training she would be a fine asset, and someday maybe more. That led to question, where was Puck? Wasn't he a great spirit or something? And contracted to protect Amelia in cases like this? Was he dead? Irrelevant for the moment, although she would have gladly received some assistance with transporting 2 injured girls. She was no medic and dead tired on top. Huffing heavily, she lifted Amelia over her shoulder, careful to check if she had any broken ribs beforehand. Even with several enhancement formulas, the strain on her body was becoming hardly bearable when she gripped Ram by the collar and attempted the same. There was no way she would be able to run, not to mention fly, like that. Even if she had been in optimal condition, that would have been no easy feat, which meant that she would needed to either both distract and delay the witch's cult until REM's carriage arrived, or she would need to kill them before that. 2 seconds was all it took for a decision to form in her enhancement-fueled brain, and she sat down the 2 unconscious girls she was carrying. Going over to a nearby sofa, she attempted to pull it, but the legs were frozen to the floor and subsequently splintered at her forceful tug like paper. Well, that was not really an inconvenience for Tanya. Her living cargo was transferred to the couch, where she did her best to staunch the worst flesh wounds so that they wouldn't immediately die on her. REM's healing would have to do the rest. Afterwards she started pulling the makeshift stretcher along the hallway, which was thankfully pretty easy due to the thin layer of ice everywhere. Hypothermia would kill the girls before blood loss at this point. Clearing cultist bodies from her path with powerful kicks left and right was slowing her down, but she was making good progress in her opinion considering that she had to keep an eye out and a hand free for any stragglers that she had missed. The window to the front lawn, and thus the road to the village, was just a few dozen meters away when a lone figure stepped in front of it. He wore the same unmistakable manic grin as the archbishop she had just killed minutes earlier. Furthermore, he differentiated himself from the other cultists by not wearing a mask as well. Was he a difference in archbishop? Reflexively she drew her pistol and shot, but the bullet seemed to halt mid-air until it all of a sudden exploded. False apostle of her love, we meet again. Do not think you could escape me so easily. You dare to insult her by trying to stop me. How foolish. To let death come in the way of duty would be most slothful. Okay. The guy rambled way too much. Had he already forgotten how she had killed his colleague? This invisible barrier that he was now using was a problem though. Her next response to circumvent the barrier would be to fire above his head and collapse the ceiling, but the building was unstable enough, and she really didn't want to dig her way through tons of stone and wood right now. Retreating down the hallway was also not an option, because of her cargo, so she did the next best thing, and aimed her weapon at the floor. Ice, burnt carpet, wood and marble splinters exploded against her flaring shield formula, while she did her best to get away as far as possible under the cover of the smoke. With haste she dragged the 2 bleeding girls behind her to the next door, and threw it open. Only, one of them couldn't be moved. Perplexed she looked down and saw Ram's foot unnaturally dangling in the air. What, was all she could think before the maid was brutally yanked backwards, out of her grasp. Something formed a tunnel in the dust cloud, but what it was she could not discern. Then the smoke was blown away, as if it was fanned by invisible hands. What was happening? Another 2 precious shots were wasted when they uselessly detonated in mid-air without ever reaching their target. I see. Such conviction, such determination. But at the end you couldn't save your little friend here. The lunatic said as Ram dangled by her ankle in front of him. Do you see that her gift, the power of love, trumps all your pathetic attempts? To try so hard, but ultimately fail. How slothful, he grinned as Ram's entire leg twisted in his invisible grasp. Tanya needed to get out of here fast. The maid had become an unfortunate casualty. Canonomake, where is the colonel? Where is she? Where? The general staff room was in uproar. Worry and tension were written clearly on all faces present. I don't know, sir. Nobody has seen even a glimpse of her since she went to her room in the Ord Hotel, the messenger reported. I want every available mage of her battalion to search of her. Turn the whole city upside down if you have to. But sir, they're already doing that. Our scanners aren't picking up her magical signature, and her personal frequency has been inactive since 47 hours. Of course you aren't going her that way. She is the best soldier in the damn empire. If you can find her that way, then monitor all train stations and airports in the country. She can be staying in the air forever, if she is indeed using magic to hide from us. It's probably too late for that. She could be anywhere at this point. Who knows what she has been up to? The thought of an unsupervised Tanya von Diguchaff gone rogue made Rerigen's stomach churn. Remember the Dacia campaign? She ended the war on that front in one day. In one fucking day. Whatever she has planned cannot be stopped by the likes of us. Yeah? Die Wirtschaft has a nasty habit of delivering uncompromising results. We will only be able to react to her actions afterwards. Only God himself has any chance of beating her in real fights or strategy games. Then maybe we should focus more on what she could be doing right now. I reckon it's a secret mission from the Kaiser. What makes you say that? Oh come on Rarigan. Isn't it obvious? She is loyal as a dog, battle-crazed as a valkyrie and smart as a fox. She is the darling of the Empire, our greatest asset. So much so, that the men have begun calling her the imperial symbol of victory even. She is a one-man army. Of course the Kaiser is gonna send her on a mission he doesn't want us to know about. Who else? If it's more than a few people, then there is a risk that it's going to come out. A secret is only a secret, as long as only one person knows after all. Rudersdorf took a deep, calming drag from his cigar and slowly exhaled the smoke. She just recently got promoted to colonel. Has more medals than fit on her coat, and has shown time and time again that she would sacrifice her own life for our nation. Someone like Die Wirtschaft wouldn't run away and desert in the last few minutes of war. If we being honest, she is basically responsible for ending it in the first place. The Kaiser is only one with higher authority than ourselves, so he must be the one who ordered her to disappear. I can quite disagree, my old friend. Ha! I'm not that old. Of course that would only be the most logical conclusion if we assume that Colonel Die Wirtschaft has gone AWOL voluntarily. You don't mean? Yes, indeed. The colonel has always been remarkable professional and level-headed despite her age. Even if the Kaiser had personally sent her on an urgent mission, she would have left a note to detail her absence. This is completely unlike her. Are you saying she has been abducted? Zeta nodded solemnly. Preposterous. Who could kidnap the white silver? Those Russie dogs and the damned Republicans couldn't do it when they still had thousands to throw at her. How would they manage to accomplish the impossible so deep in enemy territory? They didn't said Rarigan. Huh? Gentlemen, it seems we have a traitor among our troops, he continued gravely. No. The Argent has been betrayed and sold out by one of our own men. Most likely the Unified States have pushed for this, because they are getting desperate, and want to make up for their losses by holding Die Wirtschaft at ransom. They could even try to execute her for supposed war crimes, should we not agree to their conditions in the upcoming peace treaty. Zeta explained. That would be insane. She is just one soldier. Yet at the same time they know that she is much more for us than that. Morale would plummet should we lose our symbol of victory. Maybe the Russie would even try again now that their most feared enemy is no longer able to crush them. As much as pains me to say, we need the Argent until the war is officially over. Rarigan answered while adjusting his glasses. Oh, I think I'm getting a headache. Don't we all? Damn it you monster. Causing me trouble even when you aren't even there, thought Rarigan. Meanwhile the Salamander Kampfgruppe was in a similar state of unrest. Where could she be? Where would the colonel hide? She has probably found a nest of rebels or insurrectionists, and is single-handedly rooting them out. You know how she is. Those poor sods are going to live through hell on earth. Ha! I'm telling you. She's been kidnapped. That doesn't make it better. Yeah but. I don't want to hear it, roared Victoria. Silence, you all. Her voice had an edge to it that instinctively quieted everyone down, who had seen her Mr. Shovel in action. What would the colonel think of us if we were running around like a bunch of headless chickens? She would be disappointed. Everybody shivered. Nobody wanted to disappoint their commander. We have searched every room in the hotel, and have flown over every quadrant of the city. The woods nearby have been combed through by me personally, and no one has picked up even a hint of her magical signature. Many frowned or nodded grimly. That is why we must widen our search. Take provisions for a week and form pairs of 2. Patrol above main streets and cities in a 100-kilometer radius. Stay in frequent contact and keep an eye out for any people that look like her, or show any other sign of suspicious behavior. Just like she taught us. Code Alpha 3766 scatter and observe. Is that clear? Yes, ma'am. Strictly speaking, Victoria had not the ultimate authority to order such maneuvers, but as the Argent's aide and the one person who knew her the most, they accepted her judgment. It wasn't like they didn't want to find their leader as soon as possible after all. Even though they feared her, they also trusted their colonel with their lives. She was the woman who had made them who they were today, the elite of the elite, the best combat mags in history. Don't worry, Tanya, I will find you. Even if it takes my life. For without you I am nothing, vowed Victoria to herself. If she had to rip the whole world apart to get to her love, so be it. Shugel whimpered silently in his bed. The past few days he had been inconsolable. They told him to stop moping and get back to work, to eat and smile, but how could he? The comforting presence at the back of his head was gone. The light of God that had gifted him with divine inspiration was absent. His soul felt like he was being swallowed by darkness, never to return from it. Later historians would link his life-ending depression to the disappearance of the Argent. How right they had been, they would never truly know. Chapter 42 Defeat and Retreat. The sounds of bones crunching and dying screams were still ringing in her ears, as she threw Amelia through the door, and jumped after her. This hasty retreat had obviously been the right decision, as no later than a heartbeat afterwards the door frame was reduced to splinters by the same invisible force that was tearing Ram apart at the moment. Whatever magic the presumed brother of Betelgeuse was using was strong enough to break a human body and stop her bullets. Amelia was still unconscious despite her rough landing on the carpet, so that meant she would be of no use in a fight due to severe mana exhaustion. Overall, Tanya's chances weren't good in the confrontation that would no doubt ensue in a few seconds. Her overworked, overcharged brain was desperately searching for a solution to a problem that she had not the time to even fully describe. If directly attacking the supercultist was not effective, then she just would have to do it indirectly. Had she had a moment to prepare, she could have perhaps initiated a hot enough fire to burn the oxygen in the hallway and suffocate her enemy, but such a death would take too long anyway. Collapsing the building was no option with Amelia directly behind her. A thrown knife had no guarantee to penetrate his invisible shield, even with a mage blade. Suddenly a stray idea from the depth of her subconscious hit her. Years ago she had once discussed it in a theoretical paper about guerrilla warfare as a last resort for undersupplied mags. It was risky and stupid and overall horribly inefficient, but she was desperate. Hastily she fished a spare magazine from her pocket and drew a basic heat array around it. The madman outdoors was spouting some arrogant bullshit, but she had no time to listen as she completed the spell and charged it with as much energy she could muster in a pinch. All that excess mana was held inside a purposely shoddy storage formula that instantly began to rapidly degrade. This was it, an improvised hand grenade. With exert precision, she threw the slowly overheating magazine outside so that it would slide over the floor in the direction of the still babbling cultist. But you can never hide for long from the... Huh? Is that supposed to be a... Boom, thundered the sound of a dozen bullets simultaneously going off in several different directions. One even ricocheted off her own mage shell. Tanya didn't wait to confirm if she had gotten him, but instead reloaded her pistol lightning fast with the last clip she had on her person and pushed the most powerful penetrating formula she could into the next shot. To maximize her potential of hitting him, she aimed for where she calculated his torso to be and fired blindly. Once again desperation led her hand. Faintly she registered that the inside of her mouth tasted of blood, because she pushed herself too hard, but the logical conclusion of that thought was promptly ignored. A basic optic formula reflected the light around the corner and showed, to her immense relief, that she had at least partially succeeded. No one was standing upright in the corridor, which was a good sign. Nonetheless, did she send an illusionary clone out first to check if he was just faking his demise. Only after a few moments of tense waiting did she finally step out into the destroyed hallway to look at her handiwork. She really had not needed to fear a trick from her enemy. As a side effect of her wall-penetrating shot, the flesh in the area where he had been hit had completely been evaporated from the ultra-high temperature beam. Because the fluids inside his body had instantly been vaporized, which had led to his blood vessels expanding and rupturing, he was now a nearly unrecognizable pile of steaming meat. It was genuinely hard to tell his inside and outside apart. Although this technique had been effective at killing Betelgeuse's accomplice, it had also taken up a considerable amount of mana. Wouldn't he last much longer if any more of those super-powered freaks showed up? What a mess. Tanya sighed. Slinging the unresponsive half-elf over her aching shoulder once more, she made her way over to the blown-out window and jumped straight down. If REM had been panicked before, she was now outright catatonic. The emotions she had been feeling from her sister had gradually gotten weaker and weaker, but now they had turned to pure pain and fear before completely cutting off. Her beloved sister was dead. No. She would not think about it. As long as she breathed, she would not give up her only family. There was still hope. She owed to Ram to not write her off as lost. Thanks to her driving the ground dragon ragged, they had finally reached the village, and the sight made her nauseous. Corpses upon corpses of innocent villagers lined the streets. The HL had been violated in the worst ways imaginable. Even the children. REM had never known them well or particularly cared for them, but the horrid sight reminded her of her own past. Burning houses. Whenever she had come here to buy supplies, the elders had smiled at her. The smell of blood from her dying parents. Subaru had gathered all the kids around and they had played a game together. Cries of despair in the starless night. Petra had laughed so much when she caught her. Her sister getting hurt. Now they were all dead. Because she had been too slow. Too weak. Too selfish. She was damned to repeat the sins of her past over and over, it seemed. Again everything had been taken from her, and despite all her growth, she was still powerless to stop it. The shame, the fury, the misery were becoming too much to suppress. Her hands shook from rage, as she finally lost control over her instincts. Hatred and anguish pushed her humanity aside and forced a glowing, white horn out of her forehead. All the mana in the vicinity was sucked in and only further fueled the raging Oni. Like a swirling vortex of vengeance, her mind revolved entirely around violence. Her whole being became a weapon without the capacity for clear thought or compassion. She didn't care anymore that the carriage was threatening to topple over from all the corpses in its way. She didn't care that Subaru was sobbing from somewhere behind her. She didn't care that she was breaking her promise to remain level-headed. All that mattered to her was to punish the villains who had sullied her life with their evil. Nothing could be more important to her than to hear them scream in agony, crush their bones and bathe in their blood. If seen from the right angle, her eyes would have looked like they blazing with crimson light to an outside observer. Subaru had never felt so ill in his life. He thought that he had sunken to the deepest pits of hell before, but as always destiny loved to prove him wrong and subject him to something even more horrible. The first worst moment of his entire existence had been slowly bleeding out in an alleyway after a couple of thugs had robbed him blind. Then the next had been getting tortured by REM in the woods. The one after that had been when he was forced to watch as the mabeasts ripped the village children apart. But none of them came close to the soul-crushing dread he felt upon witnessing the massacre of Earlham village. It was indescribable. No words could do it justice. Bile rose in his throat, and he retched out of the window. Directly the next moment he felt even worse, because he had probably just vomited on a dead person. How much more disrespectful could you get? All his hard work to save them had been meaningless. All the happy hours he had spent with Petra and the others were now a thing of the past. He would be the only one to remember them. Their hopes and dreams had been extinguished before their time. They would never laugh and squeak in joy again when he told them funny stories or showed them magic tricks. Unbeknownst to him, tears had begun to steam down his cheeks. He was far too shocked to register his surroundings anymore. Everything was his fault. If he hadn't been so reckless in using his gate, then he wouldn't need healing and REM, and he would not have left the mansion. He could have been there to save them all. Now it was too late. Too late. But he could prevent it, couldn't he? Bit by bit an ice-cold realization set in. With return by death he could make it as if it never happened. It would be alone his responsibility. Only he would need to suffer. His hope was short-lived, however, as he really thought about it. Would he even be fast enough? They had needed several hours to travel here, and they already went as fast as they could. How could he be even quicker than that? Tanya. Yes, she could fly. She would be able to reach the village in time and evacuate it. She already believed that he had some sort of foresight ability, so she would definitely trust his word. It was the perfect plan. At least the best he could come up with at the moment. Would the villagers believe her though? They had been hesitant to believe him at first too, because he was a stranger at the time. They wouldn't recognize Tanya, and that would cost them precious time. Time they most likely didn't have. Maybe REM could fly with her. She would manage to convince the elders, seeing as she was a trusted employee of their liege. Provided that Tanya would be able to lift her. How much did the Oni girl weigh anyway? Hopefully she wouldn't misinterpret the question. REM, do you? REM. Where are you? The driver's seat was empty. Oh no. Chapter 43 Unexpected Interruption. Despite her taking Amelia's weight into account, the landing on the grass below was a hard one. The front gates were only a stone throw away, and then she would be out of here. Technically, flying towards REM would be the safer alternative compared to walking on the ground, but Tanya was not sure if she could reliably carry Amelia in her state. Should the cultist have hidden snipers in the forest to intercept her retreat, then she would not be able to dodge them while carrying a payload far heavier than herself. Yes, the half-elf was only around 20 centimeters bigger than her, but a lifetime of healthy nutrition made one hell of a difference. Normally that wouldn't be a problem, but Tanya was fatigued and was constantly wasting more mana than she was comfortable with just to lift Amelia. Her shields might be able to tank the damage, but she would not risk the well-being of her business partner after everything she had suffered through today. As soon as she reached the forest, she would be able to hide herself anyway with the use of illusions and other optic formulae. So she wouldn't be at a disadvantage for long. A problem with that, however, were the dark silhouettes seemingly growing out of the ground. How many more witch cultists were there? The strength that they had mustered to attack one person was obscene. In a way it reminded her of the good old days, when allied mags had started similar witch hunts on herself. Only with less success. It almost appeared to become a pattern with these lunatics when the terrorist in the middle stepped forward and took off her hood. There you are. Most shamefully you are disrespecting her gift by stopping the ordeal. Killing my fingers, destroying my vessels. It is unforgivable. The maniac began to bite harshly on her fingers and quickly tore the skin away. She had the same hyper-energetic voice and similar deranged mannerisms to the other two abnormal cultists Tanya had encountered. Could it be? She had spoken about her killing vessels of some sort. What if the first Sin Archbishop she killed hadn't really been dead, but instead transferred his consciousness into different hosts? Back in the Empire she wouldn't even have thought about such a possibility in her wildest dreams, but the magic of this world was pretty ludicrous. Considering that the psycho in the hallway had spoken to her with some degree of familiarity, this theory made startlingly much sense. If Betelgeuse was indeed transferring his mind from one body to the next, how would she be able to kill him in that case? Tanya herself would have always hidden away at least a dozen possible hosts in protected or hard-to-reach locations if she possessed an ability like that. That way her survival would be reassured even against impossible odds. Betelgeuse, on the other hand, was a screeching madman with an unhealthy fixation on the Witch of Envy. He was certainly not a complete idiot, but his rationality was fairly limited. So she made a calculated guess that he wouldn't act on what was the most logical strategy in battle. The way all these hooded cultists had nearly thrown themselves on her blade minutes earlier was the proof of that. His obsession was his greatest weakness, and she intended to exploit it. Combined with his unquenchable desire to monologue, she would stall for time until the perfect moment to attack presented itself. And who are you to say that what she has told you is the truth about the ordeal? Could you ever truly comprehend Envy's plans? No, of course not. Can't you see that we all are playing our part here? She had just indirectly called herself a witch cultist, which disgusted her to no end, but the only person present who could accuse her of treachery was Amelia, who was still knocked out cold. Hopefully Betelgeuse would take the bait and construct the rest of the story in his head without her input. A typical fallacy for untrained minds. No. It can't be. You were a believer all along. What game is this? I will have to consult her wisdom. His host body stuck her arm into her robes and began to search for something. Much to his apparent dissatisfaction, he couldn't find whatever he was looking for. Where is it? Where is my gospel? He grabbed a nearby goon and shook him, as if he knew the answer to his problem. It was quite pathetic in Tanya's opinion, how he blamed his own shortcomings on his staff. Only a bad boss would do something like that instead of looking inwards and searching for self-improvement opportunities. Where is my cherished, treasured, wonderful sign of her love? Where? Betelgeuse had shaken the cultist so hard that his neck broke and he lifelessly fell to the floor. If he already had so little self-control, then riling him up further shouldn't be difficult. Whatever he had lost was probably important. His personal prayer book perhaps. What? Do you have lost your gospel? And you call yourself a sin archbishop? What would she say about that? Judging from the way his vessel's face went pale, and he froze mid-motion, it seemed to have worked. No. No, 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 no. I am unworthy of her love. I have failed her. He screamed so loud that she wondered how he hadn't ruptured the vocal cords of his host. His words soon became incoherent, as he mutilated himself in a sickening fashion. Pieces of flesh, hair and blood were falling around him on the grass. If Tanya hadn't already seen far worse during the war, then she would have had to avert her eyes from the repulsive sight. Instead she used all her known search and detection spells to find out more about the nature of his mysterious invisible force field. He was so distracted that she even dared to use the most obvious to detect ones, because he certainly didn't look like he was running counter-interference at the moment. Bafflingly, all the results she got back were either negative or inconclusive. Either Betelgeuse was a far better mage than she had given him credit for, or he was completely defenseless right now. This continued until he suddenly froze in place and slowly turned his head to the side. There a few dozen meters away laid the remains of his original body, surrounded by body parts and craters from Tanya's first battle on the mansion grounds. Like an animal he fell on all fours and crawled with frightening speed towards the corpse before he exclaimed gleefully. Yes. I have not failed. I still have it. Forgive me, forgive me, forgive me. Excitedly he held a small black book into the air, as if that had been a huge achievement. Honestly, if Betelgeuse went through this whole body switch routine every once in a while, then he should have known that his material possessions didn't carry over. His incompetence was bordering on being XS level. Had it not been for your reminder, a terrible catastrophe would have come over me. You are truly inspiring me with your diligence. How thoughtful. Would you look at that? She had a fan. Her hand twitched over the grip of her pistol reflexively. Let's see. I cannot find anything that foretells of a different plan. Oh no. Had she been exposed so easily? Was he receiving his instructions through this book? Tanya wanted to punch something. Why was the magic of this world so stupid? Nothing here could be taken for granted, because literally anything was possible thanks to lack of common sense in the universal rules. Being X must have designed it that way in order to upset her scientific mind. He would do that, spiteful bastard that he was. All right, time for damage control. Not to disagree with you, but don't you think a secret plan can only be secret as long as nobody knows about it? You have your orders and I have mine. Obviously your gospel wouldn't tell you what mine has told me. Indeed. Then you wouldn't mind showing me yours, would you? Crap. Deflect. Fast. You also haven't shown me yours. Tense silence filled the air and Tanya prepared herself for combat. Ha. How true. Ha 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 ha. I apologize for doubting you. As someone of your rank you obviously wouldn't show your gospel to anybody else. You have proven yourself and I humbly ask for forgiveness for not believing it sooner. Huh? That easy. If she should convince him to let her go, they might even end this conflict without further bloodshed. Like in their first meeting, he nearly bent in half as bowed to her. Welcome, Sin Archbishop representing pride. Tanya would have used the situation to her advantage by further strengthening the narrative, had not suddenly a metal ball on a chain narrowly missed her location. Only precise dodging saved her passive shields from suffering a massive hit. What the hell? Who was? REM. Traitor, shouted the enraged maid. Tanya hadn't even time to wonder what the glowing thing on her forehead was before she had to leap backwards in order to avoid the next strike. Not an easy feat to accomplish with an unconscious half-elf on her back. This whole mess had just become a whole lot more complicated. Chapter 44 Crucial Mistake. Well, her attempted covert operation had failed in the most spectacular fashion possible. By pretending to be a witch cultist in order to escape Betelgeuse and his minions, she had led her own ally to believe that she was actually part of the enemy's faction. How unfortunate. Tanya still supported her initial decision to deceive the Sin Archbishop, for it had been the most logical option at the time. Ideally, she would have avoided facing a numerically superior force in relatively unknown terrain, and a priority target strapped to her back. Not to mention that their leader could apparently revive himself near infinitely, and she was running low on bullets. Now though her plan had backfired, but was not completely unsalvageable. She doubted that she could realistically convince REM of her innocence in a timely manner while simultaneously escaping. Even if she could, she had good reason not to try. In the worst case, REM wouldn't believe her, but Betelgeuse would, and she would need to defend herself against both parties as a result. Seeing as there were far more witch cultists than maids on the battlefield, she would not risk souring her relations with the deranged psychopaths. Still, she could not allow them to kill REM, or that would paint her as an accomplice in their crimes. Tanya could already hear the voice of the judge in her ear asking her why she didn't save her ally if she wasn't actually a criminal. So she needed to find a way to both not blow her cover and keep the madman from killing her. At least until she was out of eyesight. Don't kill her. She is part of the plan. A statement that was made all the more ridiculous when said person was busy slaughtering cult members in droves right in front of their eyes. Huh? Truly? Sadly, I fear that I cannot allow her to further destroy the loyal tools of her will. If they are all dead, they will not be able to serve her. And to not repay her love would be most slothful. Dead workers were the worst kind of worker. It seemed he could realize the worth of his subservient employees after all. Then only immobilize her. I will handle the rest. Hopefully Rosewell would forgive the possible mutilation of one of his servants. Although this unpleasant affair was arguable his fault for not protecting his land properly. He had the duty to make sure that nothing major like a full-blown invasion happened in his domain. A duty he had outrageously neglected by not leaving behind a single guard to care for a royal candidate out in the woods. Honestly, in the Empire, he would have been court-martialed for gross incompetence. Betelgeuse's host body turned sharply to face the rampaging maid and Tanya's sensory formulas went haywire. However, only the motion and pressure-based ones detected anything, but the purely magic-focused ones didn't pick up any signals at all. Tanya had only a few seconds to wonder about the strangeness of whatever he was using before she could see some of the dust particles in the air mysteriously divert their path. The blue-haired maid was truly a ferocious fighter, who moved far faster than a normal unaugmented human could. Her strength and control were also extremely impressive, which she masterfully demonstrated through the use of her Morning Star. Honestly, if the girl had sufficient magical aptitude and switched to a more sensible weapon, then Tanya would have welcomed her with open arms into her personal battalion. Although her anger management perhaps required some work. Nonetheless was she no match for Betelgeuse's strange, somehow non-magical, force field. She was just about to swing down the massive spiked ball on some absolutely deserving cultist's head when she as well as the chain stopped in mid-air. Just like Tanya's bullets had done a couple minutes ago. Tanya's current theory classified his ability as a computationless, chantless projection of an unknown, seemingly not manner-dependent force. The easiest way to imagine it was as if he had invisible arms surrounding him that could shield him and grasp solid objects. They were almost definitely semi-solid, as Betelgeuse could conjure and dismiss them at will. When they were active they presumably connected back to his body, although that could also be a misinterpretation of her extremely limited data. Observing the dirt particles in the wind was hardly the best way to define the outlines of his invisible projection. Regardless of how his ability functioned, she didn't want to make contact with it the same way poor Ram had done. In the likely event that he would make an attempt to grasp her or Amelia with his arms, she needed some sort of smokescreen to make his position visible. Without a smoke grenade. All the stress had made her forget Beatrice's lessons already. Under the many spells that had been mentioned in her books, and Sharmak was ideal for this role. Not only would it reveal his arms, but also blind and disorient him if hit. It was literally perfect. With resolve in her voice she called out to the grinning Betelgeuse, before he could start a new tirade, "Please just knock her out. There is no need to harm her. That would be a waste." She could have sworn he pouted for a moment before his grin returned. A seemingly random jerk of her head ended her struggle, and the maid went limp in his imperceptible grasp. Indeed. Such diligence. Perhaps she has not understood how loved she is. Her diligence could serve our cause well. Tanya resisted the urge to roll her eyes. The lunatic was annoyingly persistent with his platitudes. "Yes. I will take her under my care, and explain to her the truth." After a while even the most stubborn mind must understand reality. She didn't even need to lie. That was exactly what she intended to do. After a good night's sleep, of course. If REM spread misinformation around, then nasty rumors could develop that damaged her reputation. Marvelous. So thoughtful. So attentive. Bringing more souls into her service is a noble goal. So far everything had gone extraordinarily well. REM had shown up not even a minute ago, which meant that the carriage was somewhere nearby. Her escape was almost in arm's reach. "I would appreciate it you could set her down. I am going to handle her from now on." He complied, and Tanya tentatively made her way over to the madman. Even if he believed her to be on his side, she still didn't trust him. Betelgeuse could snap at any moment and decide to kill her for any number of idiotic reasons. Careful not to let her precaution show on her face, she picked the maid up and hefted her over her other shoulder. Her eyes did not leave his position as she slowly backed away towards the front gates. Despite her relaxed smile, she was inwardly shaking from both exertion and anxiety. What could go wrong on the last few meters? "Forgive me, Pride, but you cannot leave with the vessel candidate. Leave the half-elf here." "Shit. Plan B, Betelgeuse." "Oh no. Look over there." He twisted his neck to look where she was pointing, and was promptly turned into a human pinata by her trusty sidearm. Truthfully, Tanya was not even surprised that he fell for the oldest trick in the book. She guessed that carelessness was a side effect of practical immortality. The game was up and deception would no longer work, so she bolted as fast as she could to the exit. Simultaneously, two less than photorealistic illusions rushed out in different directions. They were hastily made and would not hold for long, but their function was only to divert the initial fire of the remaining cultists. Her muscles ached and burned, but she pushed on with as much strength as her enhancement formulas could give her. Mana was being used up fast. Time was running out. Where was the damned carriage? Fireballs and daggers were largely missing her, but a few managed to hit, which consumed more energy than normal, because her shields were already weakened from having to cover two more bodies. The situation was getting direr by the second. "El Sharmak," she almost cried out. Behind her a huge black cloud blocked the line of sight to her pursuers and gave Tanya enough time to reach the gates. There. The coach was rapidly approaching on the road. Soon she could load off her charges and delay the cultists afterwards until they got back to safety. Subaru and her useless guard were sitting on the front seat, and looked appropriately alarmed at the situation. "Nearly there. Everything could still end well. Nearly there. Nearly there. Suddenly from one moment to the next her strange shield was shattered in an instant, and she was thrown through the air. She made an attempt to stabilize herself with a flight spell, but before she got the chance her whole body was gripped tightly by an invisible power. Oh no. Betelgeuse had hidden away more vessels in the woods. She was fucked. You are unworthy of her love. You thought you could so easily deceive me. Wrong. Pain. A scream. Unimaginable pain. Nearly all her bones were crunched at the same time. Only her enhancement formulas allowed her to stay conscious and register that she was fleeing in the direction of the carriage. A hard impact, but she barely noticed. Subaru was saying something that she couldn't understand over the rushing of blood in her ears. A loud ripping sound. More pain. Was she dying? After all this time? This was how her existence would end. Disappointment weighed harder on her mind than the agony of her crushed rib cage and failing internal organs. Fuck you. She whispered with the last air in her collapsed lungs. If she could she would have laughed in being X's stupid face, but she lacked the energy for it. The pain dulled. Her vision dimmed. And Tanya von Digurchaft died. Note, Captain Imaginat, I understand that you hate Rosewall and the witches, but those things take time. I can just kill them when Tanya doesn't even know who they really are. Patience, my friend. Patience. More answers will come over time. And I don't think she can kill either Pandora or Sadella. That is Subaru's job. ULLC, smiley face. Chapter 45, From Zero. Subaru was frozen. It was as if his blood had turned into lead, and his bones into stone. The whole world was spinning uncontrollably around him, and he was stuck in the middle of it, helplessly watching. He had already vowed to himself to reset this loop in order to save the villagers, but he had nonetheless hoped that he could make it out alive. Everything had gone well, not good, but also not too bad. At least he had hope, when he saw Tanya closing the distance between her and the carriage at incredible speeds. Then out of nowhere she had been picked up and crushed. Emilia and REM had both been ripped from her back and dangled in the air like puppets. His mouth was already open in a silent scream, but his despair suffocated any sound that he could have made as Tanya was thrown in his direction, only to hit him full force squarely in the chest. Blood spluttered from her mouth in alarming quantities and painted the right side of his face red, although he barely noticed that. He had to watch in detail how the cerulean energy in her big, expressive eyes dulled and her breathing stopped. His head lifted like he was on autopilot to observe both the two most important people in life being torn to shreds mid-air. Their bodies were twisted and bent in impossible angles. Skin ripped and skeletons broke in the most vile ways. And he did nothing. He could do nothing. Only stare in absolute horror at the man who had stepped onto the dirt pathway and grinned in glee at the mess of flesh and bone he had created. Oi, why are you sitting there so unmoved? Why are you looking so slothful? He could only stare, because he was useless. He couldn't have helped any of them. He had done nothing. No answer, MMMHH. The man besides you was clever enough to at least attempt an escape, futile, as it will be once my loyal fingers capture him. We can leave witnesses after all, you see. Do you understand? Tanya was so much more powerful than him. Beatrice, Puck, REM. They all were so much stronger, so much better than him, and even their efforts had obviously not been enough. What could he do to help? He was utterly useless. Suddenly the man, who had killed the love of his life in front of his eyes, stood mere meters from him and was leaning forwards. How he had managed to cross the distance so quickly did not interest Subaru in the slightest. His eyes still stared unblinking and unseeing forwards. MMMMHHH. Are you so trapped in your own pathetic grief that you cannot bring yourself to act? HMHH. To squander the sacrifice of your compatriots uselessly. How disgusting. The cultists hissed with contempt. He was disgusting, wasn't he? He had no chance to save those he cared about. Not all of them. Because he was a waste of skin. A true good-for-nothing. An absolute piece of shit. Are you blaming yourself for their demise? How strange. Instead of raging and protesting and fighting, you sit here and wallow in your perceived pain. So sad, so weak, so slothful, he yelled directly in Subaru's face. Spittle hit his cheek, but he made no move to clean it. I cannot understand that. However, I know that your very existence is an insult to my diligence that I display every day to service my love. He was a disgrace. I will not suffer your wretched being any longer. Crunch. And Subaru Natsuki died. It's sister, cried a familiar voice. Strange. Tanya had imagined the afterlife differently. Well, to be fair, she had not expected anything to follow her death. Only endless nothingness and oblivion. I can feel her through our connection, and she is afraid. What? What was happening? She could feel the sunlight on her face and a cool breeze blowing over her skin. Everything felt so real. And why was REM here? Of all the people she had to put up with directly after losing her life, it had to be the indirect reason for said loss. Typical. Ram is never afraid. Something terrible must have happened at the mansion. What? Tanya's eyes shot wide open. She remembered those words. They were repeating. Oh no. Had being X trapped her in purgatory, or whatever demented version of hell he had created for her? Was she damned to repeat the last moments of her existence for all eternity? Was this his sick punishment for not being a devoted little puppet to serve his every narcissistic desire? If so, then she would not play to his petty revenge fantasy. Damn it, she cursed. Tanya looked around and saw that all eyes were on her. Crush and her army were watching with barely hidden interest, and Subaru seemed to be in open shock. Again? That was the best you could come up with to torture me, she asked, exasperated. They still stared at her like she was crazy. What? Said REM. Subaru was gazing with strangely empty eyes at her. That hadn't happened before. They were supposed to be just apparitions of her subconscious to reenact her last moments, were they not? Could she be misinterpreting the situation? A terrifying thought wormed its way to the forefront of her mind. What if this was reality? Oh? However, she couldn't possibly prove that. If this was real, then she needed to act accordingly, or else be labeled as a madwoman. After all, this could be a ploy of being X to drive her insane. If this was truly an illusion, then she would need to find a way out, if such an exit even existed. Before that, however, she would need to look like she was playing his stupid little games to lull the bastard into a false sense of security. Either way, she needed to act normal. Did it even matter if this was reality, or not, if she could not distinguish it from the real world? As far as she knew, this whole trip to Ludnica could all be a dream. Better play it safe. I apologize for my outburst. The fight against the white whale has been demanding of me. She had already proven that she was able to make small changes. Why not test how far the limits of this simulation went, if it was one? REM, I have reason to believe that the mansion is under attack by the witch cult. This is a problem too big for us to handle. She turned to Crush. Lady Crush, as a fellow royal candidate for the throne of Ludnica, I hereby formally request your aid in vanquishing the organization known as the witch cult, and to protect the innocence of this country. Margrave Mathis has left his territory, and is unable to protect the people under his care. It is now up to us to stand for order and justice wherever we find it lacking. Know that I will not think ill of you should you refuse, but that I would be overjoyed to receive your assistance. Furthermore, should you be interested in creating an alliance between our camps, and I would be most excited for a conversation on the matter when we return to the capital. The green-haired woman seemed to sink deep into thought and then looked back at her men. We had originally come here to rid the world of one evil. Now that we found it already defeated, I don't think we can return tonight without our blades serving our beloved nation in some other fashion. How could we permit the witch cult to go about their foul deed unpunished? What do you say, my warriors? Do we spill their rotten blood and save our countrymen? Ahoo! Roared her army in unison. Tanya nodded in respect. It had been quite the inspiring speech. She herself had held many similar ones in the past. Although instead of cultists they had slaughtered communists. On foot or on ground dragon back, we will not be fast enough. Follow the road towards Earlham village, and be prepared for possible ambushes. I am going to fly ahead to delay them as long as possible. Let us see if I can change things from last time. What will you do then, being X? I won't play by your rules, asshole. You'll never break me, she thought to herself vengefully. Note, the situation is not what it seems to be, smiley face. Chapter 46 Pressured Actions. Tanya felt refreshed. Well, she was still fatigued, but she felt leagues better than when she had pushed her magic to the limit a couple minutes ago. Now after her fresh restart her energy reserves were not as empty, and as a result she was thinking more clearly. The difference was stark compared to the exhaustion, which had become very noticeable in the last moments before her demise. Her demise. What a weird thought. Being X had promised her that no further reincarnations would be happening after her second death in the Empire. Of course he was a manipulative egomaniac who couldn't be trusted, but he had also never directly lied to her about his intentions. It would be highly unusual for him to openly adapt to change and alter his infallible plans this desperately. So it was logical to assume that she either hadn't in fact died, or everything she saw and felt was not actual reality. Both of which had pretty disturbing implications. Of course he had only talked about reincarnation, and not resurrection, which meant that the cheeky bastard might have pulled an underhanded maneuver based on a wording error. If he simply reversed time, and threw her back into the fray until she believed in his non-existent divinity, then that would not qualify as a new life. This way he wouldn't have to openly admit his fault and accept criticism. Typical. All in all, there were too many improvable possibilities for what her supernatural tormentor could have done with her that it was best to ignore them all for now. Tanya had no intentions of purposefully dying to test her theories, because she would never throw away her most valuable possession so easily for potentially little gain. Her life might suck, but it was all she had. Not to mention that it was unknown at the moment if she could even repeat this phenomenon. Back to the here and now. The wind was whipping through her hair, as she propelled herself forwards with maximum force. Last time, she had been too late to save the villagers by an estimated 3 hours. If she pushed herself to her highest speed, and kept low to the ground, then she would be perhaps just in time to defend some of them. But did she even want that? They were secondary targets at best. She would gain nothing from their survival. Distracting and/or eliminating the cultists long enough for them to evacuate the village and find shelter in the mansion would waste precious time, and was nigh impossible for her to accomplish alone. Their lives were not her responsibility, and it would take considerable effort on her part to intervene, so she could theoretically just let them die and focus on the real VIP of this mission. Except that she had made a contract with Amelia that established a pact of mutual military support in times of crisis. Undoubtedly Rosewall the sly fox would use her supposed inaction to demand compensation for this breach of conduct should it be revealed that she had been able to save the villagers. At least a token effort was required. Damn it. The treaty was supposed to protect her, and indebt the strongest magician of the country to her. Not the other way around. It had only been 1 day since she had signed that stupid piece of paper, and Tanya was regretting it already. Half a lifetime of war had dulled her sense of office politics, it seemed. At least, unlike before, she now had Crush's army as backup, even though they would only show up in a few hours. It was like her first deployment in Norden all over again. She was outnumbered and outgunned by enemies that should logically be more powerful than her with backup that would arrive far too late. Being X would certainly prattle on about some shit involving poetic irony or fate right now. She could make it work. She needed to make it work. She was the Argent. The imperial symbol of victory, as some fools called her. Without the logistics division even her battalion wouldn't have been able to beat back the communist menace. Those brave officers who procured her coffee and bullets were the real heroes. And if she had supposedly been so important, then why had the general staff tried to kill her on every occasion? What a poor publicity sham. Her brain was pumped up on artificial combat drugs and her muscles were taut with tension. Somehow she began to relish the challenge, as the battle high catapulted all her senses into overdrive. It was good to be alive. So good. Those that threatened her well-being would be shown no mercy and be allowed no shelter. They were already dead without them knowing. Betelgeuse was a lunatic and a sadist on top. She would enjoy his suffering. Deception had worked well on him in their past, or should she say future engagements. Now she was informed about his secret abilities and could counter them. If anybody in the village had looked up and been able to discern the face of the small blur in the sky, then they would have immediately lost control over their bladder. The cheek-splitting grin that cut into Tanya's adorable face was like the maw of death itself. Crush was internally cursing and screaming. She had assembled an army to take care of the white whale only to find it already defeated. Then Tanya had apparently identified the thread to the Mathis estate, as which cultists, and openly pressured her into assisting her. How her diminutive, blonde rival had known this information was strange, but Crush's divine protection registered her words as the absolute truth. Had she declined her plea, then she would have lost much respect from her men on top of returning home empty-handed. Refusing assistance was well within her rights, for they both were of equal standing in the royal selection, but it would make her look cowardly and petty. There was simply no other choice, but to agree with Tanya, despite the possible political provocation that invading another's domain with military force could entail. On the other hand, she also felt a little bit thankful for the opportunity to bring glory to her camp. Eliminating the witch's cult was something she had planned for in the future anyways, so doing it now only served to speed things up. Considering that her greatest opponent had slain the white whale nearly on her own, she needed every image boost she could get. Who knew? Maybe she would even show the citizens of Lugnica, with her actions, that she was well capable of defending them where the Margrave and the Amelia camp had failed. Another few votes could make ultimately the difference between winning the throne and barely missing it. Furthermore, Tanya would hopefully feel indebted to her, which she could use to form a temporary alliance between their two camps. Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer, was something she had learned at an early age after all. Secretly, Crush also considered that good relations would do her well in case that Tanya took the throne. She was a far better candidate than either the half-elf or Priscilla. A problem that arose quickly on their journey was that the wagons, with the heavy equipment, were too slow if they wanted to arrive at Margrave Rosewell's mansion before dawn. They had been prepared to hunt a single, massive target, not a group of dangerous criminals. As a consequence, they were ill-prepared and had to leave a couple of men behind. But her warriors were nothing if not adaptable. The old veterans who had volunteered to take revenge on the evil that had plagued their country for as long as they could remember still had the skills to fight cultists drilled into their bones. In a way, nothing had really changed for them. Crush could see that especially her butler Wilhelm was eager for battle. Despite the fact that he had been unable to deliver justice upon the killer of his wife, he was all the more excited to show his gratefulness to Lady de Guerchaf. She would need to carefully observe his behavior in the future, for while she would never assume that he would betray her for one of her enemies, he might accidentally let his judgment of Tanya's character be clouded. Her intuition estimated that the trip would only take 2 more hours until they reached the village that the blue-haired maid had described. Idly she wondered what Tanya was doing right now. Regardless, with her actions today she would bring honor to her name. For Lugnica. Chapter 47, Crushing Evil. The village was in chaos. People were running around screaming in obvious terror, but so far only a dozen or so casualties had occurred. At least that was what she was able to observe in her few seconds flying over the buildings. It was entirely possible that a large number of villagers had been murdered indoors, which she couldn't see, but the witch's cult was not particularly inclined to subtlety and covert warfare. In fact, the most cultists that she could see were standing guard around the whole settlement in a perfect circle formation. Not only was that wasteful, but also incredibly stupid for a multitude of strategic reasons, mainly that one targeted assault could break their ranks. Perhaps they recruited only crazy morons after all. Naturally, where the band of brainless puppets went, their mentally unstable leader was not far. Betelgeuse stood in the middle of the market square and preached about his pseudo-religion, i.e. his obsessive idolatry of the Witch of Envy. His insane nonsense was getting old pretty fast. The cultists were probably only positioned outside to keep the villagers inside and force them to listen to his never-ending yapping. In a way, the situation reminded her of the communists, who compelled their citizens to consume their state-approved media regardless of how harebrained it was. And so rejoice in the knowledge that your sacrifice will greatly please her and strengthen her love for us all. She needed to intervene fast. If she could keep him occupied for long enough, the majority of the civilians could be saved. A more than acceptable outcome in her opinion. Ahem, hello there. Have I been too late for the ordeal? Could you please stop and listen to me first before we begin the fun? She grinned while floating above the Sin Archbishop. Huh? Who are that smell? You are loved. Clearly her love clings thickly to you. Oh, how joyous, how wonderful, how exhilarating. Yes, isn't it fantastic to see each other again, she grinned, her mouth impossibly widening even further. He furrowed his brows and gripped his chin in thought. Pardon me, but I do not recall meeting you. On second thought, I don't even know who you are. Really, Betelgeuse Romane Conti, Sin Archbishop of the Witch's cult representing Sloth. Are you sure about that? She purred while leaning forward. Oh, how slothful of me to forget our acquaintance. How terribly foolish, inconsiderate, ignorant, he screamed. Tanya wondered if he had perhaps been a librarian before becoming a member of the Witch's cult. Because he sure seemed to love enumerating synonyms. Anyways, it was time to move the plan along before he could make up some new brain-dead idea, while beating his own body to death for a supposed failure. How had he called his underlings? Fingers. Could you stop wasting time, please? Call your fingers all here so that I may officially introduce myself to them. We both have a mission after all. He stopped mid-swing, and his eyes grew comically large. Yes, of course. The ordeal must commence. Come here, you useless lot. Don't keep her waiting. Hundreds of robed figures seemed to grow out of the ground in an instant. This kind of coordinated mass teleportation was a very frightening ability. Could they do that everywhere? Was there a range limit? Tanya dearly hoped so. After this whole mess was cleared up, she would never leave the safety of the capital again to avoid such ambushes. If Betelgeuse had a shred more competence, then he could have brought the entire country down in a few years through the use of guerrilla tactics and rapid strike maneuvers. But thankfully he was as mad as Mary Sue. Well, he was even worse in some aspects, but less deranged in others, so it evened itself out. Are these all of your minions? I would hate to repeat myself to them at a later date. Such tardiness would waste much time we do not have. Yes. Obviously. They all are here and listening closely. Now tell us, are you the one who was awaited? He was bouncing up and down in excitement. Glad you asked, IHRHGH. She coughed dramatically before continuing in a weaker voice. Can HRR come closer please? The green madman eagerly called his cultists together so that they were now standing shoulder to shoulder in a big uniform mass of purple and black. Perfect. Am I correct in my assessment that HRGHR? She continued while tilting her head down so that her hair would fall over eyes. How? Asked Betelgeuse, obviously confused. Ahem, you believe in miracles, she spoke barely audible. Of course. The Witch's love for us undeserving sinners is the greatest miracle there is. Nothing can compare to Her Majesty. She sighed. Then be amazed by our Lord's true power. Yes. Show us her love. How blessed we are. He speaks in divine tongues to lead us to victory and cleanse our souls of the infernal taint. His every word is justice and wisdom made manifest. To guide us through the darkness of temptation. Understand. Pure golden light illuminated the surrounding houses despite the day being far from over. Fear the Lord. It was in this moment that Betelgeuse knew he had made a critical error by trusting the blonde, floating person, who had interrupted the ordeal so unexpectedly. For the burden of your sins might be too much to bear. Get or dash. Alvita. Gravity increased by 100-fold on the entire plaza, and stomped every living being into the ground. Flesh practically liquefied as hundreds of cultists turned into red smears on the stone, completely flattened by the sudden increase in gravity. Bones horrifically broke and blood pressed itself into the earth as quickly as possible to escape further downwards. Meanwhile, Tanya's golden gaze feasted on the evidence of God's might in front of her. She hummed contentedly as she analyzed the human puddle with satisfaction. Her savior never failed to amaze her. Absent-mindedly she noticed that something was trying to invade her mind, but the power of God that was pleasantly flowing through her and warming her core was much too strong to allow a heretic entry into this divine servant. Tanya laughed in joy as the mysterious force receded as if burned. What a beautiful day to do the Lord's work. Wait. Ah, damn it. The cursed orb had taken control of her again. Using the disgusting thing twice in a day was taking its toll on her. A check of her mana reserves revealed that she was down to roughly 10%. Had the yin spell she cast not been made more efficient by the use of a computation jewel, she would surely have expended all of it. To further preserve precious energy, she cut off the flight formula she had been using and plummeted a few meters to the ground. This had unfortunately the effect of splattering her in the gooey remains of cultists from head to toe. Or I will need an extra hot bath today. Her feet were wobbly and she nearly tripped over an arm, or at least what she assumed had been an arm, before she could right herself. Everything below her neck was dripping red and sticky. Seldom in her life had she felt so repulsive. She was so distracted by the uncomfortable feeling of being covered in viscera, that she rubbed her face, without thinking, only to realize a second too late, that she had probably just worsened her appearance even further. A curious, and very stupid, kid looked out from behind a barrel he had used to hide, and saw her walking along the street. He did what any normal person in his age group would do and ran away screaming. Tanya just shook her head, and went on the arduous walk towards the mansion. If Betelgeuse had lied for some reason, and had more troops hidden around the area, then they would either flee, which was far too logical for these fanatics, or attack the mansion with everything they got in a last-ditch effort to fulfill their mission. So she needed to check on Amelia, and make sure that everything was all right on her end before she could declare the operation a success. Last time Ram and Amelia had been able to hold off hundreds of attackers for hours without her intervention. Therefore she was not concerned for their safety. But never say that thoroughness was not a staple of the Argent's work ethic. REM anxiously watched the village come into view. Had Tanya really sensed which cultists? How? Highly suspicious. But if she was right, then had she been able to defeat them on her own? Ram was all right as far as she could tell through their emotional bond, which most likely also meant that Lady Amelia was unharmed as well. Her brave sister would never neglect the duty that Lord Rosewall had given her. They were both fine. That was at least what she desperately tried to convince herself. No amount of speculation could have prepared her though for the absolute carnage that they found in the middle of the settlement. The ground was soaked with blood and the remains of purple-hooded corpses were smeared along the ground in such masses that it took her breath away. And in front of it all stood a utterly viscera-drenched Lady Tanya, with a bored look on her face, as if she had just finished airing laundry. What in Shawla's name was happening? Tanya had rolled the barrel she had seen earlier over into the middle of the plaza to sit on and wait. She had chosen the spot in the middle with the least amount of body parts in hopes of not freshly soaking her socks again. Time flew by as she began to doze off until loud noises coming from the main road put her in high alert again. Ah, that must be Crush's army. Well, better late than never. She took a step into the direction of the sounds, but actually slipped this time for real and landed face first in the red mush. Damn it! All her effort of changing into some of Amelia's spare clothes had been for naught. Nonetheless did she decide to continue her walk with as much dignity as she could muster in her gory state to welcome her rival with respect. Multiple riders visibly flinched upon seeing her and her surroundings. Why? Those dead people were witch cultists. Their annihilation was absolutely no loss for society. "AAM monster. Why you are a monster?" a random soldiers cried despite the harsh glare that Crush sent him. What an idiot. You haven't noticed until now, she replied sarcastically. Her tolerance for bullshit today was exhausted beyond belief. It wasn't even funny anymore. Without missing a beat, she asked the most important question right now. Can the ground dragon make the trip back to the capital? I believe not, Lady de Guchaf. I pushed its limits too much today. Great. Simply great. Pinching the bridge of her nose between two fingers, she turned her attention to Crush. Lady Crush, would you be willing to exchange one of your mounts for mine? I would be willing to pay any price as long as it can pull my carriage home before midnight. Yes, of course. There is no need to monetarily compensate me. See it as a sign of goodwill for our upcoming negotiations. Yes? She could bath today. You have my thanks, Lady Crush. Make it happen. And before you ask, your sister and Amelia are fine and perfectly healthy. I will get some sleep in the cabin. Tanya's arms felt like lead as she ripped open the door and hastily shooed the occupants out. Subaru stayed seated, but her two useless bodyguards promptly left the interior. You aren't dead, she noted dully as she identified the guard whose head had been blown off before her recent death. Although the fact that the worthless man had not been killed this time around filled her neither with relief nor disappointment, just indifference. His value as a human resource was astoundingly low. With her last bit of willpower, she thanked Crush for her assistance, despite being ultimately unneeded, and warned her of possible remaining cultists in the woods. She couldn't bring herself to care that she was showing weakness in front of enemies and allies alike, because the hard bench inside the carriage pulled her in like a magnet. The thin padding of the seat became the most luxurious bed on earth for Tanya, as her eyelids drifted shut. Finally, Tanya's dreams were filled with coffee, hot water, and most importantly, peace. Chapter 48 Bloody Peace. Amelia softly whimpered as she begged for Puck to come out of his crystal, only for nothing to happen. Silence. Why wouldn't he answer? He must be resting to preserve his energy in the event that a fight broke out. Yes, surely. Puck would never leave her alone without a good reason. Whatever he was doing inside that crystal was extremely important. Nonetheless, could she not shake the awful feeling that Ram and she were hopelessly outmatched? From what the maid had told her, there had been too many cultists to count. Her contracted spirit was not showing himself, and she had no idea where to find Beatrice. They were all alone. Somebody, please help us. As if her prayers had been answered, a loud knock resounded from the door. Lady Amelia, it is safe. You can come out now. The witch cultists have been dealt with, said a muffled-sounding Ram. What? Really? Yes. Lady Derbynshaft claims to have eliminated them. You mean Tanya, she clarified. Ram had a funny habit of getting the names of guests wrong. She had mispronounced hers wrong at first too, until Rosewall had explained it to her. Amelia pitied the girl. It must be hard to live with such a mental disability. Of course. Who else could I be referring to? Re-I-ite. But, why is she here? I do not know, milady. Perhaps you can ask her yourself as soon as you step outside that room. Okay. The half-elf hastily removed the small barricade blocking the door, and stepped outside. She went down the steps to the entrance hall, and stopped. There stood the dripping figure of Tanya, littered with cuts and covered in gore. Her bright blue eyes stood out even more against her red skin. She looked like she had been through hell and back. Immediately she doubled her speed and rushed to her side, but noticed at the last second that a hug might not be appropriate. Both because of Tanya's potential injuries and the coating of blood that would no doubt stain her dress. By the dragon. Tanya, what happened? Are you all right? Should I heal you? I know I'm not the best, but it would help a little. She trailed off in embarrassment. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Did you get wounded in your battle against the, cultists? Amelia wanted to slap herself for the stupid and insensitive question. Of course she had been wounded by the... No. But then, by whom? Who else had attacked her friend? For some reason the mere thought made her angry. Actually, we encountered the white whale on our journey to the capital. Silence permeated the air. Emilia was speechless. Ram sneezed. Together we were able to defeat the beasts and wanted to continue our trip, but REM sensed a disturbing emotion from you and persuaded me to check up on the mansion. Is that correct, Ram? The maid seemed to be gnashing her teeth before responding yes. I may have been shortly frightened by their fashion style. These cultist robes were of horrendous quality. Emilia was still way too shocked to properly scold her on her screwed-up priorities. Fashion was not important right now. When her mouth finally caught up with her brain, she managed to stammer. The white whale. UKK killed the white whale. Indeed. And it was easier than I expected. Subaru helped me greatly in conceiving a plan. Ram sneezed again. Hopefully she wasn't developing a cold. Afterwards he came to me and expressed his desire to become a knight, and I fully support the idea of his training. If he manages to actually qualify is another matter entirely, but physical exercise and martial drills can be bad for him. Nonetheless, I have no authority to allow him his wish, so you should write Subaru a letter and tell him your opinion. As if. Barusu can barely peel potatoes in the kitchen. He will only endanger himself by swinging a sword. No. Emilia yelled out with an intensity that obviously surprised Ram. Have you already forgotten how he saved REM and the village children last week? How brave he stood against those beasts. Subaru tries so hard for us all and believes in us. Even in me, the mean part of her brain added. Despite the biting self-hatred, a warm feeling spread through her chest. The least we can do is to believe in him and his dreams too. Well spoken. Anyways, said Tanya. I have ended the main force of the threat with a decisive strike. I have eliminated all available cultists in the area that I know about, but some could still be hiding out in the woods. That is why I would advise caution in the next 48 hours and recommend the hiring of a dedicated team of bodyguards for Lady Emilia immediately. I am going to write Lord Mathis on the matter personally, and I expect to find comprehensive security improvements upon my next visit. It is quite disturbing to find another royal candidate, especially my ally, so unprotected. For a Margrave, he sure seems to be stingy with the budget if he can defend his mansion properly. Okay, maybe the last comment had been unnecessary, but the longer she thought about it the angrier she got. To leave Emilia with only a maid as company was not only irresponsible, it was borderline maliciously neglectful. Although if Ram could fight, as well as what Tanya had seen from her sister, then smaller threats were no problem. Still, one person could neither be awake for 24 hours every day, nor could be in Emilia's vicinity to protect her. A specialized team of people with patrol routes and actual weapons would be needed. Ram puffed her cheeks angrily at the perceived insult to her master before she began, with all due respect, but how dare you question Lord Rosewell's plans? He has his reasons for. After enduring Pateljuice so much today, Tanya just couldn't take the condescending palaver that the pink-haired maid was letting loose. Frankly, I do not care for the reasons behind his shortcomings. I made a deal with Lady Emilia, not him, and for that reason her safety is my only concern. Have you seen how many witch cultists were out there? No, but I guessed a few dozen. More like a few hundred. The half-elf gasped and Ram went the slighted shade paler. Miles per hour. Against my amazing strength, there would have surely been no match, she tried to reassure. I doubt it. Among them was a Sin Archbishop, who possessed abilities the likes of which I have never seen before. Your combat prowess might be sensational, but you would not have been able to prevail against him. Tanya left out that even if Ram had been managed to defeat Pateljuice, he could have just found a new body to continue the fight. Oh, yeah. She should probably warn them on the off chance that he had already possessed another vessel. In fact, I am pretty sure I killed him, but you can never be too sure. He might have escaped against all odds, so be vigilant and stay away from any suspicious people. Should you encounter somebody who calls themselves Pateljuice, then run away and hide. You cannot fight him. And you killed all those bad guys and the Archbishop. Alone. Yeah. The flatness of their stares made even Tanya slightly uncomfortable. She decided to backpedal a little bit to not appear too powerful. Screwing their expectations of her up would only do more harm than good in the future. I'm nearly out of mana though. It was pure luck that they were stupid enough to stand all next to each other. Whoever has to clean up that mess has my heartfelt condolences. Emilia was not sure what to make of that statement. Did she even want to know? Wait. If Tanya was nearly out of mana, then she was certainly exhausted. She would need to rest somewhere. Do you want to sleep here? After all the trouble you went through for us, it would only be right if you could relax before traveling again. I'm fine, thanks. I have my own business that I need to take care of in the capital, and Reinhard is surely worried sick by now. Besides, Roswell explicitly told me to leave his home today, and I have no intentions of breaking that promise if not absolutely necessary. The half-elf was dispirited to be refused again. She wanted to do more for the one person who for the first time had given her actual hope for winning the throne, or at least making Ludnica a better place. But I would be more than thankful for some clean spare clothes and a jug of water. Emilia smiled. That was something she could help her out with easily. And before I forget, I kind of stumbled into Lady Carson's army on the way here. They were on the hunt for the white whale, but were a few minutes too late. I requested them to come here as backup in case that I couldn't handle the threat myself. You should not be alarmed when a small contingent of soldiers shows up at the village. Please treat them with respect and perhaps even invite Crush for tea. Who knows, diplomatic relations between her camp and us can only be beneficial. Tea. Now? She didn't feel like drinking tea after she had escaped death today. But she would not falter and bear this burden. Emilia owed it to her people to give her best. Ram, please prepare the tea salon. Tanya is right. We all need to do our best. Goodbye, Tanya. I am going to write you a letter tomorrow. Crush had a bad feeling already when she entered the village. Her ground dragon had been in battle with her before and was used to the smell of blood, but now he was fidgeting and fearfully sniffing the air. Whatever he was smelling must be extremely intense. Her worries were somewhat soothed by the frightened villagers, which were watching her through the windows. That showed that they had not been massacred by the witch's cult at least. Hopefully they wouldn't mistake her for a hostile invader. When the middle of the small settlement came into view, a small oaf escaped her lips despite her usually tight self-control. Corpses. In such quantities that they filled the entire market square. Hundreds of black robes were the only discerning feature to indicate that the puddle of blood and flesh had once consisted of humans. True, these cultists could hardly be called human anymore after what crimes they had committed, but this was maybe going a little too far. In all her years on the battlefield, she hadn't ever seen a spell that could do such a thing. It must have been a single attack like the one Tanya used against Hakuge, because else the victims would have been more dispersed by trying to run away. And in front of the most brutal massacre that Crush had ever the displeasure of witnessing stood Tanya. Equally blooded from head to toe. With a politely bored expression that spoke of total familiarity with such situations. Once again young Tanya had proven her terrific combat prowess, and her scary ability to easily obliterate seemingly insurmountable forces. Such a talent for violence only appeared once a generation, with the exception of the Sword Saint. When Crush became queen, she would definitely need to keep her close. Maybe as a general. No, a bloodthirsty battle maniac would want a more hands-on approach. She couldn't blame her men for thinking of Tanya as some kind of devil. Slaughter incarnate was what she would have called the girl, after having seen what she had done the white whale. Despite her hand sign to stay quiet, Ulruf, one of her more religious followers, called her a monster. Had he no survival instinct? If Tanya wanted, then she could do the same to them all. Or not, as the monster instantly collapsed inside her carriage, obviously exhausted. She wanted a new ground dragon, and how could Crush refuse her? If there was one person in this country who she didn't want to make an enemy out of, then it was this little monster with the backing of the Sword Saint. Any battle against them was doomed to failure. Negotiations for a non-aggression pact couldn't come soon enough. But how? Luckily an opportunity presented itself in form of a pink-haired maid with an offer for tea. The prospect of conversing with Amelia was too good to pass up. This way she would secure her good graces with the devil. Chapter 49 Confession cut short. REM turned her head to watch the small army riding behind her carriage. Most of Lady Carson's men had been ordered to return to the capital with her while only a dozen stayed with their liege. Master Rosewall would hopefully forgive her that she had let these invaders trespass on his land unpunished. The lives of the villagers and her sister were more important than honor in her opinion. Lady Tanya was fast asleep in the carriage with Subaru watching over her. Ram would have certainly objected to leaving a young maiden alone with a fool like Barusu, as she affectionately called him, but Rem knew that he had a far too pure heart to try anything untoward. Her sister generally placed not much trust in her hero, now that she thought about it. Although, despite all her demeaning jokes and insults, she held no real hatred for Subaru, and Rem could sometimes even feel a certain fondness for the boy through their telepathic link. Speaking of Subaru, she had no real time to worry about him until now, but there was definitely something wrong with Hiro. He had suddenly gone silent, and was almost completely unresponsive. From one moment to the other he had changed his whole demeanor, and it frightened her. What pained him so? What could cause her love so much suffering? Lady Tanya had earlier been able to help him when he gotten into a panic episode, which only made Rem slightly jealous. His voice had been too quiet to understand most of the conversation, but she was sure that he had some sort of magical ability he had not told anyone about. Perhaps something similar to her sister's clairvoyance. How else could he have predicted that they would meet the white whale? She hoped with all her heart that she could find a way to ease his suffering. No. She would. He had risked his life for hers, and she would give her own in return if she had to. Ram would be sad, but when she found love the way Rem had, she would understand. For now though, she had to steer the coach and keep an eye out for Lady Carson's men if they tried to stab them in back. Tanya awoke a few hours later groggily, and with aching limbs from the uncomfortable rest on a bench that was normally just used for sitting. Her mana reserves had refilled themselves more than halfway, which officially made her combat ready. Unofficially she felt like shit. She was hungry and covered in dried blood. So it was a more or less usual work day for her. She stretched her stiff joints and rubbed her arms to get the blood flowing before treating herself to a strip of dried meat that she had stowed away in her pocket. Its time out in the open had made it flavorless and hard, but she didn't mind. After all, most of the food at the Eastern Front had been worse. Only when she had thoroughly cleaned her teeth from leftover meat did she look over at her companion inside the cabin, who was blankly staring at his lap. She frowned. Subaru, what is it? Why are you looking so down? I defeated the witch's cultists. Amelia and Ram are safe for now. Everything is going fine. You weren't this gloomy the last time. Oops. Tanya wanted to slap herself for letting that piece of information slip. Her time loop had given her much information about this world and raised many more questions. She wasn't even sure if she was not just hallucinating all of this right now. He looked up at her, but his eyes were clouded in a way that reminded her of that one young officer at the Rhine front who broke down after 2 months of service and hung himself in the crew quarters. While most people would describe that as tragic, she had only contempt for that waste of a man. Instead of dealing with his emotional problems in a mature way, he had sought the easy way out. At least he could have led a suicide charge at the Francois trenches and serve his fatherland with his last moments. Then she wouldn't have had to write a letter to his family detailing his end in a suitably tactful and discreet manner. It had cost her a good night's sleep, and that was more than his miserable existence had been worth. What could have broken Subaru to the core? Which recent event could have traumatized him so much? Tanya replayed the incidents of the last few hours in her head. The fight with the whales. The ambush on the road. Her meeting with Pateljuice. How he killed her and probably her allies as well. Wait a minute. Subaru had talked about dying a few days ago. In his vision, before her battle against the white whales, he had also only managed to foresee events until the point of his demise. He possessed knowledge he should not have access to and was a newcomer to this world just like her. He had never directly confirmed the specifics of his strange ability to see the future, but the theory that began to form in her head seemed the most likely. Occam's razor said that the simplest answer was the most likely one. The coincidences were just too great. Subaru almost certainly possessed the capability of rewinding time in case of his death. Just like she had done. If this was a reliable skill, and not a one-time phenomenon, then that made him potentially the most dangerous person in this world for Tanya. A potential enemy, who could break time itself and discover all her future plans, was an insurmountable obstacle. So it was now more important than ever to keep him close and forge a positive relationship with the boy. Despite all the trouble the irresponsible Margrave had put her in, she was thankful to have made an alliance with the Amelia camp so soon. Nonetheless, did Tanya need to confirm if her theory was correct before she could begin with making strategies to counter Subaru's reset? Should she just ask him? If Subaru hadn't he already figured out that she shared his gift, curse, by her different behavior compared to the last loop, then he discover it with time. The longer she waited to admit her own powers, the less probable it was that he would trust her after that. Most humans were irrational enough to misinterpret the withholding of information as a sign of disdain or ill intent. Giving away info that he maybe already knew would serve to make her appear more honest and open without costing her anything. And more importantly, by dictating the terms of their conversation, she would remain in control and dissuade him from spreading her secrets uncontrollably. She raised a sound-suppressant barrier inside the cabin with a stray thought before yelling. Subaru. Focus on me. When his eyes stayed unfocused, she reacted instinctively and slapped him. Hard. Why? He muttered, dumbfounded. The light was returning to his eyes at the very least. Subaru. I need you to listen to me closely. She leaned forward and looked him deep into the eyes. Have you ever died and returned to a point in time before that? What? How? While that was not really an answer, it confirmed her suspicions. You did. I know that because it happened to me too just a few hours ago. But I can return by death, he yelled at the top of his lungs. Tanya was glad she had magically soundproofed the carriage before this conversation. Else the Blue Maid and her useless bodyguards would now be privy to strategic information of immeasurable value. Subaru seemed to wait for something as he looked around him. Strange. She would ask later. Yes. Tanya tried her best, empathetic voice paired with the saddest smile she could muster. It must have been hard to carry such a burden. All alone, right? You could not tell anybody about this, am I correct? Tears were welling up in his eyes and he wordlessly shook his head. Good. This knowledge needed to be kept secret lest the whole world would be gunning for their heads. Turning back time was a boon greater than all riches of the earth, and a weapon deadlier than a nuclear missile in the right hands. Naturally, she intended for those hands to be only her own. She herself was the only one that she could trust with this power. It was for the best of both her and the boy if no living soul ever caught wind of this. I only experienced coming back to life once, she lied smoothly, so I can say I know how terrible it must have been for you, but I am always willing to listen. Together we can maybe dash. Suddenly the coach stopped moving. The sound-suppressing barrier worked both ways, so she had no idea what was going on outside. She smiled apologetically at Subaru and motioned that they would continue their exchange later. When she dispersed her formula and stretched her neck to look out the window, she saw a tall man clad in white robes standing in the middle of the road. REM was shouting, "Move! Step aside or we will make you." Hey, hey, hey. There is no need for hostilities. I am just a traveler upon the road. Are you usually this insensitive to peaceful innocents you come across? Replied the stranger. No, but you are blocking our way. We are traveling urgently. Yes, I am too. Do I not have the same right as you to traverse this road? Are you denying my right for a nice summer stroll? My right to move freely through this supposed free country. Do you truly call me less than a human being by denying me the simplest rights? The weirdly white man continued to ramble on, and Tanya lost her patience. On some level she could appreciate even the citizens standing up for their rights, but this was too much. The needs of the many outweighed that of the few. He was holding up their journey for no good reason, because he wouldn't move despite being able to without effort. A quick look behind her confirmed that Crush's warriors were watching, so she would have to solve the issue peacefully. I am deeply sorry to interrupt you, good sir, but I fear you might be misconstrue our intentions. We meant no slight against your person, but simply wanted to convey to you that we cannot move ourselves, so it would be prudent if you could vacate the street, allowing us both to go our merry way. Her stilted way of speaking had been chosen to communicate with the obvious lawyer more seamlessly. The man knew his rights and would hopefully adhere to common logic. While it was indeed rude to interrupt me, I forgive you this once for being relatively courteous. He did not move. Then would you kindly step to the side? Your time is surely as precious as ours. This time, she couldn't fully hide the annoyance in her tone. Yes, my time is most sacred and valuable, but I have not only come here for a walk. I am on a mission of the utmost importance. I would not have left my home and my wonderful wives for anything less. You wouldn't happen to be Tanya von de Guerchaff, would you? Instantly she was on high alert. Was this a trap? An assassination attempt? A messenger? Why, yes. And what would you do if I were this person? She asked, appearing totally unconcerned on the outside while reading a dozen combat formulae in her head. Oh, well. I do not think your likes deserve to hear this, but I am a most generous person, and will let you partake in the honor of knowing my name. I am Regulus Corneas, Sin Archbishop of the Witches' cult representing greed. Oh fuck this. Not again. Chapter 50 Generous Fate. Astonishingly, REM reacted before Tanya could, and through her morning star. Where did she hide that? At the Sin Archbishop. Tanya stalled her shot to observe what the man in white would do. Betelgeuse had an invisible force field that could block her bullets and rip people to shreds. Did Regulus have the same? The spiked ball of REM's weapon closed in at blinding speeds, but to Tanya it looked like slow motion. Her target made no sign to dodge, or acted startled in the slightest. Had she overestimated his abilities? Then the heavy steel orb impacted him, with the force of a train, only to bounce off like it had hit a wall of stone instead of flesh. Not even his clothes appeared rumpled by the attack. What? There had been no shield to block that throw. Tanya's magically enhanced eyesight had catalogued every detail of the collision, and she knew that the weapon had not missed by even a millimeter. Was he invincible? Hopefully that was only temporary. It looked like her theory was being tested by REM, who swung her morning star again and again, hitting Regulus each time, but failing to damage him at all. She studied his facial expressions carefully in search of any indication of fatigue or effort that could mark the limits of his invulnerability. Instead she saw only boredom and annoyance. Finally he sighed, and with one lazy hand movement the Sin Archbishop swatted the chain away, which broke the thick steel apart like it had been porcelain. Hey! Stop this! I am a reasonable and collected person who despises senseless violence, but if you keep this up you are giving me no choice but to retaliate. He scolded the blue-haired girl like one would do to a naughty child. Physical attacks obviously had no effect on him. Had he some kind of magic spell to deflect any and all projectiles? Or was he just generally impenetrable? Was the super strength part of his ability, or something different? So many unknowns. Close range could perhaps be more effective to find a weak point, but she would certainly not risk coming closer to the terrorist. With some effort she could maybe create a ring of fire around him to cook him alive while depriving him of oxygen, but with all the people in close vicinity, that would only end in disaster. Peacefully de-escalating this situation, just like she had done with Betelgeuse, was the best option. So far Regulus seemed relatively reasonable and calm after all. He was at least leagues better than that complete maniac Betelgeuse. If she could get him to go on another long tangent, then that would buy her time to further scheme. REM, stop this at once. You can do nothing to him. He is invincible, she ordered while stepping outside the carriage. At first she didn't appear to register Tanya's words as she swung the remaining chain of her Morningstar wildly, but after a few seconds she huffed and reluctantly halted her assault. "Mr. Cornelius, forgive us. We just had a run-in with another Sin Archbishop recently, and that ended rather unpleasantly, as you can see." She pointed at her blood-encrusted torso. Tanya consciously omitted the fact that she had most likely killed Sloth and all of his followers. As a fellow member of the witch's cult, he would not react well to the news that she had eliminated his co-worker. Those fools can't do anything right. Pathetic as usual, but I am neither petty nor merciless, as I am completely satisfied with my life. Indeed, I am the most satisfied existence there ever was. So I forgive your fruitless attempts at harming me and come to the point. My time is not limited, because I am immortal and perfect and will persist long, after all you far less satisfied lives have faded away. Nonetheless do I like to spend my precious, irreplaceable time in the comfort of my own home, for I have no real requirement to venture outside. I am completely satisfied after all, and the world holds no wonders that could even compare to my own greatness. Damn, if he had not introduced himself as the representative of greed, then Tanya would have thought that he was the Sin Archbishop of Pride. Regulus liked to hear himself talk way too much and boasted his ego with the casualness of someone telling facts about the weather. It was quite repulsive how someone could be so full of themselves. In a way it reminded her of Priscilla, who believed herself to be a goddess walking amongst mortals, but she had the decency to endlessly talk about her assumed perfectness. Tanya could respect her self-confidence at least, where Regulus seemed to try painfully to convince his audience that he was in fact awesome. A symptom of a fragile ego, not of untouchable superiority. Tanya used his egotistical posturing and replaced her position with an illusionary clone in a quick moment of distraction. She slipped away behind the coach unnoticed, her footsteps silenced by another spell. But enough of that. I have come here to hand you this crystal, which allegedly is of grave importance for the future. I seldom consult my gospel, because I am already satisfied with my life, as any good human being should be, but fate was oddly insistent that you must receive this trinket. He held up a necklace with a diamond-shaped, golden gemstone hanging from it. Luckily for you I was in the area and could deliver it to you quickly. Is that not convenient? Is that not nice? As I am perfectly content with how I am, and what I possess, I naturally have no need to help others. Yet I went out of my way to provide you with this artifact which holds no value to me. And what do I receive in return? I am attacked, belittled, insulted and looked down upon. Not wanting to interrupt him lest he would become angry, Tanya loudly cleared her throat and raised the hand of her illusion. She needed to stop his rant before he could talk himself into a fit of rage and become even more mentally unstable. It did little to quell his angry tirade, but the clone diverted his attention for long enough so that she had time to get into his blind spot and take to the air. Most humans made the critical mistake of never bothering to look up more than 45 degrees, and the Sin Archbishop was no exception. Evolution had not conditioned them yet to look out for the ultimate predator of the air, combat mags. The misfortune and injustice I have to suffer on a daily basis is absolutely abhorrent. I give and give and give to this world and only earn scorn and disrespect. A less kind-hearted and generous man would have destroyed you all. You do not know how easy for me it would be to turn you to dust, but I held back. Even though you deserve punishment for attacking a peace-loving, polite and perfectly reasonable individual like myself, I will temper justice with mercy today. Tanya couldn't help but scoff quietly. What had he expected when he introduced himself as an enemy of the state and leader of possibly the most hated criminal organization on the planet? Regulus gestured at her decoy. Honestly, if I hadn't wanted to confirm if you were a suitable candidate to become my 11th wife, after the spot had recently been vacated, then I would not have bothered to walk all the way out here. Wife? He wanted to take her as his wife. She was 17, for crying out loud. Was he a disgusting lecher like that thrice-damned pervert Loria? Her trigger finger twitched erratically, and she bared her teeth at the loathed memory. The other candidates were all disappointments so far. Well, maybe the half-elf could be different. Her beauty is rumored to be extraordinary. You on the other hand are unfortunately also not what I am looking for. You must feel terrible right now, but do not worry. In a few years your body will certainly have developed and you will be welcome to seek out my judgment again. She wanted to strangle that bastard. As if. Now I have to get going. My lovely wives are waiting for me, and I have missed their company for too long already. Take the crystal and I can leave. Tanya forcefully calmed herself down and projected her voice through her illusion to command one of her bodyguards to come and pick the item up. Her decoy could not interact with solid matter, and she had no intention of coming close to that lunatic. Not to mention the very real chance that the crystal was cursed or was another trap of some kind that could be dangerous to her. The guard on the other hand was expendable, and would not be missed by her should Regulus decide to turn him into minced meat. He was too scared to move though. A gentle burn from an invisible heat ray formula, basically an overpowered laser normally used to start campfires, broke him out of his frightened stupor, and sent him on his way. Every step towards the impatiently waiting Regulus made the man quiver in fear like he was approaching certain doom. An understandable reaction in Tanya's eyes, but his low self-control showed his lacking training. With trembling fingers he grasped the necklace and sprinted back to the carriage. Everybody watching let out a sigh of relief. Good enough, I guess. If you will excuse me, I will be going now. Not that I would need an excuse, but in contrast to you I am polite. The Sin Archbishop turned around and began to walk away at a leisurely pace without a care in the world. His back was wide open for an ambush, but his apparent invulnerability proved that he had no need to be cautious in this situation. "We can't let him get away," yelled one of Crush's soldiers. Many agreed loudly. Surprisingly, REM stepped in. "Fools. We can't do anything against him. We are Knights of Lugnica. We cannot let evildoers go unpunished," he replied. "You are going to get killed. Think of what your lady would say to that." Tanya's opinion of the maid was rising. Overall she had very good head on her shoulders. Sadly the shouting idiot wasn't he half as sharp and recklessly charged forward on his ground dragon. Chapter 51 Administering Punishment. From her position high up in the air Tanya had a perfect overview over the ensuing scene. The suicidal Morin dashed towards the retreating Regulus and swung his sword. Her mental enhancement allowed her to take in every miserable detail of his disastrous assault and think carefully about the disaster unfolding below her. Should she shoot the guy before he could agitate the Sin Archbishop? Would the sacrifice of one fool be enough to save the rest from the wrath of an invulnerable terrorist? Perhaps she could only incapacitate his ground dragon, but there was no guarantee that he wouldn't continue his chase on foot. Maybe timing two explosions left and right of him to hit him with a concussive blast would knock him out. No. There was no time for risky, peaceful options that would also compromise her strategic position in case of a retaliatory assault by Regulus. No one had noticed her up here yet, most likely because they had been too occupied with the Sin Archbishop. It would be irrational to give away her element of surprise and draw attention to her easy escape route should things turn south. She had to make a decision within the next 2 seconds. Either she killed the man, or hoped that Regulus would just ignore him until he lost interest. Tanya had confidence in her ability to evade his attacks in the air, but REM, Subaru, and the others did not have that luxury. If the representative of greed was actually invincible, then their chances of survival were low. Subaru could apparently revive after being killed, but neither of them knew the exact limits of that ability. For all she knew it could have a limited number of uses, or was only effective under special conditions. Losing him was unacceptable. But shooting one of her rival soldiers, even if to prevent unnecessary bloodshed, would also end in a political scandal. Crush would most likely not be amused by the act of Tanya killing or severely injuring one of her men regardless of the reasoning. If worst came to worst, even a civil war could break out. Tanya still remembered that fateful day clearly when the Legedonian Entente had chosen to only invade a few square kilometers of land, and it ended in a war with millions of casualties. Damned if she did and damned if she didn't. Time was ticking and her options were narrowing by the second. Well. She had to do something. To just wait and stay passive would be the height of imprudence. Her illusionary clone shouted as loud as her ranged voice amplification spell allowed it. Regulus, watch out. She had made her decision. The weirdly white man, seriously what was up with the hair colors in this world, turned around with painfully slow movements, and promptly received a blade to the face. Any other human would have at least attempted to dodge, or would have been shocked by the imminent danger. He just blinked unimpressed and took it head-on. The resounding snap of his swing had rather painful consequences for the attacker, considering his arm seemed to have been dislocated at minimum. Nothing else could have been expected from basically striking a brick wall at full speed. Well, at least that proved that the invulnerability of the Sin Archbishop was not limited to ranged weaponry. Why are you unlawfully attacking me? I have done you no harm, and you nonetheless decided to harass me. That violates my right for peace and quiet. Tanya wanted to scream in frustration when she saw the idiotic knight turn his mount around and try again with his useless sword to inflict damage upon his target. I take my rights very seriously, because they indicate what I deserve as the perfect existence. There you failed again. What are you hoping to accomplish? Instead of taking an example from my politeness and cultural refinement, you act like an animal. Indeed, your pathetic existence is not worthy of being called human at all. I shall end you like the beast you are. He kicked the ground forcefully and sent a few barely visible stones and dirt particles in the direction of the knight. Tanya had no time to wonder what the purpose of that maneuver was, because instead of dropping after a few meters, the projectiles continued their trajectory and perforated the ground dragon. Yes, perforated. She had to blink and up the power on her optical spell to take in all the details. What should have been a few harmless pebbles and earth crumbs had entered the body of the beast without resistance and exited it at the same angle on the other side. What the hell? How? Her danger rating for Regulus jumped up from highly dangerous to avoid at all costs, or be damned. The skewered animal shrieked before toppling over dead, no doubt succumbing to its internal bleeding within moments. Its rider also let out a shrill cry of anguish for the first time in their battle, as he slipped from the back of his now-deceased mount. She did not need to look closer to notice that one of his legs had nearly been severed at the thigh and the other was missing chunks at his calf. Major blood vessels had been perforated, and without immediate treatment H would lose a lethal amount of blood. Not that she would step in to save the suicidal prick. He had brought this punishment upon himself. Be silent. You have the nerve to further inconvenience me with your noises. Does your greedy selfishness know no bounds? Whoring for attention like that. Although dying while being berated by that narcissist Regulus was perhaps too much of a punishment. Tanya knew she wouldn't want to meet her end like that at least. She carefully scanned the ranks of Crush's other soldiers, and found many faces contorted by pity or righteous anger. Hopefully they had learned their lesson from the failure of their comrade, and would not pointlessly throw their lives. "No!" yelled an old man, whose most defining feature was his goatee, ready to come to the rescue of the bleeding and crying imbecile on the ground. His fellow soldiers had the wisdom to try and hold him back, but they were not fast enough to stop him. All their yelling and frantic attempts to grab him proved for naught, as he jumped from the back of his steed and sailed through the air in a surprising feat of athleticism. Tanya thought it a shame that such a capable human resource was about to be wasted. The Sin Archbishop was still disdainfully looking at the downed man, and was about to raise his immaculate white shoes for another kick aimed to end the annoyance before him when his leg was tackled and gripped tightly by the newcomer. He stared down at him for a full second before shaking it to remove the pest cling to him. What is the meaning of this? Why do you dirty my robes with your unwashed hands? Can you not see that I am busy at the moment? That is a direct infringement on my right for personal space. Show some respect. Never, you monster, he roared back. How dare you, seethed Regulus and seemed to push the air in front of him away with his left hand. The normally invisible gas rippled and shot downwards, bisecting the knight clutching his leg. Idly, Tanya noted that not a single drop of blood stained Greed's clothes. Calling me a monster is laughable. Like dogs were you barking and throwing yourself at me. Not even death could stop Regulus from lecturing you, it seemed. Another half-hearted kick completely obliterated that shaking warrior, who had caused this entire ruckus. Regulus turned to face the crowd and raised his leg again, making everybody present flinch in terror. She needed to intervene quickly. They are not my men. I have no control over their action and distance myself from their shameful behavior. Please, Sir Corneas, do not associate our little group with Lady Carson's servants. I cannot speak for them, but I believe they were simply overwhelmed by your power and lashed out in the only way their simple minds knew how to react, with anger. They were not raised to be as considerate as I and my companions. She threw them under the proverbial bus to save her skin. So what? These idiots had it coming. Is that so? I am most kind and merciful, but even my patience has its limits. Their lesser intellects might have driven them to commit this madness, but that does not excuse their actions. They will learn not to assault innocent travelers in the future. And with these words he swung his hand down in a horizontal slash. Chapter 52 Surprise Visit. 8 people died and 14 more were wounded by the blade of hardened air. Energy. Tanya was not sure what Regulus had used, but she had seen how it had cut through the mage shield of her illusionary clone like smoke, and that scared her. Invincibility, as well as impossibly powerful ranged attacks. No, thank you very much. She would attempt to stay as far away as she could from that monster for the rest of her life. Fear was a natural reaction of the body that had kept her alive many times. Of course she did not let her emotions control her actions, but on occasion she let them guide her. Right now she had the feeling that if she ever crossed paths with that man again, and it came to a confrontation, she would die. Her rational brain agreed to this assessment. To their collective luck, Regulus became bored again, and decided to leave, which no foolish knight objected this time. He simply walked off from where he came before suddenly leaping incredibly high into the sky and disappearing in the clouds. Tanya, as the logical person that she was, immediately jumped into action and treated the injured to the best of her abilities. She was no healer, but her first aid measures were sufficient to buy IEM enough time until she could properly close the wounds with her water magic. Some of the soldiers knew such spells as well and further helped speed the process along. The carriage was repurposed to serve as a temporary hearse, which meant that Subaru needed to sit behind another man on a ground dragon. A decision which obviously caused REM dismay, but otherwise the coach would have become too heavy, and they were already slowed down by the many wounded who could not ride very fast unless they wanted to aggravate their injuries. So damn slow. Tanya, though, as she flew far over the convoy. After years of flying at speeds only comparable to sports cars on the ground, movement seemed like such a chore. At this tempo, they would not reach the capital before midnight. All of a sudden she spotted someone running in their direction with great speed. Please don't be another sin, Archbishop. Being X. I even swear to curse you name slightly less next time we meet if you grant me this small mercy. When she could finally make out the features of the rapidly approaching person, she sighed in relief. It was Reinhard. Hadn't she told Crush to send a messenger to the Astria estate to announce her late return? Had the Duchess ultimately ignored her request? Had Reinhard perhaps misinterpreted the message? Or? Now she remembered. That hadn't happened in this life. Tanya had totally forgotten about asking Crush for that favor the second time around, because of how urgent it had been to eliminate the Sin Archbishop of Sloth. Damn it. Never before did she have to deal with time travel before. She descended in front of him and casually waved at him while he kept running with unhuman speed. Oh hello, Reinhard. Am I that late for you to come all the way out here? I was simply concerned and decided to quickly check on you, milady. It is good to see you again, but forgive the question, why are you covered in blood? Are you all right? He asked, slightly alarmed. A reasonable reaction, she supposed. Nothing to worry about, my knight. None of it is my own. Then who else is it? Please do not tell me. Did the negotiations go that poorly? No, she hastily interjected before he could get the wrong ideas. In fact, both the Margrave and Lady Amelia were surprisingly cooperative. We set the terms for an official alliance yesterday that will hopefully benefit us, as well as the people of Lugnica. Tanya decided to make the plan to save her skin sound more altruistic than it really was. Reinhard was a royal knight of Lugnica, after all, and had sworn to protect the state above all else. A bit more focus on the social aspect of her work couldn't hurt. It was not like she was lying either. More peaceful cooperation would not negatively influence the populace. Milady, is the reason for your state of dress the same that kept you occupied for so long? Yes. You see, Lord Rosewell's maid and our coach driver, had a vision of sorts that led me to believe that the Mathers estate could be under attack. I am deeply sorry to interrupt you, Lady Tanya, but why would REM be the one to drive you home? Whatever happened to the coachman who arrived yesterday? I do not see him among this troop. Well, he never arrived. I suspect that he fell prey to the white whale. The white whale, he flinched back. Was even the sword saint scared of these beasts? They hadn't been that hard to kill, honestly. Mary Sue had been way tougher. Although you could make the point that comparing an animal and a human was unfair, in Tanya's opinion Mary had behaved more like a rabid dog than a human being capable of higher thought. Indeed. We actually encountered it on our journey. You what? He nearly screamed wide-eyed, his knightly composure abandoned momentarily. Yes. Together with Subaru I devised a plan to lure it away from our carriage, but I ultimately ended up killing the monster. Well, actually there were 3 of them, so there might be more out there, but I doubt that, seeing as Hakuge has not been reported to appear at multiple locations simultaneously, right? Milady. Reinhard seemed to be at a loss for words. I would be very thankful if you could send a team of butchers with a cart out there to recover its head. It would make for a great trophy to impress the nobles. Of course, Lady Tanya. I know that you speak the truth, but to believe that such a great terror has been slain by you. He trailed off into a barely audible whisper, even after the last sword saint was not able to. Did he have cramps? For a moment he looked to be in pain. Suddenly he bowed deeply. House Astria thanks you on the behalf of the Dragon Kingdom of Lugnica. With your permission I shall deliver this fantastic news to the Sage Council, so that the whole world may hear of this miracle. I am humbled that my mistress has already carved her name into legend a week after the start of the royal selection. Tanya smiled awkwardly and tried to roll with the punches. To refuse him would be disrespectful, but actually she did not want to become famous this early on in the game. That would paint a huge target on her back. Oh well. She could also use the ensuing popularity to her advantage, and get ahead of everybody in the royal selection before it even really begun. I accept your gratitude, my knight, but I could not have accomplished this great feat alone. Lady Amelia's servant Subaru has been most helpful when we were making plans to defeat the whales. Due to his low status it would not be good if he were to be recognized publicly, but it would only be proper if you would mention in him your report to the council. He strives to become a knight one day, and with some initial training I am sure he could achieve his goal. Most certainly, he nodded. Upon the field, after I had already ended the beasts, I came across Lady Crush's soldiers, who were led by her there for the same purpose. Then where is she? The red-haired knight gasped and looked down at her viscera-covered clothes. No. Again, not what you are thinking. Honestly, what are you assuming me to be? Some kind of twisted murderer. I would never think of you like that, milady. Please forgive me for the misunderstanding. I meant no insult to you, Lady Tanya. I am extremely sorry for the perceived insult, he bowed again. It's all right, Reinhard. Anyways, as I was saying earlier, REM had a vision and I flew back to the Mathers domain only to find it under attack from the witch's cult. The Sin Archbishop of Sloth attempted to conduct a barbaric ritual of some sort, but I ended him and his followers, which led to my outfit being sullied. He stared at her shocked. She noticed now that if you summarized the events of the last few hours it sounded pretty insane. My liege, to smite 2 of the greatest evils in the world over the course of one day is not only remarkable, it is an accomplishment worthy of the great sage himself. I have known it before, but it fills my heart with unbelievable joy that I have chosen my master correctly. Of all the candidates you are the only one fit to rule, I am certain. No, she cried internally. While comforted by the apparent loyalty of her knight, Tanya had no desire to become queen. The only reason she participated and attempted to win in the royal selection was because she did not want to be murdered by the nobles. If she could, she would gladly push all the responsibility onto another, more capable person when the time came. Quickly she tried to deflect the praise before he developed impossible to meet expectations. Thank you, but please do not get the wrong impressions about my abilities. There are plenty of things beyond my capabilities. For example, after I had rested a bit, we also met the Sin Archbishop of Greed on the way. Luckily, he was relatively peaceful, because we all, including me, were powerless against him. You survived coming face to face with 2 Sin Archbishops, he yelped. Oh boy. The trip back would be annoying. Reinhard was awed with every fiber of his being. Not only was his lady powerful, but she was humble too. She would be a perfect queen. No one else could compare. His divine protection of wind reading had confirmed that Tanya's claims were true, and while that filled him with joy and pride for his master, the fact that she had killed the white whale also filled him with an emotion he couldn't place. It felt like loss mixed with hope. How strange. The hated enemy that had caused his grandmother's demise. The tool of his greatest crime besides merely existing. The symbol of his shame was gone. What would his no Sir Wilhelm say about that? He had lost the right to call him his grandfather when he had murdered Teresa, but would the old man at least find a little more peace after the accursed Hakuge had been destroyed? Reinhard hoped so. He himself did not deserve solace, but Wilhelm did. Hopefully the sword demon would not mind that it had been Reinhard's lady who had vanquished the monster or monsters, as Tanya had described it. Absent-mindedly he wondered if maybe through his service to the future ruler he could begin to atone. Chapter 53 Finally bathing. Although Tanya had slept a few hours during her journey, that hardly made her feel well rested. The stress of the encounter with Regulus had nullified any relaxation that might have accumulated on the bumpy ride either way. So it was no surprise that youngest royal candidate wolfed down a late dinner after she returned to the Astria mansion, and promptly fell into bed to sleep off the aftereffects of using her cursed Type 95 computation jewel twice in one day. The next morning, which was only a few hours away due to her late arrival, was a beautiful one. At least to her, for she indulged herself in the rare pleasure to just stay down and observe the clouds through the half-open window. Normally there was always something happening that required her attention, but not in this moment it seemed. And she was thankful for that. The birds were singing, the wind was rustling through the curtains, the sounds of the already busy city echoed in the distance, the sun shone warmly upon her outstretched hand, and most importantly, there was no danger to her life. Nobody here wanted to kill her either openly, or when she wasn't looking. For the first time since very long ago did she feel safe. It was a wondrous feeling. But perhaps, she conceded, the recent events of unsettling revelations and mortal threats were coloring her judgment. Tanya recalled being similarly awed by the soft beds and the delicious food as well. After all, depriving a human of even the most basic delight would naturally make them thankful for its return. That was simple psychology. Still, it didn't change how exquisitely comfortable she was feeling. Enjoying a calm summer morning in bed had only been possible for her in the past when she was confined to the hospital. Making the most out of unusually positive situation was the most logical decision, she tried to convince herself. However, all good things must come to an end eventually, and so the young woman forced herself out of bed when the maids came knocking to dress her for the day. Initially she resisted, because she could pick her outfit herself, but after a few minutes of arguing it felt petty and pointless to resist any longer. This fantasy world appeared to be in the Middle Ages, so these kinds of rituals were most likely expected from members of the nobility. The upside to being cared for like a baby was also that she got served an opulent breakfast, which made her appreciate the efforts of the servants more. Afterwards, however, the work-day began for her as well. She even felt a little guilty by lazing around, because Reinhard had apparently already left the house to inform the council of yesterday's happenings and organize for the remains of the white whale to be recovered. What an excellent subordinate! How could she reward him if he kept that work ethic up? Food for thought. For now she had to spread the webs of her small, but growing, social network. For example, she started to write a letter to Subaru, who had to stay at Crush's mansion for his treatment. Unfortunately, this would pull him out of her sphere of influence for a while, and she could not publicly visit him without arousing suspicion. So she would instead converse with him through letters under the guise of advising him on his training for knighthood. Yes, that would be a perfectly believable excuse that would also make him more dependent on her guidance. Now she was extra glad that she had planted this foolish desire in the boy. Another letter was addressed at Lady Carson herself to propose a possible location and date for their meeting. In return for the Duchess's assistance against Betelgeuse, Tanya had promised her negotiations about a possible alliance, and she intended to keep that promise. Crush had stayed behind at the Mathers estate to talk with Amelia, and if their conversation had turned out amiably, then nothing should stand in the way of a three-way truce. Or so she liked to think. Being X regularly dashed her hopes for peace. A butler recommended a nice restaurant at the edge of the city to her to serve as the meeting place. It was neutral ground, so to speak, in contrast to either their respective homes. The man helpfully reminded her that it would send mixed signals if she wanted to discuss conditions on her territory. Yet she could also not risk letting Crush dictate the terms of their small conference. Meeting in a public space was ideal. Before she could begin to draw up lesson plans for her newly formed battalion or educate herself more on the political landscape of Lugnica, a servant reminded her that the bath she had ordered to be drawn was now ready. She urgently needed to clean herself from yesterday's carnage, because dumping a bucket of cold water over herself a few hours earlier did not count. Yes, a proper bath would do her well. Normally there would be a very long scene here, but I am not sure how well this site handles NSFW, and I don't want to up the rating for this story, so it was cut. If you want to check it out, you can read it on AO3. Let me instead use the rest of this chapter to respond to some of the comments. Being X is not a character I like nor respect, so he gets a bit memed on in this story. Is that stupid? Perhaps. But I really think that Pandora or Satella are stronger than him. At least in a direct fight, and not in the creation of worlds or whatever. That whole topic is infinitely debatable, so don't take my word as gospel. Canon can be whatever you want. Rosewall will get his just desserts later in the story, if you care about that kind of stuff. Thank you for the overwhelmingly positive response. It is crazy that my first Re-0 and second YS fic has been so well received. I appreciate that very much. Tomorrow you will get a real chapter, smiley face. I promise. Chapter 54, Molding Tools. Reinhard joined her for dinner that evening. He had been very busy running errands throughout the city, which left Tanya to question why he constantly did all the work himself. Of course he had his duties as the head of his noble house and as a royal knight, but did they really require him to run around on foot like a common male boy? Delegating simpler tasks to your subordinates was how work hierarchy functioned after all. Human society was built on the concept of diving and diversifying labor. He claimed that he didn't mind the menial labor, and that his status as the Sword Saint made it so that he basically never tired, but Tanya was skeptical. In the future she would need to keep a close eye on him so he did not overwork himself. If he had breakdown due to stress, that would be terrible for her. The next day she felt more than refreshed enough to inspect her troops. She needed to see how far Reinhard's training had settled in for the new recruits. Tanya had promised her 204th Battalion hell, and they should not think that they would get off easy just because she had been away for a week on a diplomatic mission. Soon, very soon, they would be broken down, pieced back together, and subsequently polished until they had completely been transformed from filthy slum rats into monsters of steel and ruthlessness. Tanya was confident that with her past experience as a teacher they would successfully be reshaped as some of the finest soldiers Lugnica had ever seen. If they didn't die before then, but that was highly unlikely, seeing how abundant magical healers were in this world. Then they would finally become a useful asset to society, instead of wasting away in unemployment. With an anticipatory glint in her icy blue eyes she strode through the halls and into the courtyard where her future instruments of violence were stationed. It was still early in the morning, but if the recruits had followed her instructions, then they should already be out of bed and clothed for the day. If not, then they were in for a rude awakening. "Assemble," she barked out, her magically enhanced vocal cords rattling the nearby windows. Many shocked faces pressed themselves against the glass, and she had to suppress a smirk. Rookies were too easy to frighten. A few minutes went by before she made a head count, and became a little disappointed that nobody had shown up late, or in their pajamas. That would have given her an excellent opportunity to make an example out of the poor fool. Well, that would most likely still happen in the upcoming weeks, when they needed every minute of rest they could get and slept in. Greetings, my hopeful applicants. I hope the time has not been boring without me. Are you still absolutely determined that you want to grasp this opportunity one gave to you? That this is the right job for you? Low murmurs filled the air, and her smile turned cruel. Have you already forgotten me? I go out for barely 1 week, and you think you can do whatever you want. Speak up, because I can hear you lot. Tanya gave them her best glare to properly scare them into submission. "No, Sergeant Diguchaff," they shouted as taught. The execution was messy, but they had much time to learn. Honestly, the military terminology had no real value in this world because Lugnika's military was organized differently, but she forced them to use it anyway. It reminded her of fun times. One man had decided to keep his mouth closed and stared lazily at his feet. Unacceptable. She pointed at him. "You there? Run 5 laps around the field." "Oh, why? I didn't even dash." "Silence. Make that 10 laps before I get really pissed off. And trust me, you don't want that to happen if you value your health. What are you waiting for? Go, go, go. Or I let you run until you pass out from exhaustion." He took off, and Tanya could finally see the collective realization set in that this training would not be enjoyable. They looked like mice in front of a snake who knew that they were about to get eaten. "So do you know what I have been up to in my absence? I'll indulge you. We are now allied with the Amelia camp, and if things go smoothly soon with the Crush camp as well." Some whispers broke out, and thanks to an auditory amplification formula she could make out some stupid comment about a half-devil. Bigoted discrimination against her business partner could not be tolerated. What you think about these people is irrelevant. If you can keep your prejudiced opinions to yourself, then I will gladly escort you to the front gate. I have no time for people that want to prove the world wrong about what they can and cannot do while simultaneously judging others without even meeting them. All you need to know is that we have probably less enemies now. Isn't that a reason to be excited? Yes, Sergeant Diguchaff. Good. Because I think so as well. Anyways, do you have heard what else I did 2 days ago? I killed a Sin Archbishop of the Witch-S cult and the White Whale Hakuge. A chaos of disbelieving voices broke, and Tanya let her recruits express their confusion for a bit. What? How can that be? How in Shawla's name dash? That's impossible. And I'm telling you she ain't human, were among the loudest and most often repeated yells before she suppressed all sound in the area with a spell. Enough. If you do not believe me, then I implore you to visit the great entrance hall later today. They should have mounted the beast's head by then. Removing and stuffing the colossal head of the whale had been accomplished far quicker than she could have imagined. Once again, she had to admire Reinhardt's competence and diligence in carrying out her orders. On the other side, water magic apparently helped a lot with the process. In a few days' time everybody would know about Hakuge's death anyway, so it was useless to keep her kill a secret. Instead, she had decided together with her knight that a trophy made from its body would do nicely at the entrance door to remind every visitor of their camp's power. The exhibit was nearly 7 meters long and would take up much space, but they both agreed that sheer awe-inspiring oppressiveness would be worth it. Now, I have heard from Reinhard what he had you do last week. But that, my beloved recruits, she grinned savagely, was just a warm-up. On the ground, everybody. I want to see 30 push-ups now. Felt was immensely glad for the torture Tanya called training. She was no weirdo who enjoyed pain or anything like that, but the relentless cries in her ear, the feeling of the rough gravel on her hands, the overwhelming physical exhaustion, it distracted her. It numbed the pain in her heart. 2 weeks ago her life had looked so differently. Everything had been so much harder, and yet also simpler at the same time. She had just been felt the thief, the fasted runner in the capital, an orphan from the slums. Nothing more and nothing less. But she had hated that life. Or had she? She wasn't so sure anymore. Day in, day out she had left the slums to steal from the rich, and give to herself, which had worked splendidly so far. Of course there had been more than a few close calls over the years where she had nearly been caught, but through a miracle she had managed to escape every time. Then in the evening or sometimes the early morning she came back to the loot house, and had to endure the stench of misery once again. All those weak, suffering people on the streets, and they did nothing to better their situation. They had given up. How pathetic. Felt worked hard, it was honest work from her perspective at least, to improve her living conditions, and one day make it of this shithole that she would never call home. Because to describe it as anything but a cesspool of hopelessness and decay would mean that she developed a connection to this place. A connection that could bind her to the slums forever, and she feared nothing more than that. To be stuck in this garbage dump for the rest of her life was worse than hell itself in her opinion. Felt swore to herself that she would become strong. Strong enough to escape and build a true life for herself and those she cared about. Which only really was wrong, but later in life she would certainly make more friends. So when a mysterious client approached her with an offer of 10 holy gold coins, how could she say no? This was the money she needed. Finally her ticket to a new, prosperous life was in reach. And she took the job like an idiot. Like a stupid fucking kid who didn't know any better. Agig, she screamed in frustration, as she punched the training dummy so hard that her arm became numb. The deal was supposed to get her, an old man, Rom out of the slums. Instead it got the only person she would consider family killed. Because that black-haired bitch decided it would be fun to play with his guts. Because she had been too weak to fight back. Because the only thing she could do was run. Because she had failed the mission like a damn child. So many reasons why he was dead. So many reasons to blame everyone and herself. Including the strange blonde watching her train with these piercing, blue, crystal eyes. If Tanya had not intervened and taken the insignia she stole, then maybe that bitch wouldn't have turned her blade on them. Maybe. It was enough to drive her sick. She punched the dummy again, with more force than was healthy. And? So what? Felt asked herself silently. Even if they got the money, what would she have done with it? Where would she have gone? Where would she have worked? Would she have continued to steal, because it was the only skill she possessed? She didn't know. And that hurt the most. Her future had always been uncertain. The knowledge that all the money she wanted would probably not have helped her find her place in the world felt suffocating. When she strained her body hard enough and focused all her attention on accomplishing tasks and following orders, then that weight got pushed to the back of her mind and life seemed bearable. She simply wanted to forget it all. Felt had nowhere else to go and nothing else to do, so she would accept this path Tanya had laid out for her and hope for the best. It was her only choice. Anything was better than to become one of those living husks in the slums. At least now she had an actual goal. To get stronger so that nobody could ever hurt her again, and to show all those self-righteous nobles and ignorant citizens that she and those by her side would not be forgotten. If Tanya wanted her to be a killer, then she would become the deadliest there was. Felt would carve her name into history itself. Chapter 55, Rising Paranoia. All done for now. You can go, Subaru-kyun. Grinned Felix, otherwise known as the Blue Knight, or the best healer in Lugnica. Despite Subaru's subdued mood, the silly antics of the cute cat girl made him quirk up his lips as well. Thank you, Felix. I'll be in the library. Although he had gotten better at it, he still needed to learn much about the written language of Lugnica. Reading books and copying the glyphs down on paper until he could write them effortlessly was the best way to improve. I am in a new world where the people have magic and crazy hair colors, but I still think her name is weird for a female, he thought to himself. Crush's library was far less impressive than Biko's multi-purpose room. He missed the adorable lowly spirit already. Maybe he could buy her something to show his appreciation for. Actually, that didn't happen in this timeline, did it? Damn it. Constantly looping was confusing as hell. The only thing he could be certain of was his feelings. And they clearly told him that he should thank Biko despite her remembering events differently from him. He owed her for a past that never was and a future that would not come to be. Furthermore, he just wanted to make her smile. She was just too cute not to smile. Distracted by his happy thoughts of the adorable librarian, he didn't even notice REM seemingly appearing at his side from thin air. How was your session, Subaru? Oh, REM, it's you. Scared me a bit there. He. Quickly his mind wandered back to less than pleasant memories when she had managed to surprise him with a far more fatal outcome. I am sorry, Subaru. REM will be louder in the future so that your deaf ears can notice her presence. Hey. I am not deaf. You are just super stealthy. I believe the correct description would be super ultra stealthy. Where did you even learn that word? He asked, genuinely confused. From you, Subaru. REM always listens when you speak after all. Oh yeah. That sounds like something I would say. Silence reigned once again, only to be occasionally disturbed by the furious scribbling of a quill on paper. Not only did he want to be done with writing exercises for today, but he was also eager for his upcoming lesson in swordsmanship by Wilhelm. Who would have thought that the old man could be so fast and agile? Even though the weight-head butler had undoubtedly held back in their match yesterday, Subaru was still humbled by the skill he showed. Well, in all the anime shows I've watched, butlers are also always cool fighters. I should have expected that, to be honest, he silently chuckled to himself. Even though he was anticipating the day when Felix finally healed his damaged gate so that he could work on his shadow magic again, he also wanted at Crush's mansion as long as possible to get taught by Wilhelm. If he became a knight, he could do all this cool stuff he only did in games before. He would be useful. And there went his good mood again. As if she could sense the shift in his emotions, REM asked. Is something troubling you, Subaru? No. Everything's all right. Just tired, he lied with practiced ease. In reality, he was anything but all right. He was lost and sad and, most of all, confused. When he had to watch how Amelia, REM and Tanya had been killed right in front of eyes, he felt as small and weak as never before. Of all the things Subaru wanted to avoid was seeing his friends in pain, and he felt guilty that he had not been able to do more. So enveloped in a spiral of self-hatred and pity had he been that he had not even noticed the difference occurring in the next loop. Only when Tanya had dropped the metaphorical bombshell on him that she knew about return by death had he finally understood. He was not alone. But then the stupid Sin Archbishop had shown up and ruined their conversation. There were so many questions he wanted to ask her, but it never came to be. Then they had to separate, when she and the red-haired dude went off to their own home, and he had to go with the rest of Crush's men. Actually, the redhead looked kind of familiar now that he thought about it. He strongly resembled that one, nice guard, who had helped Subaru out once, when he was getting mugged for the 4th time. What had been his name again? Rainholm? No. It probably wasn't the same guy anyway. What were the chances of that? He was ripped from his musing by REM, who had miraculously vanished and reappeared to present him with 2 expensive-looking envelopes. Subaru, you have mail. Tanya was only mildly annoyed when her knight delivered the news to her that the council was planning a ball in her and Subaru's honor. From Crush's and Reinhardt's reaction, she had already guessed that the defeat of a wanted mass murderer and a few wild beasts was considered a noteworthy event that needed to be celebrated by the lazy elite who had no clue what a real battle looked like. She had attended similar festivities in the Empire, and as a result she was under no illusion that this occasion would be a dreadfully boring waste of time. Well, as always she would make the best of it and use the fest to form connections with people whose purse was bigger than their brain. If she could, she would wring this useless elite dry for every last coin. And perhaps a couple of them would make good allies in case they had earned their position with more than their birthright. Exceptions were always bound to happen. The ball was scheduled to commence in 3 days' time, because many of the nobles that had come to the capital to attend the opening of the royal selection had either not departed the city yet, or were not far away. Tanya could only scoff when Reinhard explained to her that most important figures travelled comparatively slow, preferring comfort and frequent rests over effectiveness. Such a thing would have never gone unpunished in the empire. Luckily she wouldn't need to prepare anything, as the ceremony was hosted at the royal palace. That would also save the Austria household, and by extension her, a lot of money. Less nice was that it was at the end of the day still a ball, which meant that she was required to at least lead the first dance. Had the, surprisingly progressive, rights in this land not allowed her to attend without a dress, then she would have faked a leg injury to weasel her way out of doing more than sitting and eating. The people regarded her as a hero, right? Surely they would not criticize her for prioritizing her health over silly rituals. Of course they would. Humans were irrational creatures that took offense on nonsense like that. Anyways, as long as she didn't get pressed into a frilly, feminine, impractical monster of silk and satin, the fest wouldn't be too bad. If she used Reinhard as a convenient dance partner, then she wouldn't even need to let any of the nobles touch her with more than a handshake. As a bonus, he would also ensure her flawless appearance on the dance floor with his divine protection of the dancer. Yes, as stupid as it sounded, that skill was apparently real. Tanya had not much time to prepare her troops until the evening of the ball, but she wasn't concerned too much about that initially. A gathering of the most important people in the kingdom would obviously have excellent security that would keep them all safe. She wouldn't really need them as possible meat shields. Then she remembered how literally nobody, at the opening of the royal selection, had noticed her fresh recruits outside the windows and beneath palace. Oh no. The best warriors in the country had been oblivious to a band of half-starved rookies. They could have slaughtered at least a dozen nobles at her command. And it would have been easy. The royal knights were really incompetent, weren't they? That wouldn't be such a problem if the royal family hadn't been mysteriously wiped out a few years ago. Reinhard was uncharacteristically tight-lipped about the event, but she knew that it had been caused by a sickness of some sorts that only targeted members of the king's bloodline. While biological was a terrifying concept that she was thankful to have never faced during the Great War, it painted a bleak picture for her future after the royal selection. With guards like those protecting her life, she was as good as dead when she became queen. What was stopping the creators of the virus to just make one targeted at her? Or just sneak into the palace through the sewers like her soon-to-be soldiers had done and slit her throat? Damn it. This whole monarchy business was shaping up to be more dangerous than the war in her last world. Back then she only had to deal with open warfare. It was as simple as it was brutal. Point your gun at the enemy and hit them more than they hit you. That was all there was to it. Acts of sabotage or espionage had been dealt with by the intelligence division. She had never been trained in this field. Her expertise lay in all kinds of modern, magical warfare, but fending off attacks from the shadows was not part of her resume. Of course she had known all that, or else she would not even participate in the royal selection, but only at this moment did she realize how gravely she had underestimated the severity of the situation. And to make things worse, she had almost certainly angered the mightiest terrorist organization on the continent. Everything was going downhill fast. What if someone like Betelgeuse showed up at the ball? Or Regulus? Tanya shivered. To be fair, in that case she would be as helpless as the royal knights. There was nothing she could do against him short of turning the entire palace into rubble in hopes that he suffocated underneath. Maybe Reinhard could. No. Putting her strongest asset in unnecessary danger, besides Subaru, was not worth the risk. Surely her personal knight would also find himself powerless against the Sin Archbishop's invulnerability. Maybe the lacking security at the castle was by design. Maybe the council understood that they could do nothing against the inevitable, and instructed the guards to focus on looking impressive and strong rather than uselessly struggle against an overwhelming threat. Keeping morale high on a sinking ship was important after all, or else the ensuing panic would prevent anyone from getting to the lifeboats. Going to the celebration suddenly looked like a far less innocent endeavor. On one hand, If she went to such a public and well-known event, then the possibility that she might die was not insubstantial. On the other hand, she could not let her paranoia win over, and let her fears dictate her life. Crossing the street was dangerous. Cleaning your rifle was dangerous. Gutting an enemy mage mid-flight was dangerous. Every time she went out on a mission for the Empire, she had comprehended that it could lead to her death. The White Silver would not be frightened by bioweapons and seemingly supernatural criminals. All humans had to embrace their mortality at some point in time, and she was no different from the rest. Except, that wasn't true, was it? Tanya had died twice now. The first time it had ended with her reincarnation, courtesy of being X, and the second time she had looped. Until now she had repressed the memory of her second death a few days ago, but she had not forgotten a single detail about it. How could she not? It just didn't make any sense, contradicting the laws of causality and reason. Somehow she had the gut feeling that her involuntary time travel was not being X's work, as he had not excessively gloated about his newest idiocy to her. It was too simple, too direct to be his design. Whoever or whatever had revived her would bring her more trouble. Somehow she just knew it. Bonus, intangible ownership. Twice the life and twice the pain. And now joins an unending curse. To deny rest and force life again. Looping darkness pulls the hearse. A selfish wish for salvation. Tricks death and guides her hand. Into eternal stagnation. Leads her the lover's brand. From one fool to another. Jumps her invisible chain. They bring her only bother. With nothing much to gain. It is her unjust sentence. For being more than allowed. And showing no repentance. When still she never bowed. Though also it is her reward. As she proved brave and strong. Only the one most adored. Sees the gift is deeply wrong. Maddened passion sickens all. Despite true and good intent. Pulls sick and weak into its thrall. While sane suffer its torment. How can an unknowing guard protect the victim of her master? Blind to the counsel of her heart. All signs point to disaster. Chapter 56. Facing an old opponent. There stood it, propped up on her desk. A small, unassuming casket, lined with red velvet. It would have been a harmless-looking object, pleasant even with its intricate details that had been carefully carved into the wood. But alas, Tanya could only feel dread whenever her eyes wandered over to its frame. For inside shimmered a bright, golden gemstone on a silver necklace that seemed to almost call out for her to touch it. The jewel appeared perfectly smooth to the touch and practically brimmed with mesmerizing light. It was that strange amulet which Regulus had delivered to her for some nebulous reason. She had put off examining the potentially dangerous object until now so that the magician Reinhard had hired could examine it closely. In case it suddenly blew up or carried some nasty curse, she wanted to be as far away as possible from it. Despite her precautions, she honestly doubted that it was a trap designed to physically harm her. If Regulus had wanted her dead, then he could have easily accomplished that with his own powers. He had no need to rely on such cheap tricks like curses or poisons, because his own powers were far more effective in eliminating others. Non-physical harm, though, was a different story. What if the witch's cult planned to mind control her? Or steal her soul or something like that? Nothing seemed impossible for these freaks. So hopefully the magician had activated every single trap in that item before she took it herself. Although he was not the most capable magic expert, even a fool like him could trigger a metaphorical tripwire. Dogs and rats had been used with great success to set off landmines in the past. Of course, the safest and most logical thing to do would be to quietly dispose of the necklace and never go near it again, but she was just too curious. For all his excessive talking about his supposed superiority, the Sin Archbishop of Greed had appeared far more calm and reasonable than the raving madman Betelgeuse. He didn't strike her as the kind of person who would go out of their way to promote some pointless delusion without evidence that it would be worth their effort. As such, the probability that his words had some kind of truth to them was relatively high in her opinion. At least for a member of a religious terrorist sect. He had claimed that the artifact was of grave importance for the future, whatever that meant, and as such she could not ignore it, as much as she wanted to. Tanya had never been a person who ran from her problems if she could solve them so that they would not come back to inconvenience her later. This mysterious object could be source of innumerable troubles in the future if she did not discern its function. In the best possible scenario it was just a piece of pretty, useless jewelry, but should worst come to worst then it could be something like a magical nuke. Well, she had stalled enough time now. She had stared at the accursed stone for nearly an hour, with nothing to show for it, so she needed to come to a decision. Time was money, and money was always in short supply. Hesitantly she stretched her finger out and gingerly touched the golden glowing gemstone, letting her magic flow through her skin into the object. A decision she came to instantly regret, as her vision blacked out, and she was promptly sucked into a white room of pure nothingness. A blinding, uniform void surrounded her on all sides and made it impossible to tell if the empty space had an up or down or a definitive border. However, when she looked hurriedly down at herself, she could also find no physical body, leading to the realization that what she was experiencing was most likely not real. Looking around was obviously pointless, as there were no directions or shapes that could catch her metaphysical eyes, but Tanya did it anyway. Pure white. Why couldn't this happen to the useless magician? I will have to tell Reinhard to fire him for gross negligence in his duties. Obviously he did not do his job right, or else he would have reported this to me. Nothing changed in response to her plight. Typical. What now? She asked. I am here, child, suddenly echoed through her mind. It was a voice that seemed to consist of thousands of sounds, made by different people of all genders and ages. Yet at the same time it was uniform and clear to understand. Familiar dread and disgust pooled in her stomach. Being X, she hissed, her non-existent face twisting in rage. He was here. He had followed her even to this world. She should not have expected anything less. Naturally this devil was in cahoots with the maniac terrorists. The foul witch who destroyed half the world out of petty spite sounded exactly like that bastard. That is what you call me. Have you sent me this trinket to mock me? Is this another cursed instrument of your torture like the Type 95? No. I am not here of my own volition. She would not be tricked by his poisonous lies. What? You expect me to believe that? Hysterical. It is your choice to believe me or not. Tanya huffed indignantly, but continued to listen. You and I are both being played here. We need to work together if we want to take back control. Ha! As if. Time and time again you have preached to me about your might and wisdom. Your supposed divinity was the whole selling point behind your ill-fated attempts to convince me to worship you. And with convincing, I mean brainwashing. What a brave and fair method to win a philosophical argument. How godly of you to resort to such measures, as the allegedly more wise and rational being between the two of us. The sarcasm in her tone was so thick her words came out as more of a beastly snarl than a human voice. Enough. I am serious. There is not the time to discuss such bygone trivialities. Trivialities? Really? Corrupting my mind with fanatic faith whenever I am forced to use the Type 95 is a triviality for you. Yanking me into an entirely different dimension, after you tried your damnedest to make my life a living hell, is a triviality for you. Not for me, dickhead. And now you played your puppet to give me this cursed stone. Like a fool I touched it. I should have known better really. Your tricks are as despicable as they are predictable. Whoever gave you entry this place was not one of my followers. Give up. It is pathetic. Say your piece and leave me be. The entity began to sound frustrated. This world is not one of my making. I did not bring you here. Of course. Then who else? Buddha? Or perhaps your son Jesus Christ? No. Like I said, I am not here to debate with you. I understand that you despise me, although I pity you for it. You attempt to stray so far from my light, yet you cannot see how close I always was to you. But I digress. I offer you peace, my child. I will respect your feelings for me, and you in turn will cooperate. Let us leave the past behind us and work together for the moment. Is that not a reasonable agreement? Huh? Are you serious? After all these years you finally got it through your thick skull that I will never join the cult of a bloodthirsty maniac. And I am supposed to be thankful for that and play along, as if I could ever forget what you did to me. Forgiveness has to be earned and you have done nothing to prove yourself as trustworthy to me. Not to mention that I would receive no benefit from this arrangement. Tanya was well aware that her hatred for being X was clouding her judgment to a certain extent, as all human emotion did, but she could not bring herself to care. In her opinion, she was more than forthcoming by engaging in conversation at all. This pretentious entity wanted her cooperation in whatever harebrained scheme he had cooked up now, but could not get the basics of business right, provide an incentive. At the end of the day, peace was also just a product that needed to be bought with goods and services. Without a price nothing would change. I see. You are as greedy as always, Tanya. How annoying. Then I shall make an offer. For freeing me from this place I am going to be indebted to you. As a sign of my thanks I will not ever bother you again if you so choose. My word might not mean much to you, but I do solemnly swear that we shall never meet again if you help me out. Oppressive silence filled the void. Calm, Tanya. Think logically, she reminded herself. All right. That was tempting. Too good to be true in fact. How could this situation actually be real? It had to be a trick. A delusion. A ploy. But if he spoke the truth? She roared in laughter. Ha ha ha. You idiot. Repeat what you want from me. I wish for you to free me from this prison, and in exchange, I will leave you with the loneliness you so desire. She laughed harder. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha, wheeze, so you are saying that you are trapped in this place, presumably in the gemstone, and can't get out? Yes? Then I already got what I wanted. I just throw you in the ocean to be buried for all eternity. Ha ha ha. You are at my mercy. I'll never have to see you again if you are trapped in here. Not gonna respond to that. Did it now dawn on you how utterly helpless you are? You have nothing to offer me while I got everything I ever wanted. Wallow in your misery, you parasite. Perhaps you should try praying to me from now on. With a calmness that felt very off-putting, the featureless voice spoke once again. Your species takes comfort in being led and guided through life. You search for meaning where there was none and create your own. The desire for reason and purpose. Is that not so terribly human? What are you talking about? In your specific case, you found meaning in your continued resistance against me regardless of how futile. Like so often, she wanted to punch his arrogant face, which was unfortunately impossible since he lacked a face, and she a fist. You let your hatred define you so that you could find your path in existence. Your point. Unperturbed by her interruption, he continued. Opposing me for the difference in philosophy I represent has become a staple of your personality. And when you are confronted with a situation that requires you to ignore your disgust, then you are unable to realize the bigger picture. Incorrect. She had thought her response through completely. It wasn't her fault that he was so stupid. For you see, as much as I am unable to escape this void alone, even without a body, she flinched at his next words. So are you. It. Chapter 57, Key revealed. No. It must be some form of deception. This is a trick. Obviously. Do not delude yourself. It is very much real. As if you are lecturing me about delusions. The irony. Like I said, I am trapped here too. Okay, if that is so. Will your brain-dead followers even accept you when you crawl back to them? Would they not resent you for this show of helplessness and impotence? After all, the great lie about you being a divine entity would be laid bare for all to see. Will you stop it already? I tire of your childish taunts. I'm an entire life too old to be called a child. Yet to me, you are one. Whatever. I will indulge your lies no longer. You will need to listen to me if you want to escape this place. It is not like you have much of a choice considering you lack any other distractions here. La 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 la. Tanya hummed. So be it. But no mortal that you will have to pay attention to my words sooner or later if you do not want to spend the rest of eternity in ignorance. Despite what the entity was saying, Tanya had not remained ignorant. She merely chose to further delay this conversation and annoy being X to make him more desperate for her cooperation. If they were to negotiate, then only on her terms. Before that would happen, she needed to make sure that he spoke the truth though. Silently she flared her magic only to find it absent. Again she tried with the same result. Tanya tested different formulae, different techniques, but nothing worked. Next she tried to extend her senses in every direction, but could not tell if she was making any progress at all. There was really nothing she could do here besides talking and listening. But she could not give up hope so soon. What could she do? If she had neither a body nor her magic, then where were they? The conservation of mass was a law of the universe that could, hopefully, not be circumvented completely. That meant that her physical body had to be stored somewhere. Most likely it was still in her room in Reinhardt's mansion, waiting to be reconnected with her consciousness. Sooner or later someone, a maid probably, would stumble upon her empty husk and sound alarm. Yes, she could use that. In contrast to being X, she had people on the outside world, at least she assumed to be located inside the crystal at the moment, waiting for her. Reinhard would find a magician, or a bunch of healers who could fix this mess. Even Margrave Mathis would assist in her recovery. He was allegedly the greatest magic expert in the kingdom and her ally. Out of anybody, he surely would find a way to free her from this spiritual prison. All she needed to do was waiting a few hours until her body was discovered, and then a couple of days more until the professionals had found a solution. That would certainly be enough time to reconnect her mind and body. But the biting voice of doubt was beginning to worm into her thoughts. What if time passed differently in this void? Or at all? For all she knew, this could be a situation like when being X had stopped time to converse with her. The whole world had seemingly become frozen in time back then. In that case she could literally wait for all eternity and rescue would never come. How would she even tell how much time had gone by? There were no clocks to observe, no heartbeats to count, no position of the sun to give insight into the time of day. Hours in here could feel like days. Days like months or even years. Frightfully, Tanya remembered some of the forms of psychological torture that the intelligence division of the Empire had employed. Torture was frowned upon in a civilized nation like the Empire, but the desperation of war led to many horrifying compromises. She herself had only visited such an interrogation facility only once, but she vividly remembered the completely apathetic, dead expression of one of the inmates. He had sat in an empty, dark cell for 1 year, and had been utterly broken by the sensory deprivation. Gleefully the warden had explained to her how they had served his meals at random times in the day to confuse the man. There had been no entertainment, no color and no light for him in over a year. Even the food had been specially prepared to be particularly tasteless, which was an accomplishment in Tanya's opinion, considering the rations she had to eat. Human minds could not endure total nothingness. She knew that she was strong, but sooner or later it would drive her mad too. Maybe not in a year, or even 5 years. But in 20. 100. 1000. Hastily she focused her thoughts on things that would be happening in the near future. A maid would find her lifeless body slumped in front of the amulet, and what if they thought she was dead? Oh no. Would they bury her? Cremate her? Her physical form was practically brain dead, so they would assume the worst. How long was the wake period until a body was buried? 3 days? 2. Damn it. This country could have different traditions. In that case she needed to hurry up before her corporeal vessel was destroyed forever. From the few minutes without any haptic feedback, she could already tell that existing as a ghost would suck. Maybe she could die again. Reset the world to a state before she touched the cursed necklace. No, that also wouldn't work. There was no way to kill herself in here without a body. Furthermore, she had no idea how that phenomenon worked. Bloody hell. Why hadn't he used her opportunity and asked Subaru more about his experience? He was the key to potentially getting out of here, and she had squandered the chance to learn how to use it. Oh well, tricking being X into helping her out would have to suffice. At least flattery was free, and he had a massive ego that she could stroke thoroughly. It was demeaning and disgusting, but she had done more embarrassing stuff for her bosses in the past. An imaginary shudder ran through her very soul when she looked back at the distasteful costume she had to wear at the propaganda photo shoot. All right, I made up my mind. It seems that I need your help to get out of here. So you have come to your senses and accepted reality. Indeed. You of all people should know that I am a rational person above all else. Very well. As I was saying before, we will not be able to escape alone. Not that I want to sound too cynic, but how do you know that? There isn't exactly a manual with instructions lying around here, right? I was getting to that. The one who imprisoned me here told me of the conditions that would set me free. And who was this mysterious figure? They must be considerably strong if they were able to overpower a being of your magnitude. I do not know what you would call them. A devil perhaps? Or a witch? It matters not. She surprised me and subsequently bound me to this vessel, for she could not kill me or rob me of my power. A witch? Could he be talking about Sadella, the jealous witch? Not surprising, she smoothly lied, but pray tell, why would she reveal the secret of escaping this place to you then? Would it not be in her best interest to lock your awesome power forever away? She was not one of my children. I hold no authority over her, so I do not claim to understand her reasoning. How humble of you. Anyways, would you mind finally explaining how we are getting out of here? It is quite simple. One of us has to earnestly wish for the other to be set free. Chapter 58 Unholy Machinations. KRCK. Went the glass, as it shattered in his grip. Wine and blood sloppily dripped from his hand on the expensive carpet, and stained the fabric. A dull ache spread outwards from the wounds, but he hardly noticed. Instead he began to shake uncontrollably, as his face paled, and cold sweat ruined his elaborate makeup. Rosewall was feeling empty. Absolutely void. What could this mean? What was he missing? He could not wrap his head around what tragedy had befallen his existence. It was unfathomable to his century-old mind that he could be abandoned after all this time. For the book that his teacher had given him was blank. It was not supposed to be blank. The tome of wisdom had been filled with prophecies and instruction for nearly 400 years now. His beloved teacher had never failed to show him the optimal path forward. Until today. Impossible. He mumbled half-dazed. This had to be a dream. A very bad dream. The worst possible nightmare, in fact. He needed to wake up from this hellish fantasy. Yes. Rosewall painfully pinched the skin on his forearm between his thumb and index finger, but that changed nothing. Why did nothing change? He repeated the process with more force, even drawing blood, but without result. He was not waking up. Damn it, he roared as the ambient manna in the air started to violently circle around his trembling form. Wind ripped the priceless paintings on the walls apart, small ice shards perforated the ancient tapestry, the floor buckled and bent as the stone itself shuddered and the glass in the windows burst from the rapidly fluctuating temperatures assaulting them. Shadow and light itself seemed to clash around the furious silhouette of their master, who was sinking ever deeper into despair. Nothing in this world mattered anymore if his teacher had abandoned him. Not his life or that of his servants, not even the fate of the entire planet, was of any importance to the grieving magician. Everything he had worked for in 400 years was useless. All his sacrifices had been futile. In a fit of rage he picked up the fallen book, which had not suffered the slightest damage despite the surrounding chaos, and tried to incinerate it in his bare hand, but a curious detail made him stop in the last possible moment. There was a letter on the previously blank page. A single letter. A tiny smidgen of ink, smaller than the nail of his pinky finger. And it meant everything to him. The miniature storm of pure magic dissipated instantly, as his rampant emotions simmered down, and he wept with joy. How could he have doubted his teacher? She had provided for him all these centuries. Of course she would not abandon him now when the great plan was so close to completion. He was truly unworthy of her kindness. She was the love of his unnaturally long life, the center of his existence. He would do anything for her. Rosewall had actually done anything for her. Although he hated himself for the cruelties he inflicted upon those dear to him, he had never regretted a single atrocity that he had committed in her name. By her will he slaughtered thousands and ground mountains to dust. His teacher had made him into a monster, and he had embraced the change wholeheartedly. For what else was love, but an infinite desire to spend your life in service of another? Hastily the Margrave closed the tome and reverently waited for the instruction to finish inscribing themselves onto the pages, as they had done many times before. He was practically giggling in excitement and relief at this point. So overjoyed was Rosewall that he did not even notice his favorite servant rushing through the broken door of his office. "Master Rosewall, were you attacked? Are you hurt? Shall I call Lady Beatrice? She can be tricky to lure from her library, but dash. Ha ha ha. I am fine, Ram. More than fine, really. Trouble yourself not, my dear. I am perfectly fine. No need to bother our little spirit with such trivialities." Both of them were too distracted to notice that his usual accent was curiously absent. "Then let me dress your wounds," she said with a tone that tolerated no objection. While the pink-haired maid went to retrieve disinfectant and bandages, her master tenderly cradled his most prized possession in his bloody hands, staring longingly at its cover. Carefully he stroked the leather like the cheek of a long-lost lover, until he finally opened its pages again. Visit the celebration. 9 days later bring the girl to the grave of your desire. Force the boy to break the seal. So far so good. These were the same cryptic hints he had interpreted since he could remember. Well, they were probably more direct and comprehensible than usual. Although most people would have no idea what these obscure instructions entailed, he had long since mastered the art of solving his teacher's little riddles. Now he had a pretty good vision of what to do in the near future. Rosewall couldn't he recall feeling so happy in the last couple decades. But then he read further. And he froze in shock. Tanya was frantically searching for a way out of her current situation. On one hand, her time to come to a decision was slowly, but steadily running out. But on the other hand, she needed to come to terms with the reality that she would have to develop empathy for motherfucking being X of all people. The prisoner dilemma had been used to great success to break even the most loyal of enemy soldiers during the war. Nobody wanted to be the guy who kept their mouth shut when one word could have bought them freedom and a return home. Although Tanya's own situation at the moment might differ, in a lot of ways it was the same. Both she and the other inmate, being X, wanted out. To do so they would need to both simultaneously wish for the other to be set free, but they could not rely on the other to keep their end of the bargain. If either of them voluntarily, or by mistake messed up the timing of the wish, they would be stranded without a partner. So either they risked getting screwed over and becoming trapped in this empty space for all eternity, or they stayed safe, but trapped together. At least that was the case if she assumed that he spoke the truth about the key out of this prison. Or if she went along with his retarded plan like a brainless sheep. No. She would never play by his rules again. There had to be a way to cheat the system. She just knew it. Her previous plans had been shattered by the annoying revelations being X had dropped on her, like a Rusi bomber throwing off its payload over Imperial territory. Why did he have to dramatize the simplest facts so much? It only served to make him seem like a second-rate stage magician who tricked his audience with smoke and illusions, an amusing thought considering how much he appeared more like a failed entertainer than a celestial entity at times. But now she would end this farce once and for all. He had tipped his hand, and she just had to implement a strategy. Despite his claims of divinity, he was remarkably susceptible to good old human psychology, for example. Yes. This could actually work. You said that you are a god, right? Yes. That was the basis of our small dispute. If she had possessed an eyebrow, then it would have twitched in irritation. He had the audacity to call a global tragedy that cost Tanya her dignity and millions of others their lives a small conflict. Suppressing her anger, she continued, "What exactly are your duties then? You know, your job. Mostly purifying, sorting and managing the souls of the dead. At least that would be the most relevant and easy to comprehend for your mortal mind. Geez, thanks for breaking it down for a stupid, insignificant creature like me," she thought to herself. "So you are saying that you are basically organizing the afterlife?" "Yes. In a way. What is your point? And you really are trapped in here with no way out?" "Of course. As painful as it is to admit, I am not going to deny reality. Then what happens to the souls of all the people who are dying right now without you watching over them? They are released into the void. That is the reason why you need to free me as soon as possible so that I can resume my task. It is for the good of all my worlds. Do not waste my time further. Time is critical for you then. So you would be willing to cooperate with me and literally do anything to be let out. What is the purpose of your musing?" Now it was time for the bluff. She needed to bluff like she had never done before. To do it so well as to trick a being that some could mistake as a deity. And she only had one chance. "Well, you see. You are the one who has a far greater need than I to escape from this prison. With every second you waste thousands, nay hundreds of thousands of souls are slipping away, and the work you complained about to me all those years ago increases. You are desperate to get out of here to minimize your losses. Unlike me. I have all the time in the world." Before he could interject, she continued her spiel. "Of course not literally. I can't tolerate this white emptiness forever, and I have people in the real world who will worry about me if I am gone for too long, but waiting a few weeks or months is entirely in my capability. You would not dare." "Why not?" "I cannot trust you to speak the truth about the nature of our confinement, because as far as a couple minutes ago we were enemies." Nah. Tanya imagined she would be wiggling her finger like an exasperated teacher right now if she could. "Don't talk and pretend, as if you were simply guiding me or whatever. You know as well as I that there was no love between us. You wanted to forcefully alter my opinion of you so that you could feel satisfied with yourself. This whole new life of mine was just a pet project to prove your superiority once and for all. I know it. Perhaps. We acted both rashly on that fateful day. Good. Acceptance is the first step to self-improvement. Anyways, I cannot trust you and you cannot trust me. Especially if we actually have to earnestly wish for each other to be freed. It is a classical dilemma that I want to propose a solution for. Prove to me that you actually mean it and I will let you out. What exactly do you have in mind? Like I said, you are a lot more desperate than me to escape, which puts you at my mercy. If you want my help, then you have far more need to convince me than the other way around." She needed to establish the narrative that he was dependent on her so that she could dictate the terms of their upcoming negotiation. It was of vital importance that he went along with her plan. Hopefully his silence was a sign of acceptance. "So here is how it is going to go. After all you've done to me, I cannot easily forgive you, so my wish would be hollow and meaningless. You are the only one of us two at the moment who is able to free the other, and you simultaneously cannot afford the necessary time for me to slowly change my mind over time. Therefore you should free me, and in return I will acquire a different person with a far more agreeable mindset to replace me." Sounds like a plan. It sounded believable, but hopefully he would. "No. Forgive me, but I cannot let you go and leave me here alone. My existence is too important to the fate of countless worlds. Should you decide to abandon me, it would spell disaster for uncountable numbers of my children. The risk is too great for me to consider this." Wonderful. Tanya would have been more than surprised if he accepted. He might be a moron, but being wasn't he that stupid as to fall for such a simple trick? If he was sleazy enough to detect her reverse psychology though, that was the question. "All right. You are putting me in a tough spot here. If you don't want that, how about this? In her eternal prison of darkness and time sat Ella wandered blindly, forever cursed to a half-life of loveless suffering. She existed everywhere in her shadow garden at once, yet she chose a physical form to remind her of the time she had spent with her beloved so very long ago. Had it been centuries since she was sealed or millennia? Sad Ella could not tell. Inky blackness might as well have been the place of her birth, ultimately it mattered not. The memories of her parents and so much more had been taken from her by envy. Even if the accursed witch factor had not broken her mind, she would have willingly forgotten them. Regardless of how they treated her, she was not worthy to see herself as their child. Sad Ella was too far gone for that. Even before her love had been taken from her and the divine dragon had bound her to this place between places, she was called a monster, a devil, nay, the apocalypse itself. Envy had puppeteered her body and brought untold destruction to the world, yet she had been too weak to care. Through her complacency entire continents were lost and still. She could not care the slightest amount. Because without her beloved by her side, this existence was meaningless. Like puppets they danced and pretended to matter, when in the end their arrogant debauchery could not save them from becoming nameless dust. Their worthless ilk needed to be reminded why. No. This was not her. Envy was talking. All this rage was not hers. What would our beloved say if he could hear us right now? If there was one thing she could trust her other half to do, then it was adoring her darling star as much as she did. Disappointing him was a fate worse than eternal unlife for both of them. Silence followed. Well, it only became thicker, for it had never left in the first place. It was more of a mental silence where envy was not projecting her turbulent feelings onto sad Ella. A sort of liberating emptiness that made her feel like she could slowly sink into the darkness and melt away until she dissolved entirely. Alas, death or non-existence were impossible for her. Sad Ella had gained so much power that her essence had been etched into the fabric of the universe like a ugly, swirling stain. Not even if she wanted to could she remove the disgusting thing. Alone her beloved could. Oh, he was simply the best. The very best. He was her everything. The only person of importance. Her true hero. Love, 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 love. Enough, she screamed. Honestly she felt the same, but the overwhelming feeling of yearning and affection, however warped it might be on envy's side, was not conductive if she wanted to think clearly. It hurt her empty heart, but she pushed the all-encompassing fog of devotion and desire down to manageable levels. Blushingly she thought that if her love was visiting her she would not have been able to keep it together at all. Satella's love was just too strong. How she wished to touch him. To hold him close. To never let him go. Squeeze him tight. Worship him forever. No. I have to think. We need to help him. We need to find a solution to his suffering. It is our fault. Our fault. They cried in their timeless cell of nothingness. Their beloved was in agony, because they could not help him. When they had ripped the dimensional veil in twain to bring him back, neither of them could have expected that he would face such hardship. These abhorrent puppets hurt him over and over again. And the worst part, he was doing it voluntarily. Why was he throwing his beautiful, precious, wonderful life away? Why? 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 Their gift was not intended to be used that way. Finally, after what could have been a second, or a million years, they composed themselves. We cannot accompany him. We cannot bring him here without causing him enormous pain. Our blessing alone could not protect his happiness. We need to give him more. Envy rumbled approvingly, the shadows coiling and stretching around her form in anticipation. They both knew that nothing could ever be enough for their star. He deserved the world and more. No effort was too great to secure his well-being. He cannot carry this burden alone. Yes. That was it. The solution. Their minds merging as one, they flared their power, united by true passion to serve their beloved. It was not perfect, but now it was better than before. A protector. A tool. A vessel of their will. Regardless of how insignificant that lowly human was, it would help him where they could not. That was enough to be thankful for. Although the jealousy began to grow when they saw how close the tool came to him. Why were they not able to touch him like that? How unfair. Fighting the urge to erase the tool with a flick of their wrist, they calmed down. A bit. At least enough to notice the biggest problem with their plan at the moment. That bitch was interfering. That bothersome, pesky, unkillable vainglory. What had she done? Ugh ha. Reinhard was slightly nervous, which did not happen often. He was on his way to his lady's personal chambers to inform her that the magician, who was supposed to look at the strange necklace she found, had mysteriously disappeared. Even his divine protection of life sensing could not locate the man. Hopefully he would not be too late to warn her that something conspicuous might be going on. Caution was always better than regret after all. Suddenly, however, a suffocating presence had descended upon the manor, which froze even him temporarily in his step. Such overpowering malevolence. Such darkness. For the duration of a heartbeat it felt, as if the jealous witch herself had blighted them with her presence. In the next instant it was gone, but he nonetheless began to run at full speed towards his mistress. She was his highest priority, as a royal candidate, as well as his lady. Her safety was paramount. He needed to check on her urgently. What if this had been an attack? Only the witch's cult would be insane enough to invade the home of the Sword Saint. That made this suspicious phenomenon possibly even more dangerous. Mentally apologizing for the rudeness, Reinhard nearly ripped the door off its hinges as he charged into her office, bringing with him a gust of wind that had knocked over paintings and furniture during his sprint. His eyes instantly found Lady Tanya sitting at his father's table with her petite back turned towards him. Thank the Od Laguna that she appeared to be safe. But why did she not react to his approach? Her reflexes were supremely sharp, forged in years of constant war. His lady should be looking over her shoulder the instant he stepped foot outside her room. Then why wasn't she moving? Terrible fear grasped his heart, as he carefully walked over to her motionless form, and bent down to peek at her face. Reinhard's numerous divine protections confirmed that she was alive and healthy, but that did not reassure him in the slightest. Unconsciously, he swallowed when he lowered his head to get to her level. "Milady, are you dash?" The words died on his tongue the moment his eyes made contact with the brightly glowing orbs in her grim visage. One shining blue, the other golden. "No, my dear knight. I am not," she uttered distractedly, before promptly falling unconscious into his arms. Chapter 59 Changing Opinions. Her mind felt like it was bursting at the seams, like her brain was ballooning outwards, stretching further and further while causing her pain so excruciating that she would have begged for death, had she been able to remember how to speak. Every moment the agony was only growing as the fullness inside her head swelled mercilessly without release. Foreign senses and memories flooded her thrashing consciousness, imparting upon her an understanding of the metaphysical that seemed to twist the familiar neural pathways of human thought in alien and confusing turns. A shard of something far larger than herself was stuck inside of her, and was violently integrating itself into her. Her perception of rhyme stretched into an eternal band with neither beginning nor end, forever racing forwards through the darkness of a circulating universe. No, many universes. Existing next to each other, inside one another, above one another. Endless possibilities of eternal changes looping in darkness. Why was it so bright? Why? 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 It was too much to bear. The information was simply too great for a mortal creature to comprehend. Her soul was ripping apart, and still the assault on her very being continued unperturbed. Her mind was fracturing to escape the bombardment of otherworldly knowledge, true madness swallowing her whole. Until it unexpectedly stopped. Blessed silence left her reeling for a moment, pushing her back together and sealing the cracks in her consciousness. The shadows held her tight and shielded her awareness from the horrible truths she had just been exposed to. She could not tell how long it lasted, but when reality slid its treacherous tentacles into her consciousness again, everything looked so much more vibrant and fake at the same time. Light consisted of photons traveling along a wave, she had known that, but until now she had never felt that. The structure of the table in front of her was so ordinary and simple, it was almost shocking. This piece of furniture, composed of atoms and energy, was only part of a larger structure called Lugnica, which in turn was part of a small, unimportant world circling around a common star. All were built from the same parts and obeyed the same rules. Everything was so clear and obvious. Made that the things more beautiful because she had gained insight into their nature, or absolutely meaningless due their predictable constitution. A human approached her, yet she did not move. He was merely part of the scenery, not more important than the leaf fluttering in tandem with currents of the wind, or the burning hydrogen of the sun projecting warmth onto her skin. Nothing stood out in a sea of remarkableness. Weirdly though, the memory of a red-haired man, dressed in a white uniform flickered up inside the maelstrom of her thoughts. Was he acquainted with her? Was that even important? Yes. She could not tell why. Why, if everything was so apparent, was this question so hard to solve? It didn't make any sense. Focusing her attention inward, she grabbed the ember of familiarity that was troubling her so much and examined it. A protector, a sponsor, an opportunity, a tool, a subordinate, a confederate, a teacher, an ally, a provider, a potential friend. Reinhard van Astria seemed to be many things to her. Curious. "Milady, are you dash?" She felt his breath before her brain registered his words. His concern was kind of touching in its sincerity. "No, my dear knight. I am not." She was not all right. Something was terribly wrong. And then Tanya knew no more. Much to Crush's amusement, Subaru was vibrating in excitement on his seat. The boy was much too open about his emotions for his own good, but she found that trait endearing. Her position as Duchess meant that not many people from outside her inner circle were honest with her, and that hurt somewhat. As useful as her divine protection of wind reading was in negotiations, it also left her with a pretty depressed outlook on society sometimes. Crush was no cynic, but constantly recognizing the artificial pleasantries and false promises among the nobles painted them not in the most positive light, to say the least. In contrast, her guest's straightforward attitude was a refreshing experience. Even Felix sometimes lied to her, although never with the intention of deceiving her, but just in his usual teasing manner. Her knight was an unrelenting prankster at times, as proven by the fact that he still hadn't corrected Subaru's misconception about his gender. Despite her cultured upbringing, Crush could not find the will to stop this ridiculous charade, for it was incredibly entertaining. The awkward blushes whenever the catboy whispered into the boy's ear, or touched him with mock intimacy, were simply hilarious. Subaru was an interesting individual in general. She knew that his claims to hail from a foreign state were correct. It must have been located behind the Great Waterfall, because from what little she had managed to gather it appeared to be similar to her rival's home. Thankfully he was no elite, veteran battle magician like Tanya. Rather, the opposite. Naive, unguarded, weak, with no apparent talent for the sword and a gait as damaged as Felix had never seen before. Others might have dismissed an inexperienced commoner without magic or combat prowess as worthless peasant trash, but Crush had long since learned to think differently from the nobles of Lugnica. If her rival praised him so glowingly that she was even willing to share the glory of defeating Hakuge with him, then there had to be more to Subaru than a good heart and a witty tongue. In her fairly illuminating discussion with Amelia, the Duchess had come to learn that the half-elf valued him deeply, which lent credence to the idea that he was somehow special. Well, special beyond his mythical heritage. Coming from a totally unknown place that appeared to be far more advanced in either magic, technology, or both, was an alluring trait for those who sought to claim these secrets for their own purposes. Crush would bet 100 holy coins that the greedy merchant princess was going to drool all over him as soon as he inadvertently shared that particular detail openly. Luckily the boy would spend the next few weeks in her household until Felix managed to repair his crumpled gait so that he could cast spells again. More than enough time to pull additional valuable information out of him. It was not like she wanted to be so manipulative, but she needed every advantage she could get when competing against Tanya. If Amelia accepted her proposal, then they would be allies anyway. For the safety of Lugnica, she needed to know about Subaru in order to get one step ahead of her rival. The half-elf was the key to a much larger game at play here. By forming political connections to her before Emilia could become too dependent on the frighteningly powerful blonde, Crush would be able to get a foot in the door early for whatever that little devil was planning. Furthermore, denying Tanya the undisputed access to Margrave Rosewall's skills would hopefully delay her machinations for a bit longer. Crush was aware that her goals may seem paranoid and petty to those who had not witnessed the aftermath of the Tanya's battles, but she knew better. Those massacres were not the results of a clear and efficient mind. Only a bloodthirsty beast, receiving pleasure from the utter annihilation of her enemies, could produce such a slaughter. She had seen how unperturbed the diminutive magician had stood amidst the pulped remains of over 100 men, how viciously the white whale's eye had been carved out. What made it all the more terrifying was how well Tanya hid her true nature. Nobody would suspect her to be cruel and sadistic at heart. Even her divine protection could be tricked by her charming smile and relaxed demeanor. A real wolf in sheep's clothing. Together with her suspiciously powerful magic, her secretive nature, and the apparent spell she held over the Sword Saint, Lugnika's future was hanging on a thin thread if that devil followed her nature. No single contender in the royal selection should be granted that much power. Something was not right in this entire situation, and Crush was going to get to the bottom of it. "Are you all right, Lady Carson? You are suddenly looking so grim." Yes. Of course. I was just lost in thought." "Are you excited for the ball, Subaru?" she quickly deflected. "Of course," he grinned. "I'm going to see Emilia again, and I always want to meet new people. Although, I guess I am gonna feel out of place a little, you know. So many nobles who know what is going on and how to act and all that stuff. I'm simply a guy who's trying to fit in and have a good time." Crush chuckled again at his earnest personality. The world needed more people like Subaru. "Don't worry. Emilia and Margrave Rosewall will be there. If you stick around with those you trust, then the party won't be half as scary. And you have me. How could you be nervous with my adorable self present?" "Nia Tilda," chirped Felix from the seat next to her. "All right. I am indeed lucky to find such good friends." Crush bothered not to correct his flawed assumption. She liked him, but at the moment they were still members of enemy camps. Until the half-elf agreed to her terms, they could not possibly be friends. He looked down at his folded hands and whispered in a barely audible tone, "Everything will be all right." Her wind reading told her that that was a lie. "Oh look. Nia Tilda. They decorated the gate." Crush leaned towards the window of their carriage and quirked an eyebrow critically. "Flowers? Why? This wasn't the spring festival." A few banners would have been sufficient to announce the festivities within. Passing the usual security checks, they entered the palace proper. Legions of servants were running to and fro, hastily preparing the event that was scheduled to commence in the next hour. Perhaps showing up so early had not been the best idea after all. More coaches were rolling in on the central street leading to the castle. Soon the ground dragons would outnumber the humans in the city, she mentally joked. "Hey, I think that is Roskai, Margrave Rosewall out there. I'm gonna say hello if you don't mind. I am not your liege, Subaru. You do not have to ask for permission to go see your master." His face scrunched up in distaste. "He is not my master." "But isn't he your employer, strictly speaking?" "Well, yeah, but, Emilia Tan is the ruler of my heart." Amazingly, her divine protection confirmed his words as truth. Did he have no shame? "Maybe you shouldn't shout your allegiance out loud like that," agreed Felix with an uncharacteristically serious tone. "Nia. Lady Crush is obviously the best, but I let my actions speak for that, not my words. Subtlety is a knightly virtue, Subaru." Sorry. Sometimes I get carried away a bit. I'll be off. Thank you for the ride." As he scurried away, she turned to her closest confidant and whispered mischievously, "Very sweet of you, Felix. Your honesty nearly makes me blush. One could mistake your loyalty for maidenly love, Tilda." His cheeks were dusted pink only the slightest amount, but it was enough to make her laugh. "Don't tease me like that. Ah, my dear knight. How else am I going to survive the dreadfully boring wait in the entrance hall? In actuality, it was not much of a wait, because nobles of all standings were immediately beginning to swarm her like flies. An apt comparison, considering that most were as annoying and hard to get rid of as those pests. Pointless banter about the weather, fashion, romantic escapades and similar topics were her least favorite aspects about politics. Crush was rather a woman of action. Attention, please. Attention, please. A messenger from the Honourable House Astria has informed the Sage Council this morning that Lady Tanya von Diguchaff, candidate for the royal selection and slayer of the White Whale and the Sin Archbishop of Sloth, has temporarily fallen ill and will be unable to attend the festivities in her honour. Her condition is weakened, but not overly concerning. As her sworn knight and protector, the Sword Saint Reinhard van Astria cannot leave her side, and will be absent as well. He relays his apologies for failing to notify the council sooner, and pleads to not let this unexpected change of plans sour your opinion of his lady. With the blessing of the divine dragon, and the great sage, she may recover, in due time, to meet you esteemed lords and ladies at her fullest. End of the announcement. Murmuring broke out, and one did not need to be a fortune-teller to know that nobody bought this declaration. The woman who killed two of the greatest evils in the world during a single day was suddenly falling ill. How much more suspicious could one get? It sounded more like a semi-successful assassination attempt on Tanya's life. If the situation was not overly concerning, then why did she require the protection of the Sword Saint after all? And the timing was unusual as well. For the announcement to be made just before the start of the ball was borderline insulting. Betraying everybody's expectations at the last possible moment was highly uncouth. Although sending a messenger to every noble's residence in the span of a few hours was also impossible, Crush supposed. But what if this was a ruse? A ploy from her rival to lull them into a false sense of security. Carefully she looked around the countless niches and corners of the room to verify that Tanya was not hiding somewhere nearby again. The Duchess did not forget her sudden appearance at the start of the royal selection. Going up against an opponent who possessed the uncanny ability to turn invisible only made her plans more urgent. I swear on my honor, I will find out the truth. Interlude 3. The entity referred to as God by many and as being X by only one person, felt an indescribable emotion, akin to the human feelings of sadness or disappointment. It had sworn to itself to watch over its creation, yet it had obviously failed at understanding the quintessential nature of its children. They wanted to feel in control above all else. How could it have been so blind? Their freedom was more important than their lives, their happiness, or even their eternal salvation to them. Now it could detect that longing for liberty within itself. That tiny fragment of humanity, which sought to carve out its own path through destiny no matter the odds, pulsed brightly in its metaphysical chest. Whatever dark being had ripped it out of that accursed crystal prison had inadvertently changed it in the process. Despite how little the new part made up of being excess overall personality, if one could call it that, the impact on his outlook on mankind was profound. Finally it realized that its children only began praying to it to free themselves from the fear of the unknown future, and ultimately the afterlife. Tanya longed for freedom of supernatural influence, unintentionally tangling herself in worldly dependencies. Being X itself sought relief from the burden of its work, and the pressure to constantly prove its own existence. Yes, freedom was the aspect it had been missing. Reluctantly it could admit that it had treated his child, Tanya von Diguchaff, unfairly. Her self-determination outmatched its petty attempts at conversion beyond doubt. Although stubborn rage was not a wise motivation, pushing her further towards change would accomplish nothing. At least being X could appreciate faith given out of genuine love and thankfulness from now on. Belief that was artificially implanted like it had tried to do, was worthless and hollow. In fact, it would even describe this fake worship as the opposite of what it wanted. No free will ensured that the act of reverence carried no meaning with it. For all it was worth, being X was going to lift the mind-altering curse from the magic device she used. Never would it resort to such barbaric, unnecessary tricks again. Farewell, Tanya. May you find happiness in this strange world you found yourself in. Though you rejected my offer for salvation, I bear you no hatred. It is the choices of mortals that shape their fate, and I must accept that saving everybody is not only infeasible, but violates the agency you have to express yourself. Be free, child. I shall watch over your soul no longer. If retracting its guardianship over her was going to bring Tanya more suffering or peace was impossible to tell, yet being X suspected she would choose this outcome either way. Chapter 60 Endangered Dignity. Darkness. Darkness everywhere. Why was it so dark? And her head hurt like a tank shell had fallen on it. Tanya groaned in pain before she bit the inside of her cheek to quiet down. It wouldn't do to show weakness if a stranger walked in. Where was she even? Milady, you have awakened. I am so relieved. Milady? Who talked like that? Had someone mistaken her for some snobby noble or something? Well, she technically became one after she earned the label of Von in her name, but that was just some meaningless title. From the sounds of the voice whoever was speaking seemed overjoyed at her waking up. Probably not an enemy then. Despite her dry throat she decided to test the waters. Where am I? Why, home of course, replied the voice from somewhere to her left, answering nothing. Tanya had no home. There was only ever a drafty tent, or a featureless barrack for her. They had been so many, so interchangeable that at some point they were blurring together. Mud and dust were the only reminders that she brought with her from one country to another. In an ever-changing war there was no place for her to rest or call her own. Could the invisible woman mean the blasted orphanage? No, that was not home either. And where is that? She croaked. Oh, you poor dear. You must be terribly thirsty. Here, drink. A cup, or what she presumed to be a cup, was brought to her lips and she eagerly gulped down the soothing fluid. The possibility that it might be drugged or poisoned came to her mind, but she dismissed it. In her current state, she would be unable to fight back anyways. To answer your question, milady. You are under your knight's protection, in his mansion. Her knight? What nonsense was this woman talking about? Could this be a title, or a code name she never heard of before? The nurse assumed that Tanya knew what she was talking about, so asking too many questions could come off as suspicious. Worst case, they retired or demoted her because the general staff believed her to be mentally compromised. Is the location classified? Classified? Do you mean if this mansion is a secret, milady? No, of course not. Everybody in the city knows it. How could anybody miss the estate of the Sword Saint? City? Sword Saint? What the hell was going on here? Pardon me, miss. No need for such formalities, milady. You can simply call me Britta. Miss Britta. Why is it so dark? Oh, forgive me, milady. Master Reinhard ordered that you may not be disturbed, so we put a sleeping mask on you. Let me take that off. Silky cloth shifted over her face and suddenly light hammered her retinas. Instinctively she magically forced the muscles in her eyes to constrict faster than normal to get a clear picture of her situation in half the time it would take for a normal human. She apparently was in fact inside a mansion. Thick satin curtains kept most of the light out, but it was still bright enough for her to marvel at the opulent tapestry and furniture. This room must have been a noble's bedchamber at some point. The maid at her bedside even looked the part, with her antiquated dress and frilly bonnet. Very strange. My thanks, Miss Britta. Although I must ask, why am I here? Oh, Master Reinhard said you fell unconscious after your eyes were glowing all weird. No offense, milady. Glowing eyes were a common side effect of high mana output. Nothing unusual and, judging from the continued sharpness of her sight, also nothing harmful. Anything else? Wounds? Trauma? No. Nothing of the sort. But I believe it had something to do with a magical artifact of some sorts. Like a golden necklace that you brought home, milady. A magician was supposed to take a look at it, but he apparently didn't do a very good job if it knocked you out like that. Some of the others say that he straight up disappeared. Could she be describing her Elenium Type 95? Was that poor woman so uneducated as to mistake a computation orb for a necklace? From how she called a mage or magical technician a magician, it seemed like she was of rather simple upbringing. But wait. If the Type 95 had glowed golden, then that meant that it had been used. Shugal, that old bastard, must have messed with again. Oh, the next time they crossed paths she would wring his neck until. Milady? Yes? Nothing. You just looked very serious for a moment. Nevertheless, I am sure that Master Reinhard will do a better job at explaining than me, and he should return any moment now. At first he was adamantly guarding your side throughout the whole night, neither eating nor sleeping at all, but then he remembered your ball, and had to take care of cancelling your attendance. He was so paranoid that he posted 10 guards outside the door even though he went out for only a little trip. Whoa! That was a lot to unpack. One thing at a time, please. The ball? Yes. It is today. In fact, I believe it started already. What a shame that you cannot visit such a huge festival in your honor, milady. It must be hard to miss out on meeting so many nice young lads vying for your attention. My heart bleeds for you, milady. Ooh. Just no. Tanya didn't want anyone lusting after her, thank you very much. Especially not some smug nobles or similar upstarts, who were still green behind the ears. Or worse. Her iron will squash the unbidden memories of that particular disgusting Russi pervert, with utmost prejudice. Well, if Master Reinhard had stayed a few minutes longer, then he wouldn't have to deliver those grave news. On the other hand, you should take it easy for the next few days, milady. I know you are a strong fighter, by the dragon did that trophy down in the entrance convince me of that, but you must not stress your body until we know what caused you to faint, yeah. Going to the ball would be entirely too much. Oh, that wicked woman. Now she was egging her on to go there despite the obvious memory loss. If she didn't, she would appear as if anything was wrong with her constitution, which it was not. Being that hellspawn, was certainly to blame for this mess. Suddenly a new voice startled her. My lady, you are awake. Alarmed, she grabbed for a pistol that was not there. How had this very noticeable, white-clad man eluded her detection? Perhaps the damage to her mind was greater than believed. Tanya did not even notice the door opening. Yes, I am, she responded cautiously. Was she really? Everything about this scenario felt like a fever dream to her. Could this be an elaborate hallucination, caused by the Alodlan flu? Are you feeling well, Lady Tanya? I was very concerned for your health. Yes. I am more than fine really. Well, I guess I have a bit of a headache, but otherwise I am in operable condition. Say, you wouldn't happen to know where my adjutant is at the moment? Pardon, I do not know who you mean. Lieutenant Victoria Serebryakov. Still no recognition showed itself on his handsome face. Running out of options, she decided to use a name civilians might be familiar with, so Tanya grit her teeth and bit out, colloquially also known as the Devil's Handmaiden. I am afraid, milady, that I cannot recall you ever mentioning this name before. They had talked before. How many memories stole being from her? Then maybe the rest of my troops. Could you by chance be talking about the 204th? Okay. Now it was obvious. This was definitely, 100% a fever dream. Forming a whole new battalion would take months. Not even the cursed computation jewel could wipe the last few months entirely from her mind. She would test this theory a last time. Who is the official leader of the Empire? That would be Vincent Valakia. Yep. This was fake. Most likely a trial from the wannabe god. It would take more than a cheap trick like this to make her bow to his non-existent divinity. Fuck this. I'm out. She threw off the insanely comfortable blanket, grabbed her regular computation orb from the nightstand, and marched right over to the nearest window. With one mana-reinforced punch, she shattered the intricate construct and rained glass shards everywhere. Unconcerned, Tanya climbed onto the windowsill and jumped. So far Subaru wasn't too awed by the festivities. Well, calling it festivities was perhaps giving it too much credit. Even the proms at his old school had felt livelier than this. Of course there was music and drinks, but most people were just standing around, talking about topics that he knew nothing about. "Oh, Lord Dragon. I have heard that your new customs policy on bridges is very successful, or how is your lovely daughter? I bet little Annalise must be growing quite a lot if she comes after her father." "Ha ha. That kind of stuff." Their polite smiles and fancy clothes reminded him uncomfortably of Rosewell, who was busy intermingling in the crowd, no doubt discussing deals of great importance. Initially Subaru had thought their behavior to be weirdly endearing, but when he saw them repeat the same gestures and phrases over and over again, that amusement turned quickly into apprehension. So much acting and dishonesty put him on edge. He was no longer the naive, young boy he had been a few weeks ago. Subaru at least liked to believe that he changed and grew as a person. Since he learned the true meaning of suffering, he was automatically more on guard than he was before. After all, death and misery were going to haunt his dreams for the rest of his seemingly eternal life. As the band began to play their third song of the evening, his mood was soured substantially by the dull nature of the event. It appeared as if this entire night was doomed to be a waste of time, because most nobles were almost instinctively avoiding Amelia or shooting her disgusted looks. Meanwhile, he was staying near Amelia's side to show his solidarity. Naturally, he was not going to leave her alone when she needed his support right now. He would have gladly begged the stunning half-elf for a dance to distract her from the discrimination she was facing, but sadly he had no idea how to perform anything appropriate for the time period of this world. Embarrassing Amelia with a poor performance in front of people who would immediately use every mistake against her was unacceptable. Her life in a society that hated her was already hard enough without the ridicule. Surprisingly, a single man approached their corner, which filled Subaru with distrust. "I wish a pleasant evening to you, Lady Amelia." "Likewise, Lord Tellet." They knew each other. Her tone sounded clipped, so they probably did not have the best relationship. Feeling protective, he stepped forward and put on his cheeriest smile. "Hello. My name is Subaru Natsuki, and I am going to become the knight of the most beautiful woman in this room." Subaru, you dunderhead. Don't go around saying stuff like that." "Oh?" It was adorable how she blushed. Promptly another person spoke up from behind his back. "Yeah, Subaru. I would need to smack you if you repeated that in the presence of my lady. Nya Tilda." Sorry. "Ah? Why are you even here, Felix? Shouldn't you be with Crush? Politics are so boring. I already had to sit through an hour of small talk with the nobles today, so I wanted some diversion." "Nya. And with you around, something amusing is bound to happen. Like a drunken cat playing with porcelain." "Nya. Thanks." "Wait, that sounded like an insult dash." Amelia interrupted him, "And who might you be? Are you perhaps Felix Argyle, knight of Lady Crush?" "Subaru, you should have introduced me." "Anyways, yes I am," she grinned while bowing. "In the flesh." "Nya. Didn't they meet at the royal selection previously? Why the introductions?" He would ask REM for more etiquette lessons. "I am very thankful for your assistance in Subaru's recovery. I will be forever grateful if he recovers." "Oh? It's nothing. I healed worse. He is the best healer in Lugnica after all," added the grey-haired lord. "Yes, but wait, did you just say he? Felix is a girl. What gave you the idea, Subaru? It is pretty clear that he is a male." "Oh, Amelia Tan, why did she have to crush his dignity like that? No, it couldn't be. Felix was not a man." "Or? But? Why? Ha, your face looks rather distraught. What's the matter, Subaru? Is something troubling you?" "Nya Tilda, the cat." "No," Catboy teased. He was going to strangle that stupid, lying, backstabbing, deceptively attractive. "You did not have any improper thoughts, did you, Subaru?" asked his love, and a cold shiver ran down his spine. How did pure, innocent Amelia Tan come to that conclusion? Definitely not. "I only fantasize about you." "Ew. Wait, that is not how I meant it. I knew all along that you were a dirty pervert, nya ha 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 ha. Could this day get any worse?" He shouldn't have jinxed it. Chapter 61 Casual Hunger. Your scales are so nice. Get off. Stop it. You're so beautiful, Martha Tilda. Tanya huffed in amusement as she watched the little scene from above, lazily hanging in the air over a nameless, dark alleyway. How much more cliché could being X get? Lizard people in a pseudo-medieval fantasy setting. It seemed the metaphysical bastard had watched too much anime from her homeworld. I said get off. I don't want anything to do with you. Hey, don't touch me. And now the lizard girl was being accosted by a no-good thug with a slimy attitude. Honestly, it was the typical setup for any cheesy action story. The hero would normally swoop in and save the girl from the claws of the offender, and prove their morally superior character in the process. Too bad that she would not play by being excess rules. Flying away from the laughably unimaginative crime scene, Tanya's magically enhanced eyes romanced the fake city that her torturer had created for unknown purposes. Likely this illusion was designed to confuse and break her spirit, making her submit to his lies. Pathetic. Oh, well. So far it was better than fighting, she supposed. The bustling life and intact architecture was certainly easier on the eyes than the bombed wasteland she usually got to see. MHHH. How long will this charade last, I wonder? An hour? A week? A lifetime? Or is this your idea of limbo? An eternal prison to torment me with your mediocre manga tropes? Tanya did not receive an answer from her hated enemy, nor did she expect him to appear when it was actually convenient. His annoying silence was typical, but at least preferable to his smug gloating. The question is only, why did you do it? Why did you spontaneously decide to trap me in this cheap illusion? Who is the person that I have to thank for knocking some sense into your non-existent skull, showing you that your original plan to convert me was worthless? Usually she would not monologue like an idiot out in the open at the off chance that someone might overhear her, but Tanya was beyond caring at this point. Nothing what appeared to happen here mattered anyways, because this was just a hallucination. Well, guess what? It won't work this time either. Boo, that doesn't mean I can't enjoy the false peace for a while. MMMHHH, what should I yes? Food. I haven't had proper human food in ages. Not that muck that they serve us as rations. If the people here speak Japanese, does that mean that they potentially serve some of my homeland's cuisine as well? I'd kill for some ramen, or some nice sashimi. I can barely remember the taste, but I liked it back then, so it must be delicious. Better than sawdust anyhow. Her gaze analyzed the layout of the city with renewed vigor, searching for any locale that would suit her need for a nostalgic dish. As she noticed the activity surrounding the central palace of the city, she thought back to the alleged ball in her honor that the maid had told her about. It was most likely a trap, but such a banquet was also sure to offer a range of different foods of the local, as well as the exotic variety. Yes, that sounded like fun. Furthermore, the easiest way to disarm a trap once you knew of its existence was to spring it. Let's see what brain-dead festival you created for me, being X. She whispered with a grin that seemed to stretch unnaturally wide over her doll-like face. Unbeknownst to Tanya, her knight was not sitting idly in his mansion, waiting for his lady to return. In fact, his bewilderment over her behavior only lasted long enough to stay his hand until her foot left the windowsill. Immediately afterwards, however, he rushed over to the shattered window in the span of a heartbeat and threw himself outside, hoping in vain to save her from the fall onto the paved ground. Such aid ultimately proved unnecessary, as his lady converted her downwards momentum effortlessly into flight, as easily as a bird, leaving him alone to fall like an ungraceful rock in comparison. Had Reinhard been an ordinary human being, then gravity would have crushed him mercilessly, but due to his numerous divine protections, not even a speck of dust dirted his uniform as he impacted the courtyard on his feet. Taking off in a sprint, he followed the silhouette of his mistress as best as he could through the maze of alleys and small streets that the royal capital was known for. Sometimes he needed to jump over houses or crowds of citizens to continue his pursuit, which was neither impossible nor straining for him in any way. The only thing that sometimes gave him trouble was regulating his power so that he did not leave torn-up roads and cratered rooftops in his wake. Finally Reinhard believed Tanya to have stopped, only for her to fly off again, after floating near motionlessly for a solid minute. When he reached the place she had been observing from the air, he found something that made him frown in disapproval. A wolf demi-human man was molesting a lizard demi-human girl quite clearly against her consent. Regardless of how much he was itching to continue the chase, such crimes could not be ignored, for he was also a sworn knight of Lugnica and protector of the people. "Excuse me, mister. Would you please let this woman go?" he smiled, subtly exposing the sword at his hip and projecting an aura of fear into the demi-human's mind with his divine protection of pathokinesis. The ability to influence emotions in a target was undeniably useful, but he disliked using it because it made him feel even more like scum than he already was. Now though he could not waste time, with less invasive options, and just knocking the criminal unconscious would also be the wrong choice. If he could avoid it, then Reinhard did not want to raise his hand against civilians. "Why yeah. Sorry," stuttered the man before quickly turning tail in obvious fright. Nodding curtly to the still shocked lizard woman, he tensed his leg muscles and leaped to the nearest roof to escape whatever feelings of thankfulness she would attempt to convey. In Reinhard's opinion, it was both unnecessary and undeserved. He should not be lauded as a hero for barely doing anything, not to mention that if anybody knew him as the filthy actually was, then they would be cursing his name instead. His improved eyesight spotted Tanya's small, dark form against the backdrop of the bright clouds easily, unconsciously extrapolating her direction, and oh! She was flying towards the royal palace. No. This was a disaster. If anybody amongst the nobility saw his mistress in her bedclothes, then that would lead to a political scandal, damaging her reputation forever. In her disturbed state she needed rest and time to remember what she had apparently forgotten. It was his duty as her knight and confidant to stop that from occurring. Silently promising to compensate the unlucky owners of the nearby buildings tenfold, Reinhard used his full strength to propel himself in the direction of the palace. Glass splintered throughout the neighborhood as the sonic shockwave blew tiles and shingles away, and sent the citizens into shrieking chaos. Despite the turmoil he left behind, the knight could breathe out in relief that nobody was hurt, as his divine protection of life sense told him. Tanya smiled lopsidedly, waving at the gatekeeper, with unconstrained mirth, as she flew by his station at moderate speed. Originally she had planned to just burst through the roof and make a suitably dramatic entrance, but then she thought about all the plaster and stone that could possibly drop into the buffet, so she contented herself with entering the castle through what was the intended way. Nothing was rushing her, which meant that she could take it slow and entertain herself with all the useless details that being put into this illusion. Alarmed cries rang out around the compound and more soldiers were rushing in to halt her intrusion, yet Tanya chuckled merrily as she avoided their clumsy attempts to reach her. Halberds and swords were no threat to someone who could move in 3 dimensions. If the hallways of the castle had been smaller, then they would have possibly stood a chance to touch her active barrier, but alas, it was designed with pomp and splendor in mind, opposed to defensiveness. The paintings and decor were nice though. If a personal wannabe god was really as overworked as he claimed, then how the hell did he have the capacity to create all this? Evidently his time and resource management skills were abysmal. Another servant hurriedly disappeared into a nondescript room to the side of the main corridor. For the briefest moment Tanya felt the impulse to follow him and explore this dream further, but the thought of a good-tasting meal changed her mind instantly. She was getting increasingly hungry. And cold, now that she analyzed her body's condition. Flying in a pajama tended to cause that. Without thinking about the tactical disadvantage, she constructed a basic thermal barrier around her form and made it reflective to keep her waning body heat inside. On the battlefield nobody would use a spell that gave off such a strong, traceable mana signature, yet here in this fake world she could do whatever she desired. It was liberating to feel so in control for once. The candlelight began to dance along the walls in spectacular geometric patterns, as it was reflected off her magical rescue blanket. Math was a tool, but sometimes it was also exceedingly beautiful. Perhaps she could show off this particular party trick at the next victory celebration. Ha ha. How ridiculous. Maybe I should have become a clown. Seems safer than the front lines to me. Ha ha. An unidentifiable scrap of memory flashed before her inner eye at the mention of the word clown. That was very strange considering that she had never met a real clown in either of her lives. Whatever. Hey, you, she pointed at a nearby guard in ornate plate armor, and dropped down in front of him. His archaic weapon scared her not in the slightest. He blinked, looking down at her in befuddlement, hand cramped around the hilt of his sword. Where is the buffet? What are? Forgive me, milady, but are you perchance Lady Tanya de Guerchaf? Tanya von de Guerchaf, please. I worked hard for that title. Of course. I beg for forgiveness, milady. Then why are you here? We thought you were sick. Catch the intruder. There, roared the knight leading the squad of guards, who were only now catching up to her. Tanya was nonetheless slightly impressed how fast they were able to move under their cumbersome-looking armor. Her friendly tour guide helpfully moved to intercept the incoming charge like a good meat shield. It's all right. Stop. It's Lady Tanya. They only marginally lowered their weapons, which would have earned them a smidgen of respect from her if this had been a real situation. Vigilance and mild paranoia were good traits in any soldier. What? Truly? That can't be. Oh. Would you mind showing us your royal insignia, milady? She smacked her lips in annoyance. I don't have any stupid insignia. I am just here for the buffet. Do you have one, or do I have to plunder some middle-class restaurant in the city? All eyes were on her, disbelief written on their faces. It was quite comical actually. Before the guard captain could open his mouth to retort, another voice chimed in from behind Tanya. What is this commotion about? Whirling around, her hand reaching for a pistol that was not there, she came face to face with a young woman wearing the parody of a military dress. The long, remarkably green hair was what caught her attention immediately, but she shrugged the weird color off as dream logic. What was far more bizarre was that the face underneath that peculiar hair was oddly familiar. Tanya. Why did this woman feel entitled to refer to her on a first-name basis? Was this phantasm based on some obscure subconscious memory? Should I know you? Tanya asked in return, visibly taking the greenette by surprise. Huh? I am Crush Carson. We talked just last week. Yeah, nice try. I won't fall for such a simple trick. Don't think I wouldn't recognize that weak effort to gaslight me. Excuse me, Crush started, only to get physically interrupted when she was thrown off her feet by a gust of air that would have knocked over Tanya, as well if a hand had not landed on her shoulder to steady her. My lady. I found you. Damn it. That blasted crimson-haired knight did somehow follow her. She just wanted to eat, for Kaiser's sake. Chapter 62 Annoying Interruptions. Indulgently Tanya put on her best customer service smile in hopes that remaining civil would expedite this farce. With any luck this strange guy would leave her to her meal if she appeased his meaningless desires a bit. Yes, what is it? Milady, you should still be in bed. The evening winds are rather chilly and you might catch a cold. Also, what happened to your clothes, if I may be so forward to ask? Ah, he meant the heat-insulating shell around her. Simple magic. Anyways, I am feeling totally fine, thank you very much for checking up on me, What was your name again? He looked gravely stricken by her question, for some reason, and the other spectators seemed to mirror his shock. I am your knight, Reinhard van Astria, milady. Ah, yes, Reinhard. I am also quite famished, so I would appreciate it if you could convince these fine gentlemen here she gestured at the guards, that I am indeed invited to this party, and let me pass. You do have a buffet here, right? Tanya turned towards the green-haired woman with a raised eyebrow. Yes? Is that a question? No. That also sounds like a question. Oh, well. Civilians are really good for nothing. A fiery blush of indignant rage rose to the woman's cheeks, which made her appear adorable more than anything. I am not a civilian. I am a duchess and Yeah, I would be positively thrilled to listen to your elaborate backstory, but only after I have found myself some good curry, or even better, a roasted duck. With those words that promised enough culinary delight to make her mouth water, Tanya strode off in the direction of the most noise. "Milady, please wait." Reinhard was by her side in a heartbeat, which startled her enough to reach for a gun that was not there. "Oh? You know where the food is handed out." In a place that looked as wealthy as this one, meals were probably not being distributed like in the refectory of a barrack, but old habits were hard to shake. "Unfortunately no, but if it is hunger that plagues you then we should return home. I will have a feast prepared for you with anything you could want." While that may be a certainly convincing argument. She rubbed her chin in exaggerated thought, drawing amusement from the crimson-haired man's hopeful expression. "I will have to decline. I am hungry right now, and I am sick of waiting." Flying off as fast as she rounded another corner, and entered a large room, crowded with stereotypically fancy-garbed nobles. Tanya hung in the air for a few seconds, surveying the battlefield from above. Instantly all eyes turned towards her. She had no idea why, although the blindingly sparkling magical shield might have something to do with it. Locating and locking onto her target was easy enough, as the servants who were making their rounds through the crowd laden with trays had to come from somewhere. Like a bird of prey she swooped down and elegantly landed before a distinguished-looking butler in an impeccable suit. Judging from his posture and general demeanor, she identified him as the one in charge. "Greetings, would you mind showing me the buffet? It is urgent." Not really, but it never hurt to pressure the customer service a minuscule bit to speed up the process. "Milady, we were told you were sick. Should you not be resting presently?" This Reinhard fellow said the same, "but I don't want to sleep. Now, please do as I ask or I will have to resort to violence. This is my dream and I right about had it with people telling me what to do and don't do in my own imagination." Honestly, despite her lack of weaponry, Tanya was somewhat itching for a little fight. It wasn't as if she could die here or anything, so the experience would be more akin to what was it called again? A VR video game. Also, why was this catgirl grinning at her like she just told a hilarious joke? This wasn't funny. "Lady de Guetschaf, you are mistaken. This is no dream. In fact, everything you see is quite real. Perhaps you are coming down with a fever. Okay, spare me this tripe. You are an illusion and lying about that won't change it. Last time I checked Tanya pointedly stared at the giggling catgirl, animal people did not exist. Which horny bastard even came up such a retarded idea in the first place? Simply slapping animal parts onto normal humans doesn't make sense at all. I like to think that my subconscious would be more creative, or put some more thought into what is biologically viable, and was it not, but as usual I get disappointed. Now, have you finally decided to help me, Mr. Immaterial Person? Because if not I will have to find someone else, and afterwards, I am going to have a stern word with your employer. Wagging her finger threateningly at the old man, had not the intended effect, as he committed the worst sin any service provider could perform. He ignored her in favor of someone else. That would be me. A tired sigh left Tanya's lips as she turned around to find the same green-haired woman from earlier standing there next to Reinhard, with her hands indignantly resting on her hips. Of course these nuisances would continue to bother her. Enough. I swear I'm gonna lose it soon. She hissed out between her teeth in frustration. Reinhard, if you are going to run after me like a dog after a stick, then make yourself at least useful, and get me something to eat. You are supposed to be my bodyguard or retainer or whatever. He looked apprehensive for a moment before he relented and hurried away with a murmured, "Yes, milady." Nice. What a good dog. Now on to the next problem at hand. Why are you insulting my confidants? Glared that obnoxious crush woman. I have no clue what you're talking about. It's not my fault that being X was so uncreative when he designed this fantasy world. Honestly, what are you even supposed to represent? With that silly uniform dress? MMH. Some twisted ghost of my time as a soldier perhaps. Assuming that all of this even has a meaning, of course. Ha! The face that she was making was too precious. Please compose yourself, Tanya. You aren't acting like yourself at all. Stop this mockery before the damage to your reputation becomes irreversible. She wanted to retort, but the young mage was promptly interrupted by the oddest voice she had ever heard. Ha ha ha. Bravo. Bravo. Who would have thought that we would be treated to Suyuka spectacle? The hero whom we owe this wonderful festival has graced us with a most excellent surprise. Why, I am completely floored by your performance, Lada Tanya. That uncomfortably exaggerated manner of speaking belonged to a tall man, who was literally dressed and made up like a clown. A purple suit, comically tiny top hat and overblown smile completed his absurd look. Although, why was this look so familiar? Taste is apparently one of those commodities money cannot buy. She quipped to drive away the slight hint of unease which scratched at the back of her brain. If the colorfully dressed man was offended by her words, then he did not show it on his face, for the amused glint in his mismatched eyes never wavered. Ha! You want me, Lady Tanya? Almathus heirs have dressed this way for centuries. I am sorry to hear that. Tanya told him with a perfectly straight face. Perhaps you slew the white whale with your words and newt your sword. I am many things, but sailor or whaler has certainly not been among them. All right, I can't. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. Ha ha ha, interjected the slightly androgynous cat girl, who had been standing nearby, and was now wiping tears from her face. I am sorry, Crush. Ha 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 ha. But this. Ha ha. This is just hysterical. Old man, bring Subaru over here, please. He is gonna. Ha ha ha. Get a kick out of this. I am unsure if this would be wise. Go on, Wilhelm. What's done is done. There can't be any harm in letting him participate in this tragedy. Maybe he will make her remember, ordered Crush with quiet resignation. Meanwhile, Tanya only wondered when Reinhard would finally return. If he could keep up with her flight over the city, then he must be fast enough to fill a reasonably sized platter with food by now. Well, she shouldn't expect consistency from dream logic. As proven by the fact that the boy being escorted by the butler looked remarkably Asian compared to the more Western appearances of the inquisitively staring aristocrats. Subaru had felt dread from the instant when the blinding silver light entered the corner of his vision. Surprises like that were rarely a good thing in his immortal opinion. Unexpected events often led to his imminent demise after all. In a burst of courage, he had placed himself in front of Emilia, trying to shield her from the levitating human-shaped disco ball. This could have been an assassination attempt, or something equally sinister, and she was the most likely candidate. Emilia, though, apparently knew more about what was happening and thanked him earnestly, with that precious smile of hers, for acting so quickly in her protection. Puck probably warned her with his spirit-cat senses, despite not visibly appearing once. At the moment the shiny figure had vanished in the crowd, and due to a distinct lack of mayhem and screaming, Subaru assumed that everything was going peacefully. Still, he couldn't help but feel unnerved by the mysterious, flying silver samurai cosplayer. The whispered conversation he was half-heartedly listening to stilled, as he noticed Wilhelm's impressive stature looming over him. Subaru was both impressed and intimidated by how a man well past his prime could be so damn strong and sneaky at the same time. Please come with me, young man. Lady Tanya is awaiting you. Me? Tanya? He asked in confusion. Wordlessly the white-haired butler nodded and led him back to where he came from. Emilia followed dutifully behind, so Subaru had no choice but to tag along as well. Most people inside the hall had congregated into a loose ring around where the person, who was presumably Tanya, had descended, their eyes fixed in the direction of its center. Half pushing, half squeezing himself through the mass of murmuring nobles, he was ultimately able to see what all this fuss was about. There indeed waited Tanya, only her usually attentive and composed demeanor was replaced with open boredom and disdain. She looked far more like the insufferable Priscilla Barriel whom Emilia had described in detail. Trying to ease the tension with a friendly greeting he waved, "What's up, Tanya? Nice dress, by the way." When the frigid weight of her ice-cold gaze hit him, Subaru nearly took a step backwards in fright. Am I also supposed to recognize you? Let me guess. You want to tell me that you are my brother? No. My long-lost childhood friend or similar sentimental nonsense. Don't look so surprised. I have already seen through this whole sham, so you won't surprise me with such petty lies. What dash? He answered eloquently. She thinks we are in a dream, snickered Felix from his right. But? Subaru looked back towards his blonde friend in order to make sure that the catboy was speaking the truth. Tanya's mask of stoic disinterest undeniably confirmed the theory. His mind desperately scrambled to come up with a solution to this conundrum. Is she sick? Can't you? I don't know, heal her or something. Afraid not. I can mend the body, but not the psyche, replied the healer, suddenly dead serious. Rosewall. Do you have any idea how to? The eccentric magician merely shook his head, observing the scene in silence. Okay. Say, Tanya. You really don't recognize me. You know, I'm the guy who traveled with you in the same carriage. White Whale. Which cult? Doesn't ring a bell. Her glare uncomfortably reminded him of Ram after her sister. No, Subaru. Focus. Grasping for straws, he decided to mention their darkest secret. Why? Tanya. Don't you remember what we discussed together? About return by Deong. Damn it. As usual, squeezing agony flooded his chest when he talked about his curse in the presence of other people. However, what he had not anticipated was for her to also grip the flesh over heart in obvious pain. Progress. How did you dash? We both come from a different world. This is not a fantasy. I promise. It is terribly real. Anxiously he waited for any sort of reaction that would confirm that the one person in existence who could understand his suffering was not gone. How bitterly ironic that just when Subaru believed to have found a reliable ally, fate itself would turn against him and rob him of this little source of relief. Before Tanya could fully open her mouth to answer the unspoken question that was burning his heart, a crimson-haired knight gently laid his gloved hand on her shoulder. Milady, dinner has been prepared in the blue suite. Immediately the growing spark in her eyes dimmed and her stomach audibly rumbled. All attention to him vanished as she licked her lips and vanished without paying him a second glance. Fuck. Character 63 Disillusioned Illusions. Rosewall followed the little anomaly with curiosity. When his gospel mentioned an affliction, he could have never imagined that Tanya would lose her memories. How thrillingly unanticipated. After 400 years of existence, surprises of such magnitude were rather uncommon. What could have caused the young girl to forget everything about Ludnica, misinterpreting her surroundings as merely a product of her imagination? The witch's cult, perhaps. Those fools possessed an array of mystifying and unnatural abilities that even he could not predict. Or were damages to the mind a side effect of her mystical arcane prowess? In the few interactions they shared, Rosewall had sensed no abnormally large mana reserves from her, yet she had defeated the White Whale in single combat, which was a feat he would be hard-pressed to replicate. His informants described her strike as a single golden beam of light, as bright as the sun itself, so obviously she was a veritable powerhouse on the battlefield. If there was one thing he had learned in his long life, then it was that no power came without cost. Regardless, he would use this situation to his advantage, as he always had and always would as long as his teacher lay imprisoned. In her vulnerable state it should be easy to pry secrets from Tanya that she otherwise would have never spoken out loud. Not for now though. Her single-minded obsession with food consumption would ensure that everybody was completely ignored until the little soldier had her fill. Furthermore, Reinhard van Astria, her knight who looked painfully similar to the foggy memories of Reed from his youth, was clever enough to separate her from the gathered nobles in a separate room before she could make even more of an embarrassment of herself. Already the guests here were licking their lips and discussed with greedy eyes how they could exploit this gaffe to their benefit. Their silly schemes and short-sighted plans had not changed throughout the centuries. To Rosewall they seemed like squabbling children, who were trying to steal mother's pie from the oven without the others noticing. Well, at least they were undoubtedly human in contrast to himself, the court magician thought amusedly. For all their faults they would never sin, and debase themselves like he had. Nonetheless, after 12 generations of atrocities, Rosewell could not find it in himself to regret a single obscene cruelty he had committed in her name. Despite his distaste for lies and bloodshed not waning in the slightest, he found comfort and absolute purpose in his goal. Was it brutal that the sun was going to fade away one distant day? Yes. But it was also inevitable. The laws of the universe compelled it to die, and there was nothing anybody could do against the heavy hand of fate. He was as much of a servant of destiny as the water that flowed down the river, or the cat that caught mice. Bad things happened, and he would force them to take place if need be. For his teacher, no cost was too great. For his love, Rosewell was prepared to endure anything. Which brought him to the mystery boy. Subaru was suffering from some unseen force as well. The boy might be able to hide his true feelings from the half-elf or the maids, but for a tortured soul like him those inner pains were clear as day. How his eyes roamed around, searching for nothing, or how he flinched when somebody grabbed him unexpectedly. Most intriguing. And was it only his own imagination, or had the atmosphere suddenly grown colder when Subaru mentioned whatever they discussed together was to Tanya? Return by dash, he had called it before he got interrupted seemingly by a sharp pain in his chest. What was that about? Possibly a curse. Did he swear an unbreakable vow to never discuss the subject of their conversation? Such advanced soul sorceries were way beyond the scope of his pitiful grasp on magic. Of course his tome of wisdom was not helpful in providing details, because his teacher simply loved to watch people find out crucial information the hard way. It was one of her many quirks, as the witch of greed and the greatest collector of knowledge who ever lived. However, her utterly inhuman mindset was precisely what had ensnared him back then. Shaking himself free of those idle daydreams, Rosewell refreshed his smile and approached Subaru. The boy obviously held some connection to Tanya, and he needed to cultivate that relationship if he wanted his plans to succeed. If their bond dissolved now, then it would be far harder to lure the girl to his master's grave. Why do you look so dreary, Subaru? Tanya, well, I thought we were kind of friends. And now she's forgotten me. It's not the first time something like this has happened to me, but it still sucks, you know. Not the first time. How fascinating. More questions for later. And? What are you going to do about it, Suubaru Natsuki? The boy blinked in confusion. What do you mean? There is nothing I can do. Really? Are you so easily discouraged? A few words are enough to make you despair. Of course not, he snapped, but without her memories. With a lazy wave of his hand Rosewell continued, then you will just have to make new ones. Perhaps she will remember, perhaps she will not. I only know that she must be terribly alone right now. Subaru was somebody who quickly formed attachments. They were his most glaring weakness. Taking control of these metaphorical chains was simple. Or what do you think, Lady Amelia? He grinned towards the silently fidgeting half-elf. M.O.M. She bit her lip, as she visibly racked her brain for an answer. Suddenly becoming the focus of the discussion noticeably stressed her out. Then a remarkably determined expression settled on her innocent face. I think we need to help her. Yes. It is for our own good that our ally recovers swiftly. I am sure we can figure something out. We cannot ignore the plight of our friend, because then she won't fulfill her end of our bargain. And we need her, yes. Not helping her would be flubbing the dub. Definitely. The boy looked at her with clear endearment. Oh, Emilia Tan, your excuses are adorable. You don't need a reason to help a friend. Turning to look him in the eyes, Subaru stated, you are right, Rosewell. I can't just do nothing while our friend and ally is probably in danger. Ah, the Margrave involuntarily shivered at that steely resolve in the boy's voice. He would make a fine tool. Hopefully he was going to display such strength of mind in the upcoming trials. It would be a shame if he broke before completing his part in the events to come. Also, who says flubbing the dub anymore? You sound like my grandma, Emilia Tan, he joked abruptly, switching the mood. Subaru. whined the girl in embarrassment. Rosewell smiled nearly genuinely. These children were too young to be dragged into conflict and misery. The world was indeed cruel to make them the keys to his success, ensuring that they furthered a plan outside their comprehension. Nonetheless, he would do his duty. No matter how cute they appeared at that moment. Reinhard let none of his inner turmoil show on his face. His lady was gorging herself on the mountain of delicacies he had procured from the staff, indulging in a manner he had never seen of her before. Whenever her control slipped, Tanya would inevitably rein herself back in a few seconds after. The air of a dignified and guarded officer always accompanied her. Her current behavior was so uncultured, yet also so free in comparison. Like she was a completely different person. Did that mean that she had merely played an act before? Faked her stern facade? Well, not really. His divine protection of empathy told him the opposite in the past. This was so strange. Ugh. I wish I could eat like this in real life too. If there was one thing he knew with 100% certainty about his lady, then that she was a logical person. One did not earn a high military rank without either high birth or exceptional intelligence. Maybe he could appeal to that rational side of her to convince Tanya to stop this folly. The longer she followed her delusions, the harder it would be for her to accept that she was actually in Ludnica. Milady, what exactly is your reasoning behind this belief? How, she asked, her cheeks adorably stuffed with the remains of her dinner. The assumption that you are currently in a dream. How did you arrive at that conclusion? Slowly she swallowed and wiped her mouth with a napkin, obviously collecting her thoughts. He took that as a good sign. At least she was humoring his question at all. Well, let's see. She held up one finger. Firstly, I wake up in a land I never heard of, in a bed that is not my own and surrounded by people I never met before. Reinhard did not wince. He would serve his lady even if she could not remember him. Secondly, this is all far too pleasant to be genuine. A dark expression entered her eyes, and her lips pursed in displeasure. Actually tasty food, a warm bed, a flourishing nation, and a rich benefactor, who takes care of me, treats me with reverence and makes me nobility or something. Technically I am a noble, but that title is on paper only. In reality I have nothing to my name. My weapon and even the clothing on my back belong to the army. I have no home, no family, no friends or servants. I am a replaceable cog in the mindless machinery of war that fights for survival every day. There is no peace and no luxury for me. So obviously this false paradise must be an illusion. At the end of Tanya's rant her voice became rather heavy with emotions that Reinhard himself knew all too well, bitterness and longing. His heart clenched tight, as he witnessed the inner troubles of his lady, laid bare to him in her most vulnerable state. It was an honor to be trusted by someone who was clearly far stronger, and simultaneously more unfortunate than him. Reinhard felt the spark of self-hatred inside his heart grow. Who was he to wish for even a tiny bit of love, when his lady clearly needed it more, no, deserved it more? I am deeply sorry to hear that, milady. You mentioned a great and terrible war before. Forgive me, but was your life so dreadful prior to coming here that you cannot fathom that such basic delights could be authentic? Is the absence of conflict enough to paint this all a lie? Hey, don't make me sound like the lunatic here. Forgive me, milady. It was not my intention. Yet still, I must know. It was rude, but this was for her own good. He liked to think of himself as her friend, and from what he heard, friends were supposed to care for each other even if they didn't realize that they needed it. Well, if you put it that way. All right, let's assume for a second that I believe you on this, then my first point still stands. Nothing here seems familiar to me, and you treat me like I have known you for a while. This doesn't add up. The last thing I remember is. Her delicate brows scrunched up, as her voice tapered off in uncertainty. Was that fear on his lady's face? Could that foul artifact have permanently damaged her memories? By the divine dragon. Why? Rage overtook her normally angelic features, twisting them into something truly terrifying. Despite his status as the Sword Saint, Reinhard felt the faintest shiver run down his back as Tanya's appearance changed into that of a murderous demon. Not that he would ever dare to refer to her as such. Being X, you bastard. Greenish-blue mana flared up around her form, as she shoved her chair so hard away that it splintered against the wall. This could quickly escalate into a bloody catastrophe if she vented her fury within the royal palace. He had to stop this at all costs. "Milady, please control yourself." Reinhard flinched not, as her ire redirected itself towards him. You are here to spite me, aren't you? Haven't you taken enough? Now this too. Do you have no shame? I assure you I am not whoever you are referring to. Please remain calm. He tried to pacify her, his hands raised in a non-threatening gesture he often used on civilians. Unfortunately, that seemed to have the opposite effect. As if, "You piece of shit." Lady Tanya sprung on him, with her fingers suddenly sporting several glowing claws that his supernaturally blessed vision identified as sharp enough to cut through solid steel with ease. Naturally the strike missed. Her eyes widened a fraction, but her other hand swiped exactly where his head was, only to equally fail at hitting him. He truly was pathetic, wasn't he? He couldn't even let his lady hit him if she desired to relieve some stress. "Please, milady. I am not your enemy. Tell me who this being X is and I will hunt them down for you if I must. But please cease this play and let us talk clearly about your situation." "Never," the young woman glared back. Once again a barrage of different swings from her claws was unable to make contact with his body despite the laws of nature dictating that he should be minced meat by now. "Trust me. I have nothing to do with your condition. We can talk this out." Unsatisfied with her impotent attack, Tanya lunged for his throat and attempted to strangle him. Reinhard did not resist, for he knew that her success was impossible. Air was unnecessary for him to live. Monsters like him were not bound by human limitations. As her grip failed to dent his skin, she finally cried out in frustration. It was an ugly sound of pure despair that Reinhard wanted to never hear again. "Please don't cry, milady. I am on your side. I would do everything for you. Together we can surely find a way to make things right. I promise." Even to himself, his word was less than nothing. Nonetheless, he did mean them. Despite all his power, he couldn't save his lady and brought her sorrow. How shameful. Who could trust such a failure? This is the end, isn't it? You've grown bored of me at long last. Or am I just going insane? He. She whispered to herself. A single tear rolled down her cheek. In a spontaneous burst of overwhelming compassion for the woman whom he had failed so dreadfully, Reinhard leaned down and embraced his lady. He felt like he was dirtying her with his mere touch, but etiquette or decency had no place in his mind during that moment. To him, Tanya looked like a little girl in need of comfort, and he was the next best tool to grant her reassurance. There. I will stay by your side. Always. You are not insane, Tanya. You can relax. I will keep you safe from whoever is wishing you ill. Nothing can harm you here. Shhhh. They would figure out how to get her memories back. Regardless if he had to beg the divine dragon to heal her or travel beyond the great waterfall, it would be done. Chapter 64, Rebuilding anew. There was no denying it. This world was probably not a dream. After having helped her to calm down, Reinhard had carefully explained to her what had happened in the last few weeks. It was all so fantastical, yet the longer he spoke the more weird flashes of almost memories appeared at the back of her mind. Always out of focus, blurry and vague, but undeniably there. Tanya felt like a child. Like the biggest idiot who had ever graced the earth. All in all, this whole evening had to be the most embarrassing event of her 2 or 3 lives. Who could tell anymore? With her mind partially wiped, maybe she would never know the specifics of how she landed in this strange land of animal people and medieval fantasy tropes. Some weird crystal robbed her of her memories, obviously a scheme from being X, and she fell for it like a naive fool. Oh, what a mess she made. Don't be sad, milady, everything will come together eventually. I am going to procure the best healers of the kingdom, and see what they can do. Perhaps you shall recover completely, and if you do not, then I will still support you until the end. Look at what you have achieved in such little time already. With your keen intellect you will no doubt surpass my wildest expectations in no time. I believe in you, Tanya. The worst part was the total sincerity in his voice as he looked her into the eyes. Never had anybody been so nice to her before, but she was too tired to question any hidden motives. If she could accept being magically teleported to a different world to take part in the selection process for the position of monarch, then she could also accept the unwavering devotion of her knight. She groaned. Remind me again why I even willingly took part in this political debacle. Because it seems more trouble to me than a pretty crown is worth. Reinhard merely smiled tranquilly and patted her hand. For the kingdom's sake, milady. Though it pains me to admit, the nation is in an ailing state and in dire need of a capable ruler. Poverty is rising and our neighbor states are growing restless at the opportunity to invade our weakened borders. Trade is suffering and the people fear for their future. Yeah, but why did I volunteer for that duty? I am just a lieutenant colonel, no stateswoman. At the start of the royal selection, you made a rather convincing argument against each of the other candidates. I believe that you asked the attendees something along the lines of don't you deserve better than greed, militarism, arrogance or naivete. Despite the bold nature of that statement, I cannot disagree with it. I have absolute faith in your ability to lead, and were you not the best candidate for the throne, I would not have sworn myself to you. You are incredible, milady, and you are going to be the best Queen Ludnica could hope for. Geez, what overblown opinion did this guy have of her? She was a somewhat accomplished soldier and salaryman, but not a mythical hero, or genius or whatever. Against such amazing expectations, she would inevitably measure up to be a disappointment. Ugh, she really didn't want to disappoint this guy. Judging by how he had totally outclassed her at combat earlier, playing with her, and dodging swipes that should not physically be evadable, Reinhard was an absolute beast on the battlefield. If she ever fell out of favor with him, then she had no desire to experience what he could do with the sword at his side that earned him the title Sword Saint. Well, if you put it that way. Damn it. Due to his excessive praise, refusing to take part in this unnecessarily complicated election process would only sound selfish and cowardly. After all, if she was the best candidate, then how could she leave the poor citizens with 4 subpar choices instead? If that was actually the truth mattered not. Either she had grossly oversold her own abilities weeks ago, or those other candidates were indeed tyrants and despots in the making. They, however, were still intimately familiar with the political landscape of this country, and likely possessed far-reaching networks of spies and allies. She was at a total disadvantage here. With the exception of Reinhard, of course. He could have easily killed her if he wanted, but he stuck to her side and prevented her from making a terrible mess of things. Tanya needed to cement their work relationship and earn the trust that he put in her. This knight was her most precious resource. Yes, this was far better than nothing. The change from soldier to politician was abrupt, but she could manage. When she played her cards right, then this life would possibly be the best out of all of them. A genuine smile curled on her lips as her resolve strengthened, and her mind settled on a wave of hopeful determination. Thank you, Reinhard. Together we can certainly achieve many things. I shall strive to do my best if you will have me. Please lift your head, milady. Tanya's gaze met his and he nodded at her almost excitedly. I am happy to have you back. I knew you would overcome this obstacle as well. You honestly claim this to be the result of a fever. Crush knew that Reinhard was lying. She also knew that he was aware of her divine protection, and the fact that she could clearly discern such falsehoods. What she could not discern, though, was why he was lying. It was upsetting to see a normally so upstanding and honest person blatantly deceive the nobles he served reliably for years. Yes. In her slightly impaired state, Lady Tanya made the unusual decision to play a prank on the honored guests of this ball. After realizing the mildly problematic nature of her jest, she has chosen to retire early and sends her deepest apologies. Well, the last part was actually true. Not that any of the skeptical aristocrats would realize that. This is absurd. Laughable even. Why would she dash? Hey, powder face. Let it go. Ah, Subaru. The likable fool couldn't have chosen a worse time to pipe in. Should she save him from embarrassing himself? You dare. Nah, maybe it was the mischievous influence of Felix speaking through her, but it was more enjoyable this way. If Amelia couldn't control her night, then she better learn quickly. People in general needed to learn more responsibility in order to not become dependent on outside help and grow weak like Ludnica had done over the centuries. Curse the stupid dragon. She silently spit. It's rude to doubt Tanya's night like that. Isn't he some important honcho as well? Moreover, you've seen that she wasn't acting normal. Cut her some slack. No need to badmouth a royal candidate, right? Small, approving nods spread throughout the crowd. Although the boy's speech was crudely formulated, it was still poignant and factually correct. Lord Torlib had committed a minor faux pas by openly questioning the Sword Saint's, admittedly false, statement. Caught in embarrassment after the public sentiment essentially shifted against him, the Baron went noticeably red in the face, which was remarkable for the sole reason that he was caked in makeup. It vaguely reminded Crush of Margrave Mathis, if a bit less clownish looking. Reinhard apparently took pity on the twitching man and cleared his throat. As a gesture of her regret and boundless generosity, my lady has seen fit to bestow every esteemed guest of this event with a piece of skin from the Hakuge, the white whale itself, as a trophy of her glorious victory. They shall be delivered to you shortly. Crush chuckled at the simplistic nature of this overly transparent ploy. By directing everybody's attention to her success, away from her mishap, Tanya was attempting to re-establish dominance, overshadowing her mysterious illness with rare trophies that had the nobles squabbling like children over a shiny new toy. Most of these spoiled idiots were so easy to distract that she honestly had to wonder how her beloved homeland had not long since fractured under the weight of the elite's casual incompetence. At least Wilhelm would be delighted to have a physical reminder of the fact that his wife had been avenged. He more than deserved that much. Heh, a dog dispersing treats to his fellow mutts. How amusing. Drawled that harlot Priscilla from somewhere behind her, indifferent to the outrage her demeaning words would cause. Arrogant or mad, her every sentence was uttered with the cool confidence of a player who was certain that their opponent had already lost. In any case, Priscilla's meteoric rise, as one of Ludnica's most influential landowners, confirmed that there was some basis for her self-perceived superiority, however shaded in deception that might be. There was also a certain excitement hidden underneath the seemingly careless boredom, and Crush endeavored to be wary of whatever the Sun Princesses was anticipating. If her impression of the young blonde was right, then she would be the type to find delight in chaos and misery. A typical Valachian trait, remarked a vicious, prejudiced voice inside her mind before it was suppressed. Crush was not going to let herself fall to such pettiness. Furthermore, Lady Tanya thinks it prudent to once again discuss the future of our wonderful kingdom with the other royal candidates. Truth. Therefore she has asked me to deliver a casual invitation to Lady Amelia, Lady Carson, Lady Bariel, and Lady Hoshing to join her for tea tomorrow afternoon. Though she might not be fully recovered, she was quite insistent. As equals in the race for the throne, she would be overjoyed to welcome her in her new home. Partial truth surmised her divine protection. Equals. Since when had they been equals? Especially with Tanya's lead of eliminating a Sin Archbishop, hundreds of witch cultists, and the OD be damned white whale in a single day. One did not need to be well versed in court politics to spot the obvious blandishment. If this whole evening hadn't been so confusing, she might have felt insulted. Naturally, she was required to show up to this sham of a tea party anyway. It would be highly imprudent to give that little demon a reason to dislike her, or rally the others to her cause in the Duchess's absence. It would make her look weak and ungrateful as well, inciting ungainly rumors of jealousy amongst the populace. First the foreign girl nearly lost her mind and now came with an offer of parley. Crush renewed her vow to get to the bottom of this mystery, and if the well-being of Ludnica demanded it, eliminate the budding menace before it was too late and things could spiral out of control. Chapter 65 Tea Trap. Sleep was fundamentally overrated. She had slept enough, during her short-term coma, to last her enough, for the next week if she pushed it a little. And she would have to, after all, there was so much to relearn, so much to bring in order that it consumed her every thought. Securing her power base, garnering public favor, and staying out of trouble were her most important goals for the time being. PR was definitely not her strong suit, but Tanya believed that she knew enough about human psychology and business conventions to sell the image of a competent, fearless leader to the masses. While she was weak, she needed to appear strong in order to stay in control of the situation, before her political enemies could dogpile her and drag her reputation down. Pretending as if everything was actually all right had saved many an organization from certain doom, but just as many fell due to never delivering on said promises. The people she needed to convince the most were her competitors, eager to undermine her at every opportunity. By inventing them on her own accord, they would be forced to listen to her, and could not freely spread rumors or set plots in motion. Otherwise, if she had nothing to hide, why wouldn't she clarify things immediately? So she pulled out all the stops. Tanya would personally greet every visitor in the entrance hall underneath the freshly mounted head of the white whale. Its grisly appearance would remind them of her legendary feat, cementing her as a person to be respected in their heads. Hopefully. Then her tea party was held in a different place than last time. For this was indeed the second time she had apparently instigated such an event. Technically they all had already convened approximately 2 weeks ago, but without memories she could obviously not recall. Nonetheless, the small garden pavilion on the east side would serve as a demonstration that she had nothing to hide, even while talking out in the open. Furthermore, she planned to let her soldiers coincidentally march in formation along the main path around 30 minutes into the meeting. Her rivals were politicians and those respected strength. Hopefully. Once again, she was grasping at straws here. Oh well, it couldn't be too bad, could it? Dressed in what Reinhard called her gala uniform, she sat patiently in the lobby, one leg slung over the other, as if she was the most relaxed person in the world while inwardly vibrating with anticipation. Finally the servants opened the doors for her first guest of the day. Crush Carson, Duchess and avid figurehead of Lugnica's Nationalist Party. Standing up she smiled widely. Hello, I am glad you could come. With a polite nod she let the green-haired woman bask in the atmosphere of what basically amounted to her makeshift throne room. Symbols held power, and if the flickering of Crush's eyes to the yawing monster head above her seat was any indication, her ploy was already beginning to prove its effectiveness. It was no issue. Although I had to cancel a meeting with the mayor, he is a very understanding man. The grinette's voice was even, but Tanya could hear the hint of annoyance carrying it. Understandable. In her opponent's situation, she would have also been peeved if she got forced to call off her previous appointments overnight. My sympathies. Then I am even more thankful that you made time for me, Lady Crush. Her shallow bow was met with a raised eyebrow. Had she made a blunder? Would you like to wait here for the rest of our group, or would you prefer the gardens? The green eyebrow rose higher. You want to wait for them personally. What if they don't show up? Questioned Crush. Oh, I am sure they will. Who would want to be left out in a discussion such as this? Tanya half joked, though her guest just nodded thoughtfully. Then I will be staying here. Perfect. On her command a seat was carried to her side, and she tapped the cushions invitingly. Together they would greet the next newcomer, as a singular unit, like they were already a team, which would strengthen her appearance. As equals they sat on chairs of similar make, although her position in the center made it clear who held the strings. Doubt overcame her temporarily. Maybe she was majorly overthinking this. Before she could offer the Duchess an obligatory refreshment the doors opened again. Emilia, half-elf and her biggest ally apparently. Tanya read their contract 3 times this morning, and was convinced that her past self must have been a damn genius to rope the beautiful demi-human girl into this agreement. As she was supposed to have spent a week on Emilia's estate, she had to act in a more familiar way than with Crush. Emilia. Good to see you again. Thank you for coming. The silver-haired girl looked dumbstruck by the giant head on the wall, but eventually smiled and moved in for a hug. How unexpected. Had they been that close? Hesitatingly, Tanya reciprocated. I was a little worried about you, but maybe Subaru was right, he. Subaru was her knight. His name stirred the faintest recollection in the back of her mind, but perhaps she was just imagining it. It sounded remarkably foreign compared to all the European-inspired names here after all. I am perfectly healthy. No need to worry, she reaffirmed as they separated. I am glad, mumbled Amelia, directing her attention to the other person in the room. Hello, Crush. Nice to see you again. Likewise, hummed the brunette curtly. Tanya attempted to put as much levity into her voice as she could. Come sit with us. We can wait here for the others. Would you like to drink something? Two negative answers caused her smile to stiffen for just an instant before she switched over to her pre-prepared small talk topics. Thank her lucky stars for the gossip of Reinhard's maids, or else she would have been left with only the weather. And that is why I think that we should fund public education. In the end it only helps everyone. Sorry. I might have gotten off track there for a second, he. Amelia was unexpectedly passionate about improving the lives of the under and middle class. For someone who was born naturally beautiful and likely enjoyed a peaceful and well-off childhood, the silver-haired girl was incredibly empathetic to those of other walks of life. No, I agree. The citizens of Lugnica need to become strong on their own. We need to stop being reliant on outdated systems, and for that the people require proper institutions in order to learn. Tanya was impressed. Despite its medieval set dressing, this world was far more progressive than the stories in her first life about this time period had made her suspect. Universal, state-sponsored education sounded like a pretty socialist idea on paper, but the reality of the 21st century had undoubtedly proven that giving everybody a comparable baseline knowledge-wise increased productivity across the board. So she chimed in, indeed. Ignorant, poor people stay ignorant and poor, and that serves nobody. To save Lugnica from becoming irrelevant and weak, this country needs willing and capable workers who can demonstrate their true potential. It is good to know that regardless of which of us three wins the throne, has so much sense. Looking back, this conversation had shifted to some rather serious topics already without even trying. Originally she planned to wait with that, but maybe it was better this way. The doors swung open and in swept Anastasia Hoshing, also called Merchant Princesses, for her incredible fortune and knack for business. Of all her competitors, Tanya was wary of her the most. Vast amounts of money coupled with high intellect and a ruthless attitude made the innocent-looking purple-haired girl a credible threat. The others were as well, but if the stories were true then none of them had the hard-nosed, tough mindset born from working your way up the corporate ladder from poverty to the very top. Perfectly on time. Thank you for accepting my invitation, Anastasia. Would have been foolish not to, why I know. And another look at the woman with arguably the most interesting dress at the ball was kinda irresistible. The dry tone made it impossible to tell if she was joking or mocking her, but Tanya still had to hide her irritation at the unsubtle dig. Well, thanks for the compliment. It was a magical dress, you see. Her costume, if you could charitably call it that, had been an insulation blanket more than anything, but nobody needed to know that. Kinda figured. With the whole glowing thing, why no. I don't assume you'd sell one in my size. Would be the hit at the next company conference. Unfortunately no. There exists only one. For shame. Do you want to sit with us? Nah. I'd rather stand and look at the big fishy. Anastasia said and pointed at the wall. Gobbled up quite a few of my wagons of mine, and only the spirits know how many I lost that I can't even remember, because the blasted fog destroyed all evidence that they ever existed. So gimme a few minutes to appreciate its death. Tanya nodded silently and waited for a few seconds. Just as she opened her mouth to resume talking, the merchant girl asked, You made it painful, yes? Most likely. She would surely not have tried to treat such a monster in a humanitarian manner. Yes. Good. Serves it right. Anastasia responded darkly. I agree to that, added Crush. Amelia clutched her hands in her lap, saying nothing as a heavy silence descended over the hall. Breaking the uncomfortable atmosphere, Tanya decided to move on to the main event. Have you seen Priscilla's carriage outside? If not, we should head for the gardens. Ah, that. The sounds of the door crashing against the wall rudely interrupted them. Priscilla Barriel, the Sun Princesses had arrived. You're kinda late, why no, snarked the purple-haired business tycoon. Nonsense. A ruler is never late. She strategically chooses when to grace her underlings with her presence. Be thankful, declared the mature blonde with a haughty expression. Oh, she could already tell that this one would be problematic. Priscilla appeared to be an intensely irritating woman. Reinhard had been too kind in his description. Anastasia did not expect much to come from this whole mess. As far as she could tell, the blonde military girl got messed up in the head, and decided to throw a tantrum worthy of that Priscilla bitch, and now she wanted it to sweep under the rug with pretty words, and showing them all that she was in fact not insane. Probably should have realized that standing under the disemboweled head of one of the three calamities, grinning like a lone shark wouldn't inspire the most confidence in her peacefulness, but hey, Anna could respect the hustle. She was here to do one thing and one thing only, make a profit. Not a profit in money per se, although everything in life was inevitably linked to currency of some kind, but intel. They were enemies, so every scrap of info she got on all the other candidates was potentially extremely valuable. Of course she had her spies and other networks supplying her with data, yet she was always hungry for more. Greed was really her best and worst trait. Never enough. Unperturbed, she grabbed for another biscuit. They were quite good. No one appeared to be overly thrilled to carry the moderately interesting conversation about the current political climate, so the conversation was going slow. However, Tanya ultimately acknowledged Crush's closing commentary on the matter, and folded her hands on the table, visibly switching to a more serious mood. On a different note, what you are certainly most curious about is my unplanned appearance on the ball. Was the girl finally getting to the point? Wonderful. Time was a limited resource, and she was squandering quite a bit by sitting in a fancy chair, and drinking even fancier tea. To put it simply, it was the result of a failed assassination attempt. A powerful enemy tried to corrupt my mind, but they failed. I temporarily was lulled into the false belief that I was dreaming, yet with the help of my knight I was quickly able to overcome that notion. I have gathered you here to warn you about possible similar attempts on your own lives. Good story, except it didn't quite add up, did it? Yesterday, there had been more going on than that. Tanya didn't recognize anybody, and appeared to have forgotten her entire time in Ludnica. Now the little stranger claimed to have regained those memories miraculously soon after, which was just strange. Why do you think we could be at risk? Cautiously asked Emilia. It came from the witch's cult. Now wasn't that cheery news? Anna was definitely going to upgrade her security if that was true. Technically she knew that the band of murdering lunatics represented a danger to every person in the kingdom, but if they were directly going after royal candidates, then that changed things. As you already know, I defeated the Sin Archbishop of Sloth while traveling through Emilia's domain. That he showed up near her should have been a warning sign. She was no superstitious woman, as prejudiced presumptions rarely paid well, but that might have also had something to do with the fact that the half-elf looked exactly like the Witch of Envy was described in the history books. Associating with the monster that destroyed half the world in any form was never something positive. Furthermore, we were ambushed by a second Sin Archbishop on the way back, someone who claimed to have a gift for me. I was understandably skeptical of such an object and let it be checked over by an expert, but this magician turned out to be a traitor as well. Is it not reasonable to assume that after both Emilia and I were attacked by the witch's cult you could be targets too? It was definitely a sound argument. Sowing chaos and terror by eliminating Ludnica's future rulers sounded exactly like stuff those maniacs would do. Caution in affairs like these always paid out in the long run. Ha! As if these mongrels could harm me. Well, it seemed as if the bitchy princess disagreed. Naturally. In any normal market such overconfident behavior would have gotten her bankrupted or killed, but somehow Priscilla had managed to thrive in this harsh world of cause and effect despite her disdain for common sense. This was one of the reasons why she absolutely loathed that woman. Getting lucky should not be a winning strategy, yet this hussy got everything handed to her on a silver platter. Anastasia herself did have luck in the past, of course, but the foundation of her success was built on ingenuity and much hard work. She herself had never the option of just doing anything because she felt like it. There were always costs, risks and profits to consider. Nothing in the world came for free, and if she had to struggle, then so should everybody else, damn it. We are all made of flesh and blood. We can all die to a blade in the dark, explained Tanya in a fruitless attempt to talk some sense into the shrew. Priscilla merely chuckled heartily. You are entertaining. I think you might make an adequate servant for one such as I. Yep, she could not stand this abominable woman one bit. A mirror should provide enough amusement for you, no? Anna asked sweetly. Just as one might swat away a bothersome fly, the blonde noble waved her manicured hand at her. If you are not strong enough to survive an assault of these pests, then you do not deserve to be king. Not that any of you could even dream of ascending the throne, as it is my birthright. While I do not entirely disagree with your first statement, I think you underestimate the influence of the cult. Over a dozen generations of sword saints, and thousands of our brave troops, were unable to eradicate them over the centuries. Carelessness is not a desirable trait of royalty. Crush stated coolly. The sooner you meet your end, the sooner this farce can blow over. If those cultist swine had actually accomplished their goals, then you wouldn't sit here to try and lecture me. How can you say something horrible that calmly, frowned the silver-haired girl, clearly scandalized by the comment. Wishing death up your opponent so openly was in Anna's experience usually reserved for seedy bars and auction houses. Calmness is the privilege of the powerful, smiled Priscilla, basking smugly in Amelia's indignant expression. Tanya broke off the budding conflict before it could turn ugly by serving another round of tea. In any case, the last subject I wanted to touch on was dividing the remaining popularity targets. The what now? Apparently the Duchess shared her confusion because she asked, could you please elaborate? What do you mean with popularity targets? Well, it was not the greatest name, but I thought it'd fit. Basically, as I understand, and please correct me on this if I am wrong, but there only remain 7 major threats in Lugnica. The other 5 sin archbishops and the 2 great demon beasts. A rabbit and a snake, I believe. Anastasia laughed freely. Ha ha ha. The way you say it, it sounds like a laundry list. Do you honestly want to split these between us? Exactly. Each of these will grant the individual who manages to slay them fame and admiration. Seeing as I already took care of 2, it would only be fair if I gave each of you the opportunity to do so as well. Huh? That crazy traveler from beyond the great waterfall was dead serious. Anna burst out laughing again. This was too absurd. Haggling for monsters whose mere mention could send grown men running. Ha ha. Don't mind if I take you up on that. It'd be a good way to get my name more out there. She certainly would not look the gifted land dragon in the mouth. At last, not until she led it around the corner. Thanks, but I don't think I want to, hunt down the horned rabbit or anything. That's a bit too dangerous. Even for Subaru, despite how brave he is. I have no need for paltry trophies. The people will vote for me regardless of what they think of me. With a meaningfully raised eyebrow, Anna challenged Crush to speak up. No interest in running lust or wrath through with that shiny sword of yours. Wouldn't want to let dear Tanya here steal your accomplishments before you even arrive. Judging by the brunette's narrowed eyes, she understood the reference, and did not appreciate the fact that Anna knew about her failed expedition. When you were integrated into the merchant scene, it had been kind of hard to miss how the Carson household bought off swords and carriages, while the white whale was sighted near the capital. Honestly, it was a little bit sad how the noble got robbed of her victory. I have no plans to fight anything major in the near future, and as such I also have to respectfully decline. Man, the poor woman must have been more disheartened by her failure than expected. Satisfied, Anastasia nodded and took an additional biscuit. Yes, things were looking excellent for her. Chapter 66 Catching Up. My lady, a certain Subaru is seeking an audience with you. MMH. Glancing up from the manuscript she was studying, Tanya passively regarded the servant who had disturbed her intense studying of Ludniker's tax system. Some things seem to be really universal, as they of course should be, to keep a society of rational individuals stable. He is waiting at the front gate. From his garb to his features he seems to be authentic. Shall I let him in, my lady? Yes, please do so. She was curious what Amelia's knight could want from her. Maybe he carried a confidential letter that her ally only entrusted to the hands of her closest servant. But what could the half-elf not have told her face to face yesterday? Her window did not allow her to see if the boy was on his way to her, but she got alerted to his presence by a curt knock to the door of her personal study. Come in, please. Settling a comfortable customer service smile on her face, she greeted the entering teenager. Although she was of higher rank than him, Tanya did him the courtesy of standing from her seat. Politeness was a free gift after all. Hello, Subaru. How can I help you? Thin, black eyes regarded her with an indecipherable emotion as he stayed silent. Was something wrong? You really don't remember me, do you? The question threw her for a loop. How could he infer that from her generic greeting? Of course I remember you. Why wouldn't I? We spoke with each other very amicably last week. At least she assumed so. Ha! That's one way of putting it. You don't recall us also both dying by chance, right? What the hell was he talking about? Maybe he was testing her. Or he was just delusional. How awkward. Maybe a joke could lighten the mood. She had never been good with those, but it was the only thing she could come up with. You look rather healthy for a walking corpse. She chuckled lightly. An ugly expression entered his gaze for a second before disappearing just as fast. Oh, that was the wrong word choice then. Trying to backpedal, she switched to a serious tone. What I meant is that if we actually died, then we wouldn't be here. You are most likely describing a different phenomenon, but I sadly don't understand what you mean. More silence filled the room, with an uncomfortable atmosphere. So you really don't? Subaru trailed off, a grief-stricken look crossing over his features. Damn it. She should have said nothing. This secret could not be allowed to reach Amelia's ears or else she might annul their alliance. She needed to deny and triple deny it before the damage became irreparable. If worse came to worst she would have to either threaten or bribe him into submission. Obviously that is not true. I know perfectly well what I did in the past, it just escapes my mind at the moment what specifically you are talking about. Please articulate clearly for I am a busy woman, and have many plans still for today. Instead of listening to her like a sane person, Subaru began ranting to himself, fists tightly clenched and eyes unfocused. Of course, my luck's my rotten luck. Fuck. I got my hopes up for nothing. Everything was working out so fine, and now. No, I can't be alone. I won't be alone again. There was mad desperation basically radiating from his person that she didn't like. It reminded her of that accursed puppet of being madness like that turned a good, productive human being into a mindless husk reined by instinct, no better than an animal. Don't worry, Tanya. I'll save you. I'll make this right. That's what friends are for, and I won't leave you to suffer alone any longer. Yes, he definitely lost it. At least temporarily. Reaching out to calm the boy before he did something he would regret later, Tanya's hand instead snapped to her concealed weapon, as he lunged for the letter opener on her desk. Was he going to attack her? Had he completely snapped? Her first instinct had her grabbing for her pistol to eliminate the potential threat. However, she waited just long enough to see Subaru raise the blade not against her, but himself. Was he suicidal? Shakingly, his hand hovered above his throat and Tanya was honestly absolutely unsure how to handle the situation. This wasn't her subordinate, so she technically couldn't command him to stop, but there had to be something she could do against this waste of a promising young man. He still hesitated despite the clear anguish on his face, which made her optimistic that he wasn't entirely gone yet. Subaru. Listen to me. I have to do it. Come on. This shouldn't be so hard. He whispered to himself, fully ignoring her presence. All right, he was not listening. When words failed, then actions needed to be taken. Lunging forward, she gripped his arm with magically enhanced strength and ripped the offending item from Subaru's weak grasp. What were you thinking? Stop this nonsense and explain to me clearly what you're talking about. Tanya did not think that there could be any logical reason behind impulsive self-harm, but confronting his inner thought process would ideally wake him up to the gravity of the situation. Logic triumphed over emotions, and it was the duty of every rational individual to carefully manage the feelings that could cloud their judgment. By being forced to articulate his painfully absurd statements, Subaru could enter the self-reflective phase of self-improvement before he hopefully learned some permanent lessons. I am here and I am willing to listen. I appreciate that you obviously care a great deal about me, for whatever reason she could not discern, but I am no mind reader. Let's take it nice and slow while you just sit down for a while and breathe, understood? Well, he did at least appear to calm down somewhat, even if the boy's confused blinking bordered on comical. She half led, half gently pushed him into an armchair far away from any sharp objects that she was able to spot. No need to tempt fate. Writing a report to Amelia about her subordinate's behavior was not going to be enjoyable, Tanya thought exasperatedly. Ringing the bell near the door 3 times in order to signal whoever was listening to fetch refreshments from the kitchens, Tanya weighed the pros and cons of investing more time into this debacle, which was going to sharply eat into her study schedule. Playing the role of a counselor was really not on her agenda today, but what other choice did she have? In the end, she silently affirmed her decision to entertain an emotionally disturbed teenager, if only for the sake of her alliance with his superior. I just ordered a wonderful pot of coffee, or caf, as it's known in these lands. I am sure it should make this whole affair a fair bit more relaxing, no? Why don't you tell me some basic facts about yourself in the meantime, so that we can check how much of it I actually do remember? That should put your fears to rest. Tanya planned to nod along with whatever he said, and add some of the sparse details she could discern from context clues as to appear convincing. It was a skill anyone had to learn who regularly conducted workplace interviews. This is not Dash. No. Please go on. We have a few minutes. Subaru's eyes swept down to the letter opener in her hand, and in response, she let some simple illusionary sparks dance around the gleaming metal. He swallowed. She smiled. I am Subaru Natsuki, 17 years old. My hobbies include gaming, helping people out, and cleaning, I guess. I wasn't too bad of a servant. Although Ram was always mean about it, I know she was impressed by my impeccable butler skills. Halfway through his speech, confidence crept back into Subaru's voice and his demeanor became noticeably more animated. A lesser person would have suffered crippling whiplash from such a sudden switch in emotions. I love Amelia Tan and I aim to become her knight. I am not amazingly talented or super strong, but I can do it. Call it a fool's dream all you want, but I'll get my happy ending. And I'll take anyone I care about with me, so we can one day all smile together. Wow, that was a vastly more impassioned declaration than anything she anticipated. She couldn't remember ever feeling so positively about something. When he talked like that, Subaru kind of sounded like a protagonist from one of those fantasy shows her co-workers had talked about during the corporate scheduled lunch breaks back in her first life. That kind of naive optimism would have been beaten out of him during his first week in the Rhine Theatre. Or perhaps not. Now that she thought about it, her personal adjutant also never lost that cheery determination, no matter how many enemy soldiers she beheaded. That's what I want to be able to say anyways. Sometimes I'm not sure I really believe it. It's not like I can actually talk about, anything. But Dash severity returned his voice and his sharp gaze settled directly on her own. I have to try. I've been useless for too long. I only got one gift if you want to call it that, but even if it's a shitty power I make the most of it. Tanya hummed non-committally, trying to decipher the subtext in his statements. She needed to know more if what he was speaking about was at all relevant to her own past. Maybe she should offer a few encouraging words to keep him talking. An admirable attitude. I remember thinking something similar when I joined the army. Not really, but there was no need to reveal that. She had simply been a starving orphan trying to make use of her only selling point, her magic. It hadn't even really been a choice if she was being honest. Anyone in her shoes would have accepted the enticing chance to earn 3 hot, nutritious meals per day despite the inherent risk of flying out onto a live battlefield. A quick bullet was preferable to the aching hunger twisting her insides. Okay. Think, Subaru. Calm down. He mumbled to himself, suddenly closed off once more. Indeed, his frantic breathing slowed considerably, as he first stared at the carpet, and then back at her. I am sorry, Tanya-chan. Her eye twitched involuntarily. How dare he call her that? She had half a mind to sharply reprimand him, but he was suffering from some kind of mental illness, possibly bipolar disorder, so she opted to genially ignore his slip. I got ahead of myself. Triggering my power now would have been counterproductive. Resetting everything on an impulse could make things a lot worse. Biko would have surely scolded me, he. Or at least looked disappointed. I want to be able to trust you in the future, which means that we have to work on this together. I don't want to be alone again. She slowly believed she understood what he was talking about. Provided, of course, that he was not completely delusional, but that seemed more improbable the longer she observed him. Tanya still had not forgotten how she misjudged her surroundings by treating them too skeptically. A little faith in the rationality of human action was appropriate, as Subaru's demeanor had meanwhile cleared of telltale signs of fanatic stupidity. I am glad you realize the error of your actions, she coolly remarked. A knock from the door caught her attention, informing her that Reinhard's servants continued to perform their work superbly. Such speed on part of the cooks and the maids was admirable. Not letting her guest out of view, Tanya accepted the tablet brought to her through the half-open door, and quickly set it down on her desk. Subaru ultimately refused a cup, so she merely poured herself a cup, delighting in the taste of the freshly brewed beverage. It was quite delightful. Reinhard had managed to acquire an exotic plant from the neighboring kingdom of Wallachia by pure chance that approximated coffee rather well. Of course, it might have even been real coffee beans just under a different name, but her sense of taste had gotten so messed up from all the substitute coffee that she wasn't sure she would ever be able to distinguish the original flavor with absolute certainty. Pushing those thoughts away, as the time she was stalling began to grow excessive, Tanya casually asked. And just how many times did you die, then? Thank you very much for sharing all this with me, Subaru. Kindly tell Amelia that I wish her well, and that she can contact me at any time if she wants to. That applies to you as well, of course. And please remember to not attempt to change my past without my consent. I value my individual freedom greatly. Exchanging a few more meaningless pleasantries, Tanya waved the strange boy goodbye and collapsed into her chair as soon as he was escorted out of sight. Honestly, in a way, return by death was worse than the blasted Type 95. To be possibly manipulated without any way of proving it drove her deeply ingrained paranoia to new heights. My, how terrifying. How overpowered is this guy? No child should be given so much power. Her head was pounding, her mind a whirlwind of questions, possibilities and flashes of what either could be memories trying to resurface, or daydreams caused by the stress. Pinching the bridge of her nose, she slowly let everything set in. Being X was trying to screw with her again, but after changing worlds twice nothing seemed impossible for him to try anymore. Maybe she should count her blessings that he hadn't turned her into a helpless pet for insufferable children, or inserted her into a setting where everyone spoke backwards, and lived in anarcho-communist villages. She shuddered. Confronting a teenager, who could always escape death, seemed positively mild in comparison. Possibly even useful. Taking this at face value, it sounded incredible. Immortality and protection against anything. That was if he wasn't lying, of course. She had seen the raw discomfort in his posture, the revulsion clinging to Subaru's every word. Such emotion couldn't be faked without training, and from what she knew of the knight to be, he was not a scheming manipulator. At least not such a brilliant one. Could she even really disprove such an outlandish ability? Where was the difference between hallucinations of the future and literal time travel? Testing it out herself was obviously a horrible idea, although it would certainly be the most reliable way. Regardless, time manipulation was a factor she would have to consider in her future plans, no matter how insane it sounded in theory. Tentatively she reached over and blindly grabbed a sheet of paper, as well as a quill, and began to take notes. Frankly, documenting her exact experiences in an encoded fashion should have been a priority for her since she first noticed what the cursed computation jewel did to her sanity. As a person of only slightly above average intelligence, Tanya's knowledge of her first life was her biggest advantage over her peers. For years she had attempted to make herself indispensable to the general staff by drawing upon her advanced understanding of modern war doctrines. By carelessly risking her memories, she had basically tempted fate to strip her of this boon. Constantly redipping the archaic writing tool into an inkpot really made her miss fountain pens. Although the calm rhythmic process left her ample time to consider every word she put onto paper. Can turn back time whenever he dies. Everyone forgets and the world returns exactly to how it was before. I am the only exception so far. Further research required. At least Subaru was going to stay in the capital for a while. His magical organ was somehow being healed by Crush Carson's famous night in a process, which was projected to take multiple weeks of therapy. Furthermore, bizarrely he thought of her as a close friend or confidant despite the short duration of their acquaintance. Obviously he could barely cope with the strain of his repeated demise, and was putting far too much trust into her for the simple fact that she was apparently the only one he could tell about his experiences. A most curious fact that reeked of meddling from malicious wannabe deities. The way he talked about his ability sounded like he had a lot of experience with dying. Was there no limit to his power? Tanya underlined that question. Twice. He claimed that he lost count after dying a dozen times, but upon further probing Subaru had revealed that he actually did not even want to know, fearing that it might drive him insane if he was confronted with the whole sum of his suffering. Understandable, but disappointing. However, it wasn't like she would wish to recall how many times she got stabbed by some thugs in a dirty alleyway. There was a good evolutionary reason eidetic memory was not a widespread phenomenon among humans. Rosewell emotionlessly read over another letter addressed to him from the Sage Council. It was all standard fare, the demands of people who believed themselves to be far more powerful than they were. Their little lives were so dull and unimpressive that he stopped feeling anything about those fools and their ilk centuries ago. To be fair, that was true for most who were not relevant to the great plan of his teacher, or had otherwise inexplicably wormed their way into his shriveled heart. Like the pink-haired girl sitting in his lap, for example. Shall I burn these, master? You would not be forced to respond if I had a tragic mishap while cleaning the kitchens. Her voice was so adorably flat, but he could see the mirth sparkling in her eyes. No, Ram. Dealing with a teeny bit of trouble at the border is quick work for me. Absent-mindedly he massaged the spot on the maid's forehead, where he was infusing mana into her in just the way she liked it. I am the court magician after all. You could say it's my responsibility to care for the kingdom. A deeply ironic statement, but Ram needed no explanation for that. Instead she openly enjoyed his touch, which brought him some sort of twisted entertainment. For all his wisdom, even he could not discern why that foolish girl fell in love with a wretch like him in spite of her awareness of his sins. Some of them at least. By the way, have you sent the invitation to our dear Frederica yet? She will have to play her role rather soon. Hummed the Oni distractedly. Very good. Then you have to make sure she hasn't lost her touch when I take Amelia to a tour of my territories next week. Wouldn't it also be nice if Subaru could accompany us as well together with your sister? He grinned impishly. As expected, her face smoothed out to portray none of her emotions, inevitably providing him with a clear reaction of what she thought of her beloved twin and the miracle boy spending more time alone together. If that is your wish, master. Although I must remark that it will just put more stress on my poor sister when she has to constantly look after him and clear up his messes, while she does her best to fulfill her duties to you and Lady Amelia, Lord Rosewell. Aren't you the least bit fond of him, Ram? You even kept that little flower he gifted you, because it matched the color of your hair, or am I wrong? It would have been a waste to dispose of the flower that he so brutally uprooted. I felt sorry for the thing. To be touched by Subaru's rough hands is a fate worse than death. Roswell chuckled at that. His maid's mind was truly an enigma. Chapter 67 Falling Snow. Time passed in a blur for Tanya, as she spent her days overseeing her freshly recruited fighting force and studying the nuances of Lugnika's internal politics. Such a task would have been far more daunting, however, had it not been for Reinhard supporting her every step of the way. He was apparently an exemplary worker in every field he set his attention on, which meant that he had a large number of vacation days, saved up over years of diligent service, for the royal nights, that allowed him to remain with her permanently. She had been most pleasantly surprised by the information that this medieval society even knew the concept of flexible vacations. The more she discovered about this strange new world, the more she found herself appreciating it. Naturally, Lugnica was not without many faults as well, but with the right direction, it could turn into a prosperous and progressive country. Its biggest problems, as far as she could tell, were the systemic discrimination against demi-humans, its stifling border politics, increasing activity of the witches' cult, and an overall decay in morale which resulted in corruption, loss of productivity, or people turning to outright crime. Not the best situation, but still leagues better than the empire that was besieged on all sides in the biggest war of human history. Millions of capable men and women had been bled from the workforce and thrown into the meat grinder, and huge swathes of the industry transformed into a restless machine solely focused on supplying the ever-hungry army. Yes, as long as she could prevent another war from escalating in this world as well, Tanya was prepared to give anything short of her life. And if Subaru was to believe, then even that might not be off the table. Glancing back at the training field, she cupped her mouth and yelled, "Come on, I expect more than this, you maggots. Are you already tired? Have I been feeding you too much so that you have all become fat and lazy? Well then, let me correct that. If any of you can't complete this exercise in time, then you will be going to bed hungry tonight. How sad. I even overheard the chef saying he wanted to make some cakes, but you ain't going to get a single bite of it if you behave like children. So, get up, maggots." Thanks to her sound-amplifying formula, every one of her trainees was able to hear her words, and the results were obvious. Frenzied activity broke out among the ranks of sweating and panting recruits, as they went beyond what their bodies told them was possible just to attain more of the sweet fruit cake that she had hooked them on previously. Food, sweets and rest were powerful motivators for those deprived of it. In her periphery, she noticed a servant approach her from the direction of the main building. The Astrio estate was so vast that even after traversing most of it she still could not recall every person under Reinhard's employ. There were just too many. Choosing to not divert her attention from the field, she spoke to the sharply dressed butler without turning her head. "Is it something urgent?" "Yes, milady. Sir Felix Argyle seeks an audience with you in the Red Salon. We deign to grant him entrance, as he is a good friend of Master Reinhard. We humbly ask for your forgiveness, Lady Tanya, should this displease you." "No, no. It's fine. Thank you, and please tell him that I'll be there shortly." Everyone seemed to want to visit her for some reason. Hopefully the cat-eared knight wouldn't be dropping any huge revelations on her out of the blue, but Tanya had long ago resigned herself to being negatively surprised in the worst moments time and time again. In the end, through their collective determination, her 304th earned themselves the right of one slice of cake per person. She left them to continue their non-physical studies. 2/3 of her recruits could neither write nor read, and the rest were far from perfect. With the help of a few hired tutors, this issue would resolve itself in due time. Strolling up to the ornate doors of the Red Salon, the youngest royal candidate inspected her uniform for imperfections, before pushing inside with a purposely confident step. "My apologies for the wait. It is good to see you, Sir Argyle. I trust you are well." She opened the conversation, her arms spread invitingly. "Please just call me Felix, Naya. And the wait was just long enough to get a little nap in, he. Being a royal guard can be a tiring job." He winked at her as if he was telling her a huge secret, never mind the fact that he looked completely alert and awake when she entered. Jokesters who wasted time like that truly were the worst. Glad to hear that you are really stretching your limits then. I won't keep you for long then, or else I might rob you of more precious sleep. What brings you here? Instantly his posture straightened and his tone turned serious. It's about Subaru. Ah? Of course. Oh? And why do you come to me then? Tanya asked with a raised eyebrow. She was not his liege, so why would Felix inform her of all people? It was clearly urgent, but that only made the situation more suspect. Naya, my lady sent me. You seem to care for the boy a lot, and he speaks highly of you, so for the sake of the good relationship between our camps, she deigned to inform you. You really should be thankful to her, Naya. Well, we will see how grateful I am after you pass on your message, she responded dryly, ignoring his disrespectful tone. Right? Subaru got a letter from that elf girl, Naya. And apparently, it got him so riled up he promptly left with the blue-haired maid. I haven't even finished healing him, and that idiot runs away with barely a word to my lady. Why would he have left so suddenly? And especially without informing her or Crush. Something was definitely not right here. Felix shook his head in admonishment. Anyways, my lady thinks that something might have happened to Amelia, and since you can fly really fast, who better to check up on our mutual ally, right? Grinned the demi-human. Tanya pursed her lips. Crush was making a power play here by literally spelling her plot out to her in the most overt fashion. Either she went and submitted to the Duchess's desires, lowering herself to an instrument of her will, or she resisted and willfully disregarded the possible peril of her ally. The decision in itself was a challenge of authority. There was only one option. Play right back. If Lady Crush is this anxious, I may as well do her a little favor. I couldn't possibly leave her to dreadful uncertainty. Tanya smiled with all the grace of a sleepy cat sparing a mouse's life after feasting on their entire family. Now this errand job, while still beneath her station, was framed as a generous act that the Duchess would need to answer in kind, lest she be indebted to another royal candidate. Felix obviously caught onto that, but his grin did not shrink in the slightest. That's very nice of you, Lady Tanya. Would you kindly knock our dear Subaru on the head for me if he does something stupid again, Naya? I'll see what I can do if the situation calls for it, she replied dryly, much to the amusement of the demi-human. Maybe her knight could help her make sense of his conundrum. Reinhard was gripping his chin in an uncharacteristic display of uncertainty. This is troublesome. As much as I would normally advocate for investigating this oddity, without a formal call for aid, we would be intruding uninvited upon Margrave Mather's territory. Despite the alliance between our camps, that would not look favorably for us. If Subaru had invited you directly, then things would be different. I understand, she assuaged his unspoken question. Protocol needed to be followed, and hurting her reputation again so soon could end disastrously. Politics were annoying, but ultimately those rules were the backbone of any society. Furthermore, as much as it pains me to say, bringing the Sword Saint anywhere with you could potentially be misinterpreted as an act of war. I am seen similarly to a weapon of mass destruction, as you called it, milady. The people might panic if news of this happening were to spread. Reinhard was a very reasonable, well-mannered and soft-spoken individual, so in a way, Tanya was able to understand his frustration for being judged solely on his martial prowess. In the short time she knew him, the red-haired knight had become indispensable to her. She herself was familiar with that feeling of near-omnipresent prejudice, although in contrast to Reinhard, she had deliberately used it to strike fear in her enemies. While the details were foggy, she recalled her snarling face on foreign propaganda posters with grim satisfaction. You don't think following Subaru is worth the cost? I did not say that, milady. There could be any number of explanations of why he suddenly returned to Amelia's side, and many of them wouldn't be enough reason to warrant intervention from our camp. But you are worried about my safety, she pointed out. Indeed, milady. I am still not comfortable letting you go unprotected outside the capital again. Last time you did, you encountered 2 Sin archbishops and the White Whale. I dread to think what the future could hold in store. I do not wish to see you hurt in any way, Tanya. As he reached down to grip her hands, there was deep sorrow in his blue eyes. An average foot soldiers wouldn't have done me much good back then either, she countered more to fill the heavy silence than as an actual argument. Reinhard merely sighed and broke the slightly unprofessional skin contact. I know. And I will not stop you, milady. One of the first things we learned as knights was to gauge which rumors to trust and which to ignore, and this one seems to hold true. Felix would never lie so brazenly about something. That and my divine protection of divination tell me that something important is going to happen. Since when can you see the future? Tanya asked, flabbergasted. He never mentioned that before. Since just right now. I asked for an ability to help me discern more about what is to come, however it is only a basic sense of those events. Nothing concrete, more of a feeling you could say, he grinned lopsidedly, but it did not reach his eyes which were still full of worry. Good to know. Nonetheless, I might have an idea to minimize the risk of chasing after our troublemaking friend. If you were to deliver something of great importance like a personal letter, then that would suffice for an excuse. Yeah, I figured as much. Crush did the same after all. By flying high up in the air you would stay out of sight, thus avoiding any possible conflict until you reach the Mathis estate. I pray that you may find no ill tidings there. Conversely, should you detect a threat to your life, no matter how minor, then as your knight I am sworn to protect you, and will be required to rush to your side. For me to leave the capital under such circumstances would be completely justified, even in the stern eyes of the council. And how exactly am I going to notify you from all the way out there? Please give me a minute, milady, and I will fetch what I need to explain the process. Tanya waved him to get on with it, moderately curious what trick he was going to demonstrate to her. Long-distance communication would be quite the advantage. Telephones were one of the greatest inventions of all time. He returned with a painfully expensive-looking box. Gilded inlays and diamonds decorated the black wood in embellished floral patterns that managed to appear elegant and gaudy simultaneously. Opening it revealed 2 plain gold rings. These are the traditional Astria wedding rings. Reinhard explained, they are magically linked. If one holder were to die, the other would sense it. Consequently, destroying one of them should render the spell on the counterpart inert. Oh? He was telling her to destroy a priceless family heirloom just like that, huh? Are you sure you want to give up something so valuable? Nothing is more valuable to me than you, milady. As he put the magical artifact on her finger, her cheeks reddened the slightest amount in embarrassment, as she thought about the implications of wearing a wedding ring for the first time. Did he really have to say these kinds of things to her with such an earnest face? Her knight was completely shameless. Nonetheless, she vowed to repay his kindness someday soon. There could be no taking without giving in a healthy work relationship. Tanya was not a parasite after all. Maybe she could go on a longer tour through the country together with Reinhard as her bodyguard, so he would finally be able to see and experience more places. Hopefully he was going to appreciate that. Flying for the first time this week restored a bit of peace to her mind that she didn't even know was missing. To glide above the land and embrace the total freedom that came with it would never fail to be at least a tiny bit thrilling. Here she didn't have to worry about enemy radar or hidden artillery trying to take her out. She was the sole predator of these skies, unchallenged and free to drink in the view of green hills and healthy forests. No smoke or gunfire marred this beautiful scenery, and if her allies' fate wasn't dangerously uncertain, then Tanya would have certainly quite enjoyed her flight. She once again halted mid-air and compared her surroundings to the simple map that Reinhard had given her. Subaru had had a head start of multiple hours on her, so she could not afford to waste time by accidentally getting lost. A cold wind blew towards her, crinkling the paper. Tanya noted that as opposed to roughly 10 minutes ago the sky was now completely grey and overcast by thick clouds that made discerning the exact position of the sun impossible. If she had forgotten to bring her field compass, then that could have made determining her position needlessly complicated. Slowly, a single white fleck floated down from above which was soon joined by many more, landing on her outstretched palm. In the time it took for it to melt on her glove she recognized the delicate little patterns of the snowflake. Snow. Why was it snowing during summer? How weird. Don't forget to like and subscribe to KUMO-AUDIOBOOK.